Good evening, everyone. The meeting will come to order. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. We've got a full house, and for anyone who would like a seat, there are seats upstairs with pizza. So, and you
We just lost the room.
Right. So, I mean, if you get tired of standing and you want to have a seat, there's a closed circuit TV up there. You can come down to make comments, but if that's more comfortable, we're trying to accommodate everyone. So, so with that, we'll get started. Madam Clerk, could you please read the adequate notice of compliance statement?
Yes. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the City Clerk's office in preparation of the Council annual meeting notice dated December 30th, 2021, which was properly distributed and posted per statutory requirements. Please be advised that the fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room. Normally, I tell you that we have an assistive listening system, but the system went down today, so that will not be available this evening. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Allen? Here. Ms. Hairston? Ms. Little? I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Councilman. Okay, audio's not on.
Okay.
We'll go on. Mr. Miniger?
Here.
Mr. O'Sullivan?
Here.
Mr. Vartan?
Present.
President Fox?
Here. Okay, if we could please now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to have the police and fire lead us. I understand they did a great job yesterday in responding to a fire, so in recognition.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you please read the explanatory note regarding closed session and hearings and comments?
A closed session meeting as authorized by state statute was announced and held prior to the start of this meeting, and the known items for discussion were listed on the published closed session agenda. Please be advised the council meetings are broadcast live on Comcast Channel 36 and Verizon Channel 30 and rebroadcast on Thursdays and Saturdays on HTTV, Comcast 36, and Verizon 33. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, spell your last name, and speak into the podium microphone so that your comments can be understood by all and properly recorded. Whenever an audience or council member reads from a prepared statement, please give or email a copy to the City Clerk's office at cityclerk@cityofsummit.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to approximately 3 minutes or so in length. Unless you are using an electronic device to follow the meeting agenda or need it for professional emergency contact purposes, please turn it off. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move on. We do not have minutes to approve tonight.
Correct.
So we'll be moving on to reports. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'm glad to see so many people here. Respecting the opinions of others is not always easy, especially with issues that we feel strongly about. Showing respect publicly for the opinions of others requires self-esteem, self-control, sensitivity, tolerance, fairness, and generosity. Every time I take the dais or take part in an action as your mayor, I strive to embody these ideals, and again, it's not always easy. Tonight I am asking that we all show respect and generosity toward one another and toward your elected officials, and the officials toward you. It does not mean being untrue to our opinions. And there is common ground here. We all want to do what is best for Summit. And tonight, we can do that by listening to one another, respecting one another, and keeping our emotions in check. So thank you, and if you're in the outside atrium or you're upstairs, please, if you have questions and comments when we get to the question and answer period, please feel free to come in and ask your question or your comment, and we will not be limiting questions and comments to 3 minutes. So there'll be lots of opportunity for everyone to say what they need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to the City Administrator, Michael Rogers.
I want to shout, so I'll use this. Okay.
Good plan.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. Hopefully this will come as good news for some people. The City of Summit has contracted with a new recycling vendor, Grand Sanitation Service, for household recycling pickup. The new contract and all subsequent changes will go into effect on Friday, July 1st, 2022. The pickup schedule for household curbside collection will change under the new contract. Instead of the current citywide collection day on Thursday, pickup will now occur 5 days a week on the same day as residents' weekly trash collection. If pickup falls on a holiday or snow day, recycling will be collected the next day, and every collection during that week will move forward 1 day. Household curbside recycling will now operate as a single stream collection. Cardboard and paper items can be placed in the same container as plastic and glass items. Clean and dry recyclable items should be placed in covered containers at the curb. Wet cardboard and paper cannot be recycled. For more information, please go to thecityofsummit.org/recycle. And that's all I have for this evening, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I have a few announcements about events coming up in the next week and a half or 2 weeks. First is the first annual Juneteenth event is this Friday, June 17th, from 4:45 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the Family Aquatic Center. Attendees can enjoy history displays, special performances, a movie showing, and much more during the evening-long celebration. Free admission to the Family Aquatic Center begins at 4:30 p.m., and I hope to see you there. More information is available at summitcommunityprograms.com. On Friday, June 29th, from 7 to 9 p.m., Summit Public Art will host Illumination Night, a celebration of community and an evening of art, video, music, and bubbles on the Village Green. It's a free event, and it's open to all ages, family-friendly. For more information, go to summitpublicart.com. And then finally, on the City of Summit's 75th Annual 4th of July celebration will take place on Monday, July 4th at Memorial Field, located at 5 Myrtle Avenue. The community celebration will include entertainment, rides, and amusements, and a food court. The event will begin with a flag-raising ceremony at noon, followed by a decorated bicycle parade for children at 12:15. Entertainment will include concerts and a magic show beginning at 1 p.m. and continuing till 9 p.m. The event will conclude with fireworks beginning at 9:15 p.m. The walking track, playground, tennis courts, and lower fields at Memorial Field will close at 12 p.m. to prepare for the fireworks display. Roads adjacent to the field will close to vehicle traffic at 6 p.m. The parking lot on Ashland Road next to Memorial Field tennis courts will be closed all day on that day. The 4th of July celebration is fully funded by residents and local businesses. To contribute or to get more information, go to summitcommunityprograms.com. So that's it for reports, and we have one item that we need to take care of before we get to the presentation. We have 5 assessment hearings that should be very brief that we'll get out of the way, and then we'll go to the presentation, the main order of business that most of you are here for. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Vartan for the first assessment hearing.
Thank you, Council President. This is the first in a series of assessment hearings that are going to take place this evening for improvements to roads. My guess is that this might be one of the best attendances we've had for this kind of a hearing. Some of the improvements, specifically sidewalks and stone curbing, are costs that are shared by the property owners who live on the streets in the form of an assessment that can be either paid off all at once or in several installments along with property taxes. So what these hearings do is allow for those property owners to speak to council regarding their assessment as it pertains to their property. It's important to note that all of these projects took place before 2019. At that time, the City of Summit passed the sidewalk installation and maintenance policy. New sidewalks that have been added after that are not going to be assessed to the property owner, but maintenance and upgrades to those sidewalks will still remain the responsibility of the property owner. So we will start off with number 1, Druid Hill Road, which at the time was ordinance number 14-3063.
You need to move to open the hearing?
I move to open the, yeah.
And I second it.
Yeah.
Okay, hearing's open. Are there any comments on that? Okay, hearing none, hearing's closed. Okay, we're on to number 2. I told you this will be fast.
We're cranking, we're cranking.
Yep.
Assessment number 2, downtown improvements, ordinance number 15-3080. I move to open the assessment hearing.
And I second it. Are there any comments? Okay, Hearing none, the hearing is closed. On to number 3.
Okay, number 3 is Colt Road, Edgemont Avenue, Lenox Road, Whitridge Road, Summit Avenue, Elm Street, and Maple Street. Ordinance number 16-3115. I move to open the assessment hearing.
I second it, and the hearing is open. Any comments or questions?
In the back there.
Yep. Would you please come up to the microphone, sir, and state your name and address?
There's another one.
Oh, there's another hand in the back?
It's
Okay.
Bruce Lerkov. I own
Yes, hi.
building at 26 Maple Street. Just a quick question. When you say the landlord is responsible for the improvements, part of the improvements, if his property doesn't need any new sidewalk or curbing, is he still assessed for as part of the entire road that's being renovated?
Director Schrager, would you like to take
Right.
that? I think the answer is no, but I would rather you take that. Sure, yep, yes, take it away.
Through you, Council President, it's only for your specific property, so it's not like you're sharing part of the greater whole. It's just if your property had work, you're assessed for that work, or what's in front of your property. So,
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Was there another hand in the back? Okay. Hi.
Hi, Irene Loschert, 14 Lenox Road.
Okay.
Can you tell us why it took so long to get the assessments out? I feel like it was done so many years ago, and now all of a sudden I'm getting a bill.
Okay. Director Schrager?
yes, through you, Council President.
Of course.
The assessment process is very tedious, and it is long, and we detail that generally at the beginning of a project, because the ordinance gets introduced essentially when the capital budget is adopted for that year. Projects typically take a year or two after the adoption of the capital budget, and then the closeout can take a year to two after construction starts, so that adds more time. In 2020, as the pandemic hit, yes, the Capital Projects Committee did decide to suspend them until the pandemic cleared, which is essentially this year, so that's why there is a delay. So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so you had the next one? Okay. So are there any other comments on this? Okay, hearing is closed. Move on to number 4. Councilmember Horton?
Thank you, Council President. This is for Dorchester Road, Winchester Road, Tanglewood Drive, and Plymouth Road. Ordinance number 17-3144. I move to open the assessment hearing.
And I second it. The hearing's open. Come on up. Can you pass these down to Matt? Oh. Drop's coming your way.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Hello.
John Hitchings, 2 Plymouth.
Hello.
You partially addressed one of my questions, which is the great delay. So the assessment or the ordinance was passed in 2017. The work, as I understand it, was conducted or performed in 2018. Coincidentally, I bought the property at 2 Plymouth in 2020. And in 2022, I get hit with a $4,000 bill. Now, I understand things take a while and then there was a pandemic, but having said that, wouldn't it have made sense to send out the assessment as soon as the numbers were done, so at least homeowners, they may not have to pay it then, but at least they would know and there would be, adequate disclosure? Because now I'm sitting in a situation where I pay thousands of dollars for work that was performed on a house that I didn't own.
Director Schrager, would you like to address that?
Yes, through you, Council President. So it should be when you have a real estate closing, in the title search, it does pop up, because numerous properties, we get calls for years about putting money in escrow for that purpose, and there'll be a lot of people whose escrows will get closed out in the next few weeks because of this. There has been 2 properties in my over decades that for some reason didn't pop up. It sounds like yours specifically. And I apologize. I thought you had spoken to Sam and it was cleared up, so I didn't know yours was still out there. But typically it is when you sell your house, it's put in escrow, it's found through the title search, and then it just sits there until the assessment is closed out. So it sounds like there's a specific issue with this property at this point.
I would like to say that the city engineering department, who I did speak with, including Sam, were very helpful, and I greatly appreciate the effort they put in. They spoke with me. Sam even came and met me in person, showed me the work that was performed. That said, I had an attorney, obviously, at the closing. I happen to be an attorney myself, so I don't want to take up any more time tonight. This is not why people are here, but I just wanted to express my frustration with essentially it's essentially taxation without representation. the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Okay, this hearing is closed, and we have one last one, correct?
Yes, thank you, Council President. This is Wallace Road, Hobart Avenue, Linden Place, Oakland Place, Laurel Ave, and Larned Road. Ordinance number 18-3169. I move to open the assessment
And
hearing.
I second it. Does anyone have any comments on this one? Come on up.
I live on Laurel Avenue.
Good evening.
19.
And your name is?
Oh, Mr. Rad.
Yeah, I know that. It was just so the clerk can write it down.
We got the assessment, and to be honest, I looked at it and said, wow, first of all, mine was pretty high compared to the others. And I said, wow, this is unfair. The numbers don't make sense. You know, the curbs are all this, these are all 50-foot lots. And I saw all kinds of different assessments, different lengths of curbing and so on. I put a couple of calls in the city hall, never got anything back. Then recently we got a new assessment and everything seemed to be changed. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest. And I really haven't done my homework, of course. And what, you know, if the assessments seem fairer now and the numbers seem fairer, but anyhow, that's
Okay.
the point.
Well, perhaps it might make sense for you and Mr. Schrager to exchange information, and does that make sense if he has questions about it?
We could, I'm not sure of the process, no, we can proceed with the hearing if there's an issue. What I can say is, and I believe we might have exchanged phone conversations, and I know Sam had tried, but just to detail the process, it is the first estimate of the work that's done that gets mailed to all the property owners impacted. Then we have the hearing and the opportunity for people to dispute it or to ask why the measurements were what they were and how the dollar value it worked out. On this one, I had thought the assistant city engineer did make a change based on a discussion. If it wasn't a discussion, I'm not sure. But we could speak. I'm just not sure if we could proceed with the hearing, if there's still one that's open, or we'd have to defer to
How would that-
council.
Mr. Jacoby, how would that work?
I would.
Should we hold this hearing open?
No. So what happens is, when the notices went back out in April, that's when the hearing is supposed to have taken place. So there's not really a hearing. What they should really do is just work directly with Mr. Schrager's office to answer specific questions.
Okay, so we can
You're
close
just
the,
accepting the report tonight.
okay, so we can close the hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So I
so,
will-
yeah, maybe just exchange information, contact information, please.
Can I do that now?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Thank you, Mr. Rabb. Okay, so that hearing is closed as well, and now we'll move on to the presentation. So we just need to lay a few ground rules about how this procedure is going to happen. First, we're going to have presentations from our, first we're going to have our counsel, Mr. Joe Mariziti, who's going to explain the context and the redevelopment plan and the redevelopment process. Then we're going to open it up, then Annie Hinnenlang and the redevelopers will, probably Alex Merlucci, will be doing the presentation on the actual plan amendments and the plans for the project, and we'll present. Then we'll have Dr. Bob Powell doing a presentation on the finances, and then we will open it up for questions after that. We're not going to hold people to a strict 3 minutes, but I'd ask you to please, if someone else has already asked a question, please don't ask it again, because we've got a full house here, a full house upstairs, lots of people who want to ask questions, and we want to get through them as quickly as possible.
I'm confused. The mayor said that you're not limited to, you can speak.
Could you please come up to the microphone if you're going to speak, sir? Because otherwise people can't hear in the audience.
Yeah, sorry, Bruce Chambeau, Whitridge Road. I thought the mayor had just said that there is no, we're not holding it to a 3-minute limit.
I just said that, sir.
Oh, you're not holding to a 3-minute?
I am not holding you to a strict.
My apologies.
Okay. No, I'm not holding you to a 3-minute limit, but I'm asking you to please be respectful of your neighbors and, okay, I'm just asking you to be respectful of your neighbors and keep your questions to, you know, as quick as possible. And, what? Yeah, so, and I think, Is there anything else that we need to do before we start the preliminaries? Okay, and if you have comments that are lengthier, I would ask you to wait and hold those and do them we'll have public comment period as well. It's an extravaganza tonight. So, exactly. So with that, I'm going to ask Joe Mariziti to come up and get us started.
Thank you, Council President Fox. Good evening, Mayor Raddist, and members of the City Council and members of the City of Summit. My name is Joe Mariziti. I practice law with the firm of Mariziti and Falcon. We are in Cedar Knolls. I have been working in the area of redevelopment in New Jersey for about 22 years, and I've been asked to give you an overview of the redevelopment process. It's unusual. A lot of people don't understand it, and I understand why, because it is not the typical process for land use and development. It's an exception. So starting out this conversation is important to talk about what we call the municipal land use law. That's a statute adopted by the state legislature that gives municipalities the power to zone. And that is the typical way that zoning is undertaken in municipalities throughout the state. That process establishes the local zoning ordinance that controls all the properties in the municipality in terms of the zoning standards. Now, when there is a zoning ordinance, a property owner proceeding before the planning board with an application that complies fully with the zoning ordinance, as a matter of right, will be approved, subject to site plan issues. There is no opportunity for a give and take of negotiation, and I'm going to talk about how that's different with redevelopment. The planning board has limited control over the project in that type of a situation. Now, if there is a zoning ordinance, as some of you may have experienced, zoning ordinances are amended all the time. That's a legal thing to do. Because your property is in a particular zone today, doesn't mean it will be necessarily in that zone tomorrow. The governing body has the opportunity to revisit zoning ordinances over time. There's protections for property owners when that happens. If there's an existing structure and the zoning ordinance is changed so that that structure doesn't comply, it's grandfathered. Can't hear me? I heard somebody say. Please talk into the mic. Okay. Could you hear me? Anything I said? Yes, okay. So I won't repeat it. I want to be as close to the 3-minute concept as I can, although this is a complicated topic. But when there is a zoning ordinance, as I was saying, it can be amended, and if you have a property that is no longer complying with the new zoning ordinance, you're protected under the concept of grandfathering, which means... Can we get him a new mic?
It's not working out there?
Not there.
No, that one is not. Is it the speaker or the TV?
It could be the TV. I can't control the TV.
Okay, so what are our options?
I'll go take a look.
Okay. That's not the issue. It's working in here. There's something with the equipment out there. So maybe we should just take a quick pause.
I want to be sure people
Yeah,
can
exactly.
hear and understand.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Yeah, because you can get there more easily. Okay. Would have been nice if you told us that.
Well, I really project, so. It's all from the diaphragm, you know?
Okay.
Did you catch her?
Who's this? Okay,
I'm not gonna be helpful.
thank you.
I'm not gonna be helpful here, so I'm just gonna.
I don't need the slides, no?
Yeah, I think, we've got police here. Chief Lee?
Well, then my.
Testing. Can anybody outside please tell me if they can hear any crackling now? Okay.
Oh, so you wanna be
I
over
can
there?
go back there?
Yeah.
We're keeping you on your toes here. Okay.
This is the cardio.
Yeah, this is the cardio portion of the meeting?
Yeah.
All right. All
I
right.
didn't get
so-
to the why today, so this is helpful.
Joe, just speak into the...
Okay, then we're going to get started again. We've got our microphones sorted out. So if everyone could please quiet down. Thank you.
I apologize for being difficult to hear outside, maybe even in here. So I'm just going to quickly summarize what I was saying for people who are not in this room. I was making a distinction between the municipal land use law, where zoning is adopted for all properties in the municipality, and making the point that redevelopment is an exception to that process. And I was describing how zoning ordinances can and are amended from time to time, and there's protections for property owners if there are changes. And if an ordinance changes your allowable use, as long as the structure has been built, it can stay there as long as it is substantially in complete condition, under the idea of grandfathering. And in addition, there's still can't hear me?
Still can't hear.
Not at all.
You can hear me. You know what, Joe? Take my microphone.
Well, let's just, no, excuse me, Councilor, let's just have Joe, can you test the center mic and see?
Yeah,
if that works?
just talk into the center mic and see. This is a test of your memory.
I'm going to try one more. This is
Closer to your
the
face.
third time they
Yep.
say.
Just do a test to see
Just
if
Is
they
this,
can hear.
can you hear me in the other parts of this building? I'm talking about redevelopment, and
Can they hear it?
can you hear me in the back?
Oh, poo.
I'm starting to get an inferiority complex.
Try it.
Joe. It's not gonna work.
Oh, what about Michael? What about Michael's?
Michael's mic.
He's right next to it. Michael.
No, that was Michael. Joe, okay, we got it.
Just watch your step over there. Joe.
Watch your step.
Yeah, watch your head. Okay, we're going to try again. And, can the folks in the vestibule let us know if they can hear? Joe, do you want to check it out?
Yes.
Yep, just do a test.
So this is a test to see whether people in the other areas of the building can hear what I'm saying. And I can hear
Yes.
some sound out there, but I don't know if you can hear me.
No.
No?
It's got to be the TV. It can't be.
But they can hear me.
They can hear you?
But you can hear me, correct? All right, let's try. Okay, let's do this.
Come on, Joe, center stage here.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I came to this meeting as just a citizen of Summit. Now I'm the council president.
You can't have the gavel.
Okay.
Don't touch the gavel.
I got it. Okay. I'm hoping that this time people in the other part of the building can hear what I'm saying. I'm not getting any objections, so I'm assuming that is the case. So I'll keep going. I'm talking about.
Excuse me, you can't hear out here. You can't hear anything going on out here, and you can't proceed with the meeting.
We're testing.
You can hear what's going on.
I agree.
We're not proceeding
I
with the
agree.
meeting. We're testing the sound.
Is there enough space upstairs?
So why don't we try to speak and get it started before? I don't know.
There's no space upstairs.
I don't understand.
I'm going to try it again. Can I be heard back there? I'm getting.
Go out and listen.
Okay. All right.
Can you see if there's a change? Oh, you don't have it? Is our vote doing your part? I wonder if the other TVs
Then it'll be too many people. Then it'll be too many people up there.
If the sound system's not working, and you people can hear it, you'd have to start the meeting, reset.
That'll work.
This is what you do, how they did it. You don't have technology,
If I could do anything technological, I'd help out.
I'm fine. Oh, everybody went upstairs, so I can.
Go back over there. Sure.
go upstairs,
Yes.
and you're up there.
Get on water before we start. We run it. Joe, watch your step.
Okay, so we're going to try again, and I think everyone has moved upstairs. The bonus is you get some free pizza upstairs, so help yourself to the pizza and cookies. And I'm going to turn it over. Joe, do you want to just do a quick test, make sure everyone...
I'll do a quick test and hope that
Okay.
those who are upstairs can now hear, and I guess we'll have a delayed response to that because they're upstairs. We'll give a minute to hear
Okay,
whether it's working. I hope so.
all right, we're not hearing any screeches, so
I don't
think
hear
let's-
any objection, so I'm going to continue,
Thank you.
assuming that I can be now heard, and I'm getting worried because the anticipation of what I'm going to say is much greater than what I'm actually going to say. So I've heard someone say that I couldn't be heard at all outside. So I'm going to just quickly, once again, for the purpose of making sure this is a legal meeting and everyone can be heard, quickly repeat a bit of what I said. I'm Joe Mariziti. I practice redevelopment and environmental law in New Jersey with the firm of Mariziti Falcon in Cedar Knolls. I represent the city in this transaction. I've been asked to give an overview of the redevelopment process, and I'm starting by first distinguishing it from the regular zoning process under the municipal land use law that affects the control and uses of property in municipalities around the state. And I was making the point that such zoning ordinances are routinely amended from time to time, and there's protections for property owners in that situation. If there's a change in use, a property owner with a structure on a property where there has been a change in use may continue that use under the idea of grandfathering. There's further protections for property owners because the zoning power cannot be used to remove all uses of a property. That would be unconstitutional, and that would violate that would be a taking, and compensation would be required there, but only if all uses are banned. That rarely happens. So now, having talked about the municipal land use process that governs zoning, that affects all of, including me, I live in Summit, in this room, I would assume. I'm going to talk about the redevelopment process, which is a special creature of the statutes. It's a different process. There's a separate statute, the local redevelopment and housing law, it's called. There are multiple onerous, I'll call them, steps that must be followed by a municipality or a redevelopment entity in order to go through the redevelopment process and end up with a redevelopment project. The first step is the process of designating a particular area to be in need of redevelopment. I won't talk about rehabilitation, that's another process that's similar. But the statute imposes exacting standards that must be met in order to qualify an area to be in need of redevelopment. In Summit, that process took place some time ago before I was representing Summit, but the area was declared to be in need of redevelopment. The next step is the preparation of a redevelopment plan, and that's a very important step because before that step is that step must be completed before it's possible to go on to the other step, which is the key step of negotiating a redevelopment agreement. So the redevelopment plan in Summit, after much public involvement, was adopted a number of years ago for this area, the redevelopment plan. I'll talk more about what a plan is in a few minutes. The next step in the process is the selection of a proposed redeveloper to negotiate with. The statute does not set forth any requirement as to what that process should be. It's completely open. It may be that a redeveloper calls up City Hall and says, I'd like to redevelop the property, and it would be legal to accept that entity to negotiate with. However, in Summit and in many places, but not as thoroughly in my experience as in Summit, there was an exhaustive process undertaken to select a conditional redeveloper. There was an RFQ issued, a request for qualifications, followed by an RFP, the request for proposals, and the request for proposals was amended. So we did that a couple of times. We got many responses. There were many interviews in this building of the cream of the crop of the redevelopers in New Jersey and to some extent the Northeast. I think there were 13 entities, if my memory serves me right, that collectively submitted. Some of them partnered up, but it was quite an array of people or entities that wanted to redevelop this area of Summit. Summit's a very desirable place, obviously. So turning then to what is a redevelopment plan, because it's a little bit different than any other document. I see a redevelopment plan as a hybrid, a mixture, a combination between a master plan on the one hand and a zoning ordinance, because it contains both elements in one document. It's a master plan in the sense that it's visionary. It's describing a future, it's aspirational. It identifies what we would like to happen. It is also, at the same time, a zoning ordinance because it incorporates within the plan the zoning for the area. So, what's important about that fact is that because it's aspirational and because the statute does not permit negotiations with a redeveloper until the plan is adopted, and the plan must be adopted by ordinance. That takes some time. There were public hearings about that when that was done. Once you sit down with the redeveloper, the aspirations and the visions meet reality. They become ground truthed in a sense, because it's not always what you want that you can get in the process of redeveloping. And I mentioned before that under the zoning ordinance procedure, there's no opportunity to negotiate. However, in the redevelopment process, there is explicitly an opportunity to negotiate. The redevelopment process is a true public-private partnership. The municipality becomes a partner with the redeveloper, and there is give and take on the redevelopment agreement. Now, if someone owns property in a redevelopment area, that doesn't mean they have the vested right to develop that property in accordance with the redevelopment plan. The redeveloper is to be selected by the municipality. Ownership of the property in the area doesn't necessarily mean you get selected. Why is that? There's a very good reason. Because you want the project to be successful. So you want to make sure that you select a redeveloper that has the financial capability and the experience to undertake and complete the project so that it is not a hulking mass that lingers undeveloped for a period of time, which happened for 12 years in Asbury Park. Next to the Stone Pony, there was a skeleton of a building 12 stories tall that just the developer collapsed there. So the best example of this point that I can give you is if I owned property in this redevelopment area, it would be a big mistake to pick me as the redeveloper. I don't have the financial capability or the experience, and that's why the decision-making on that is left to the governing body after an evaluation process. So I talked about how the redevelopment plan is aspirational. It's prepared before there is a redeveloper chosen. It's prepared in the hope of achieving these goals. And once the redeveloper is chosen and negotiations begin, negotiations of a redevelopment agreement, which is the culmination, in a sense, of this entire process that takes years to go through, from the designation point to the selection of the redeveloper, the redevelopment plan, and the negotiation of the agreement. That redevelopment agreement will identify all of the legal rights obligations of the parties, set forth a description of the project that's going to be built, and establish a schedule to build it, and provide many other legal aspects of it. And during the negotiation of such a document, there's give and take. And in our experience, and I mentioned that I think I mentioned I've been practicing in this particular area of the law for 22 years around the state. And in that period of time, I have been involved in hundreds of redevelopment agreements, and I am hard-pressed to think of many that did not require an amendment of the redevelopment plan in order to achieve the ultimate construction of the project. So that is an explanation of the amendment process, the legal context, and now I want to talk about the process of amending a redevelopment plan. The amendment of a plan must proceed in exactly the same way as the original adoption of the plan. That is, it's by ordinance. The ordinance is introduced. It's referred to the planning board. Planning board has a specific statutory role. Planning board has 35 days to issue a report as to whether the original plan, which has been done, or an amendment is consistent with the master plan or is designed to effectuate the master plan. That's the task before the planning board, a separate body. If the planning board concludes in a particular case that the amendment is not consistent with the master plan or is not designed to effectuate the master plan, the process doesn't necessarily end there. The statute specifically provides that notwithstanding that report of the planning board, a governing body may, by vote of a majority of the entire membership of the governing body, may nonetheless decide to adopt the amendment as long as it sets forth its reasons for doing so in a resolution and in the minutes of the governing body. And that's an overview of the process and the procedure, and that is a segue into the rest of the evening unless there are any questions from members of the council.
Do any members of council have any questions at this point? So we'll move on with the presentation, and then at the end
Thank you.
of
And-
all the presentations, we'll, members of the public can also ask Mr. Mariziti questions.
I appreciate
Thank you so much,
everybody's patience
Mr.
with
Mariziti.
my problem with the microphone. Thank you.
I think it's a TV problem, not a you problem.
All right.
So, go ahead.
This stays where it's. Okay. All right, everyone can hear me well? Okay, great. It's good to see you all. I'm happy to be back in person. It's really unfun to give these presentations to a blank screen. So thank you for having me tonight. Thank you all for attending. I look forward to our discussions at the end of this presentation. I'm going to go through most of the planning-related items, and I'm going to turn it over to the developer's architect and the developer's traffic engineer, and then the city's financial expert to get into their very specific areas, because I don't want to pretend to have a different role than I do. I am Annie Hindenlang. I'm with the firm Topology. We're based in Newark. I've been doing redevelopment in New Jersey now for a little over 10 years. And I've been involved with the redevelopment and planning work in Summit since 2016, right when you all were wrapping up your master plan re-exam process. You're going to hear some things and see some things you've probably seen many times. We want to make sure we give you the whole picture and that everybody's on the same page when they want to come up and make questions and comments. As a reminder, this is the redevelopment area we're talking about. There are 4 sub-districts. In this particular part of the process, we designated the developer for only sub-districts 1, 2, and 3. So that's why we're going to focus on that and talk about that tonight. But the main subject within that is sub-district 3, which is where we actually have a more in-depth proposal for you all to review. As a reminder, sub-district 1 is the block that the post office is located on. Subdistrict 2 is the block that the YMCA and the library is located on. And Subdistrict 3 is the block where the firehouse is located. Currently, the redevelopment area in total, Subdistricts 1, 2, and 3 generate about $85,000 in tax revenue. Of that, the municipal share is a little over $15,000, almost $16,000. Subdistrict 3 itself only generates about $29,000 annually, and the municipal share of that is almost $6,000. Why are we doing this? I think we've had a lot of people ask that over the past couple of months and years. One of the reasons that we've been working on this project is it became a clear directive from the master plan re-exam process that they wanted to see reinvestment in this area to not only provide some more opportunities for the city to create revenue, but also expand and support the downtown and connect and create something that was truly transit-oriented development for people that are traditionally been excluded from the Summit housing market. These are just some of the existing conditions in the area that you can see. One of the interesting things that I found out, I walked the entire area and probably a quarter mile around it, is the Subdistrict 3 itself is almost kind of in a bowl. Everything else is kind of sloping towards it. And if you think of Morris Avenue, there's right across the street from Subdistrict 3, there's a pretty significant drop. And actually a very nice view of Subdistrict 3 from St. Teresa's, but it's largely, at this Subdistrict 3 is largely parking lots at this point, but we also have some institutional uses, as you know, some larger buildings, and they were used as well as other great civic buildings and historic buildings throughout town to kind of create and drive what was ultimately put in the redevelopment plan in terms of the architectural characteristics. The master plan vision for Broad Street West, I'm not going to read all these to you, but I wanted to pull out some of the quotes that reference it. Broad Street corridor itself was mentioned many times. There's a section itself on the Broad Street West area. It very clearly states that they wanted it to be investigated for redevelopment, and if it did qualify for redevelopment, they wanted to see reinvestment in this area, and they wanted to target as something that would be a really attractive public realm that would connect and expand and support the downtown and the train station. Specifically, and these can be found in the at the back of the redevelopment plan itself, we pulled out the goals and objectives that this project will be supporting. 2.04 is missing. That's not on purpose. I just actually cut it out. Just for the record, it's ensure safe and efficient travel to transit hubs throughout and around the redevelopment area through routes that are intuitive and aesthetically pleasing. But in general, as you can see, we recognize, we understand that Summit already has a great downtown. It's desirable, as many people have mentioned over and over again. But it doesn't hurt to find ways to sustain that and to grow that and to support that. And one of the main goals of the redevelopment plan was to create a project that was mixed use, that was very engaging, especially as far as arts goes and creating public realm spaces. My favorite part of the outreach process was actually the meetings I had with the middle schoolers and the high schoolers, and they're dreaming about what they'd like to see there. And a lot of them mentioned they just wanted space where they could be, where they felt like they could, sit and eat a burrito and be happy. These are the kind of things that we use to fill out the redevelopment plan itself. And then after the redevelopment plan was adopted, the steering committee that was created, basically existed to protect these goals and objectives. Again, these are some additional ones. Promote the development of variety of housing. I don't want to read them all to you, but I want to make sure they were available on the electronic copy because I know this is going to be on the website. Manage the city's position as an economic hub. There's opportunities and there's a desire to see new office space in this area. Preserve and enhance the park recreation facilities where appropriate. And I hope that you've seen to date that was been a priority of the project. In terms of what the redevelopment plan says specifically for Subdistrict 3, it said that Subdistrict 1 and 2, which again, post office, YMCA and library need to be more traditional, and anything that's built there should be transitional in nature, but that Subdistrict 3 itself should have more relaxed design standards and serve as a hub for this new neighborhood, in essence, that you're creating next to the downtown. And the goal, which we heard a lot throughout, was some retail opportunities that are not currently available right now. This included grocery stores, retail or services tailored to youth, and some kind of movie opportunity that could hold public events. And basically, it said, the final statement is the intention of this redevelopment plan that the space should invoke the feeling of several unique outdoor rooms. This space should be a community hub that can easily be closed for events. And I just wanted to highlight that as we're going to get into the public space improvements and how we tried to really stick to that throughout. So specifically, why are we doing this? That's the most important part. I heard over and over again that there were people that wanted to downsize and stay in Summit. The city has had a great, contribution and commitment to creating affordable housing within the city, which a lot of other towns are not as concerned about doing. So I applaud you on that. But there was a constant reiteration that there needed to be new housing types available in the downtown that could support, walking wallets. This project right now has a total of, as you're seeing it today, 133 units. Of those, 106 are market rate units, 20 are affordable, which is your traditional COA affordability you can think about, and then 7 are workforce housing units, which is something that's recognized by different entities, but it basically means 80 to 120% of the area median income. And it tends to end up being people like teachers and police and firemen, people and things like that. So that was another thing that was mentioned as something that we wanted to see happen. There's an $8 million purchase price for the public land that is involved to pay down the municipal debt service. In average, the net pilot revenue is expected to be $563,833, and I will let Bob get into that further. There's going to be 20,000 square feet of new public open space. There's going to be 7 intersection interventions to improve the flow of traffic as well as the pedestrian safety, and Matt's going to go into those more specifically. There will be 4 public art installations that were not finalized yet. We're working with the Summit Public Arts to decide what they like to see there. Is it something more permanent? Is it rotating? But we're currently working that out. And this just got switched, but 2 improved corridors themselves, which is Broad Street and Cedar Street, that are going to be enhanced and appropriately sized to create a more safe pedestrian environment. And then lastly, an art walk, which is something that came up quite a few times during the public process in terms of a nice connector that people would like to see. It has a mural, it has landscaping, something that's nice. And Alex will go over this in a little bit of detail later. Joe did a pretty good job on how we got here. I have a little bit more specific timeline. But as mentioned, 2016, the master plan re-exam was adopted. It clearly identified that they wanted a preliminary investigation to see if the Broad Street West area qualified for redevelopment. I undertook that work in 2017. Following that, we began in 2018 public outreach for the creation of the redevelopment plan. As Joe mentioned, this is kind of the parameters for what is allowed to go on site. We do not often know what will end up there, and I think that's probably appropriate. It's a give and take process to make sure that the best outcome is achieved by the municipality. But one of the things that we did in that plan when we were talking to the public and when we were talking to the public officials is that we did have the bonus incentives written in so that there would be flexibility down the road to achieve certain aspirational goals that might not be able to be done without those bonus incentives. The process itself, like I said, I went to several schools. I met with, I guess, at least 3 or 4 times, about 20 different stakeholder groups, including the property owners. We had several public meetings. And then we used that over 2018 and 2019 to create this draft redevelopment plan parameters. And that was what the Common Council adopted in 2019. And the planning board found consistent with the master plan. In late 2018, early 2019, the city solicited proposals, as Joe mentioned. I won't go too far into that. In 2019, Broad Street West Managers One LLC, which is a partnership of L&M and Toll Brothers, was formed, and they were designated as the redeveloper for the site. Immediately after that, the steering committee, which included representatives of the city council and the planning board, many of who were involved in the master plan process as well, and some public members and a couple of department heads were involved in the steering committee to work directly with the redeveloper to ensure that whatever was presented to the public was consistent with what had been discussed all along. In 2021, we were finally able to show a draft of that concept. And since then, that was in May 2021, sorry. And since then, we took the feedback that we heard at that meeting through various channels, and some of it was Facebook, some of it was email, some of it was at the meeting itself. And the steering committee once again worked with the developer to refine the project. We had the presentation in February of this year. We saw the updated design from the May 2021 date. And I think one of the things that might have been a little frustrating was that as information was available, it was being provided in incremental fashion. And tonight you're going to get to see the final kind of solutions that we're like, we don't have that answer yet. We don't have that answer yet, because it just took time. Like you shift one wall this way, and you're going to have to address something else over here. And it's just that's the process itself. So we presented on the traffic and the parking program, and then today, what we're going to talk about is we're going to give you the updated project numbers, some of which you've already seen, the updated building designs. We're going to show you the parking solution, the traffic interventions that are required. Some are required, some are actually additional that we were asking the developer to do because they'd help some areas of the city where there's been high incidence of accidents with pedestrians mostly. And we're going to review what the proposed amendments are to effectuate the plan that you're going to see. And then we're going to have Bob go through the fiscal impact update as there is a request for some additional information on that. So as I mentioned, there's 133 units. That's what we're maxing the entire subdistrict 1, 2, and 3 at. Their parking requirement is 196 spaces. They are going to provide 229. There, again, $8 million purchase price for the city land. There is a 30-year pilot being considered, which would help offset a $1.75 million redevelopment area bond. And as of the updated numbers, 32 school-aged children are projected. And again, we'll let Bob walk you through that. Alex, do you want to?
Thank you. My name is Alex Merlucci. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey. I've worked on many redevelopments throughout the state and have been part of the project team since the RFQ in 2018. And we've worked on a very iterative and careful design process for the Broad Street West neighborhood. This is an exciting opportunity for Summit to reimagine an assemblage of properties with the intent of creating a neighborhood that was envisioned by the redevelopment plan, a neighborhood that can be additive to all the splendor that is Summit. So our intent tonight is to highlight the project updates as they relate to the design as previously presented, as Annie had mentioned, including some items that have changed as a result of the design feedback that we had received from the community over the last several months. So I'd like to just start with open space. We had previously presented detailed plans for each of the public realm improvements that are part of the project. Much of what has been so important in the planning of the project has been how it interacts with the neighborhood and creates new public open space where only driveways, asphalt, and the firehouse currently exist. So the redevelopment plan specifically requires public realm enhancements that create a safe, comfortable, and charming neighborhood through the use of creative materials, features, native vegetation. In total, the project as proposed includes a total of approximately 20,000 square feet of public realm improvements and amenities within the boundaries of the project site, as well as an additional 42,000 square feet of public improvements outside the property boundaries, which include the street frontages around the site. So on the slide that's up on the screen now, you can see a few key areas. So first, on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see Cedar Plaza. This is an improved area that will include amenities such as art installations, outdoor seating, and collaboration space, and will include full replacement of the hardscape and landscape. The second area is the expanse from that portion to the corner at Morris, which is the entire Broad Street frontage. At the corner of Morris and Broad, at the bottom left-hand side of the screen in dark green, you can see the Morris and Broad Plaza, which will be an outdoor plaza, which will include areas for passive recreation, seating, and community gatherings. And then finally, the Morris Lawn, which is the area behind the building in the lighter green color, will be a large public open space for community programming that will be open to the public. And that's again the area behind the building. What's important, and what we feel is critical to connecting these outdoor spaces to the other portions of the neighborhood is the art walk. So along the bottom edge of the building, which is this area down here on the south side, what we've done is shifted the building away from the property line and created a pedestrian connection between the Morris Lawn and Cedar Street. That allows the connection from the Morris Lawn to the library, to the YMCA, ultimately the Village Green, and to any future development that may occur on Subdistrict 2. It's important for us to address tonight the frontages of the building and the creation of the street wall that is part of this proposal. Currently, a street wall only exists along the frontage of the firehouse, and it's set back very far from the curb. The remainder of Broad Street remains inactive as the primary function is parking. Careful consideration was given to the design of the building street wall in an effort to create an active and exciting street frontage for the site, while also breaking it down along its length. The design goes to great lengths to achieve this by breaking the building down. Focusing first on Broad Street, you can see the beacon at the corner, which is this 62-foot frontage that kind of starts the building and anchors it at that intersection of Broad and Cedar. To the west of this beacon, you'll see a 32-foot deep notch where the building changes direction and then continues down towards the Morris Avenue of the building. That expanse is 346 feet and is broken down into 3 key volumes of 105 feet, 94 feet, and 66 feet. The first and longest volume includes ground floor activated storefront, while the second 2 include lower scale residential bays for eyes on the street, and a secondary lobby directly across from Cedar Street, which provides for relief at that point. And I'm going to show this all in 3D in a minute so you can see what it looks like as if you're a pedestrian standing on the street. To put this into perspective a little bit, when you take a look at the contiguous street walls in the Summit downtown, you can see here that if I orient you a little bit, Springfield Avenue runs along the center, and some of the street blocks that we're used to walking in the Summit downtown are in excess of these lengths that we've defined. So for example, the street wall between Woodland and Maple is 382 feet, while the street wall between Maple and Beechwood is 273 feet. These distances are consistent, if not more than the distances presented on our frontages, and the lengths do not become oppressive or flat-feeling on the proposed building because there's significant articulation along the length, including careful architectural detailing, street front activation, building relief, and then upper floor setbacks, which I'm going to show you. So moving now to the architectural design, and we had presented a design update in February, and this is not the rendered version. This is an elevation, and I'm going to talk you through a couple views and then show you the 3D. So this is the elevation along Cedar Street, and this is what was originally proposed. So we had received feedback about providing additional relief and setbacks on the upper floors of the building to remove some of the mass of the building from the corners. The design, I think what's important is that we've worked carefully to achieve the intent and architectural goals developed through the community feedback and the redevelopment plan, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So from the feedback we received, we felt that it was important, and I think it was important to others that we carve this building back a little bit. So the areas that you see in red are 2 areas on Cedar Street where we've reduced the length of the building and pulled that in. So on the left side, of the building, we've pulled this in.
Wait, Alex, could you please wait a moment?
Sure.
I think we need to have a conversation at this point. Excuse me,
Excuse me.
excuse me.
There's no yelling from the audience. We're going to let him talk, then people will have their chance to talk. We're not going to have this, it'll just devolve into chaos. So we're going to let him speak, and then when each one of you gets up to speak, you'll be able to speak. We're not going to interrupt each other. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So we pulled the building back 3 feet where it had overhung over the art walk, and we created an additional setback on the 5th floor, both back from Cedar and from the side art walk. On the Broad Street side, which is the right side of the screen, we pulled that back to the full 10 feet, which is a specific dimension included in the redevelopment plan. So now standing on Cedar Street, now you're looking west, Cedar Street is in front of you, you can see those setbacks on the left and right side. And I think what's important is that the design specifically focused on being contextual, specific in an effort to achieve local and influence intention, which is a specific goal of the redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan cited very specific precedent images that were human-scaled, eclectic yet traditional, and treat all frontages with equal importance, which is what we've done here. We've taken every frontage of the building and treated it equally, which is an important element of creating a neighborhood. All of these were inspired by Summit downtown context, and the steering committee worked with us to focus carefully on protecting the intentions of the redevelopment plan. Some of the important things that you'll see here are the cutbacks that I mentioned, the use of masonry and brick, which is contextual to the Summit downtown, the use of stone detailing, a decorative stylized cornice, activated ground floor retail storefront, so you'll see along the ground level, and the entire street frontage on Cedar Street is retail, and there will be various users. The creation of a pedestrian scale, and then the integration of new hardscape and landscape materials along all the frontage on Cedar, as well as implementation of new art and creating a sense of place. So now moving to the corner of Cedar and Broad. Cedar is on your left, Broad Street's on your right. This is the design as originally presented. And again, to highlight the two modifications that were made on this view, this wasn't the view that a lot of the commentary was focused on. I think the length of Broad Street is where we received a lot of comments, so I'm going to get to that. But here you can see the beacon that I mentioned at the corner of Broad and Morris. We pushed that back 10 feet, which will reduce the visibility of that top floor from Broad Street, and then some additional setbacks and the emphasis of relief down Broad Street. So you can see here now the rendered view with the materials re-implemented. The same material palette applies on this corner. That the green emblem on the corner of the building is the creation of this beacon and the sense of place, which is the new Broad Street West neighborhood. And again, the retail wraps around the corner onto Broad Street. You can begin to see the residential lobby, which is in that 32-foot setback when the building changes direction around the corner that I mentioned. This is moving just a little bit further onto Broad Street, as if you're standing in the USPS parking lot now, looking back at the building. You can see that beacon on the left side, kind of identifying this across the tracks, across the train tracks. The residential lobby is in the center here, and then you can see where the building changes direction, sets back to provide relief, and then continues down the street. This first volume that you see here is the first length that I mentioned of about 105 feet. And you can see that it's differentiated from the next volume over, which I'll show you more in a minute, by its detailing, as well as that it continues with the large storefront or retail storefronts along that side there, which will be activated by the amenities for the building. So there are eyes on the street, and there's activity on that portion of the building. This is now moving much closer to the building, as if you're standing in Cedar Plaza, one of those public realm improvements I mentioned earlier, looking west towards Morris Avenue. So you can see here that there's retail space with an activated canopy, outdoor seating, replacement entirely of all the landscape and hardscape, as well as integration of passive recreation, seating opportunities, collaboration spaces. And this Cedar Plaza becomes this kind of node that everything emanates out from on Subdistrict 3. This is continuing to walk down the sidewalk towards Morris Avenue. So now you're standing just before Chestnut. You haven't gotten to Chestnut yet, looking towards Morris. And again, you can see that the same implementation continues down Broad Street. The landscape, the hardscape, and the implementation of the street furniture and other areas. And now turning around in that same area as if you're at Chestnut, looking back towards Cedar Plaza. So you can see the scale changes, and the implementation of the residential bays allows for those eyes on the street and kind of a more residential feel towards Morris. So now we're standing just past Chestnut, where those small existing buildings are, looking back at the building. Cedar Street is all the way on the left side of the screen, and that beacon that I spoke of is, again, all the way on the left side. So there was a lot of conversation about the length here. and the height of the building as it relates to this view specifically. So we did a couple of things. There's a lobby integrated directly across from Chestnut, and what we did was we pushed that way back. So that's now set back over 15 feet from the face of the building in order to create a strong break between the various masses. So you can see on the left that first 105-foot stretch, the second stretch that I mentioned on the left side of Chestnut, and then the third stretch on the right side of Chestnut. So that setback is meant to really break that down. And then on the right side of the building, the two areas in red, we push those setbacks back in order to reduce the height of the building on the corner and allow it to gradually step up as you move from Morris towards Broad Street. So now you can see that rendered with the materials that we would be using. Again, the same materials that we had on Cedar wrapped around to this side, the dark metal, the stylized decorative cornice, the red brick masonry, and you can see those modifications that I mentioned. So the setbacks at the top right hand of the screen, and then the relief centered on Chestnut Street in the center where that second residential lobby is located. You can also see the differentiation in the facade treatment. So close to you on the screen, you can see the use of the residential style bays, which are lower in scale and brought down to the pedestrian level. And if you look in the distance, you can see that first volume that I mentioned, which is the storefront portion of the building that has that activated amenity space. This is now spinning around. You're standing in Morris Avenue now looking into the Morris Green. So St. Teresa's is on your right, and this is the back side of the building there. So what we're creating there is the Morris Lawn, which is a community space that can be activated for various types of events, and also provides for additional walkways and pedestrian passive and active through this site to Cedar. Now we've kind of taken a walk into that Morris Lawn. So we're standing in the Morris Lawn portion of the site. The lawn is on our right, and then the direct entry units on the left with the sidewalk that would continue through to the back to that art walk. And you can see that this would create open community type spaces that could be activated or used by various groups for programming and other events. And then finally, pulling back out to Morris past St. Teresa's, looking back at our building where you can see St. Teresa's in the foreground, the building in the background, and those additional setbacks made at the Morris corner just after the Morris Lawn. And I'm going to pass it to Matt, who's going to talk about parking.
So just to let everyone know, this presentation will be posted tomorrow morning, so you don't need to take pictures unless you need to see them right now. You're welcome to, but... Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just letting people know. So thank you, Mr. Merlucci. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Seckler. I'm with Stonefield Engineering Design. I was the traffic engineer for this project. I've worked on probably over 150 projects within New Jersey over the last couple of years. Been doing traffic studies for the last 15 years in the state. As part of my work, I worked on the traffic study itself along with the parking plan. The city had their own traffic engineer who provided significant review to to our traffic study, which was presented at an earlier council meeting. Tonight, we'll talk a little bit more about the parking, since there was some unanswered questions that need to be worked out following my and the city traffic engineer's presentation. First off, what you see before you is the parking spaces required to satisfy this development. This development will be taking place within the Chestnut parking lot area, so obviously that parking needs to be reallocated elsewhere within the city. So that is 59 parking spaces that are currently in that lot, along with our new calculated parking demand of 170 parking spaces, means that we need to find 229 parking spaces to satisfy this project. Ultimately, a portion of that parking will be satisfied within potential parking garage within Subdistrict 1, but understanding that this building may be online before that, or Subdistrict 1 may never happen, we understood there needed to be an interim parking plan to accommodate the parking should Subdistrict 1 parking garage not be constructed. So first, this first image is while the proposed building that you're hearing about would be under construction. So in that case, we need to satisfy solely the 59 parking spaces that we'd be eliminating within the Chestnut surface parking lot. Again, this is during construction, so the building's own parking demand is not needed. There's no one living there. The building is under construction. But what we are anticipating doing is adding a number of on-street parking spaces that include parking spaces along the south side of Morris Avenue between Maple and Broad, 17 new parking spaces in that area. Along Broad Street, across the street from this project, there'll be 7 new parking spaces on the opposite side of the street, 6 new parking spaces located in front of the YMCA along Broad, and then reallocation of parking spaces along Broad Street between Maple and Summit, where those parking spaces that currently exist would be reallocated to resident commuter and employee parking. So essentially, the parking requirements or the eligible parkers within the current Chestnut Street parking lot would have access to all the parking spaces that you see on the screen that, again, include the existing space between Maple and Summit on Broad, along with the new spaces being created along Broad Street and Morris Avenue near the project itself. In total, that is 70 new parking spaces that will be allocated for resident commuter and visitor parking, replacing the 59 that currently exist on site. Following the construction of the building itself will have 140 spaces within the garage itself. Along with, we will be creating a number of additional parking spaces along the site frontages. Previously, going back to the earlier phase, we only had parking spaces along the north side of Broad Street. We will be adding parking spaces now along the south side of Broad Street as part of this, as well as adding potential new parking spaces within the parking lot that is next to the post office itself. Adding those parking spaces, in addition to the 140 that we have within the building itself, totals 229 parking spaces being constructed to satisfy our required parking demand of 229. So that is the solution. Should there be no parking garage within Subdistrict 1, again, the reallocation of the existing parking field of the Chestnut Street parking lot will be made on-street and through the similar regulations as what the Chestnut Street parking lot has now. And this proposed development would be satisfied within the parking garage under the building itself, as well as the newly created on-street spaces. The solution, should there be a new parking garage, this shows Subdistrict 1, which is the essentially on the post office parking lot today, potential parking garage that would be anywhere between 250 and 350 parking spaces would help offset and satisfy, again, that eventual ultimate parking demand. But again, we meet, without that garage, the 229 required parking spaces within this image, which is the, I would say, interim after completion of Subdistrict 3, and only the parking garage would help the parking solutions here as well. Lastly, I'll talk about the parking interventions, and just to remind the public, as part of this project, we performed extensive traffic impact study and included studying 18 intersections within the general downtown of Summit. We performed our study that included analysis of morning peak hour, school evening dismissal, evening peak hour, and Saturday traffic, again, through all 18 intersections. Overall, this site, and we've had hours of discussion before the council previously about the level of traffic that we'll be adding to the roadway network. This residential aspect of this development basically is increasing traffic. About 30 trips during the busiest hours is what this site will be generating from the residential components of the development. Those are vehicle trips. We also accounted for the additional pedestrian trips and bicycle trips that will be generated by this building. Of course, this being a transit-oriented development site located, just blocks away from the train station. We understand that the responsibility of the developer and as a traffic engineer is not just the vehicle trips, but also the pedestrian trips within the area. So we identified, as part of the redevelopment plan and the council's own reviewing traffic engineer, 7 intersections in which there could be improvements made to them. They included improvements that were both to pedestrians and vehicular traffic flow in the area. A number of all these intersections are actually on county roadways, so we do require approval from the county for a number of these improvements. So while there were some improvements that we had suggested and the city had suggested, such as some bump outs or raised crosswalks, those at this current time are not being considered as appropriate solutions by the county itself. However, some of the solutions that we are making, and again, there are a number of intersections listed on this screen and on the next screen, include contributions towards traffic improvements, such as at the Morris Avenue and Summit Avenue intersection. That intersection has basically 2 lanes on Morris Avenue that basically somewhat fight or to get into the single lane on the subsequent side of the intersection. We're proposing adding new left turn lanes and left turn arrows at that intersection to help eliminate some of the sideswipe accidents or near sideswipe accidents that occur there when someone's waiting behind a left turning car and they kind of jump around and try to cut into traffic. So that would be eliminated with the improvements that we found as part of, would be appropriate as part of this intersection. We also noticed some intersection radii that can be changed to help reduce the crossing distance at some of these intersections so that pedestrians are not walking through the street or through the crosswalk as long as they do today. We also are proposing as part of these improvements Head Start walk signals. So essentially the pedestrian will get their walk signal 3 to 5 seconds before the light turns green so that they get into the intersection itself, which helps allow for better sight distance. A lot of times when you're making a right turn and someone's crossing somewhat out of the side of your eye or behind you, it's difficult to see them. By giving them a 3 to 5 second head start, they're already in the middle of the intersection, or you may even clear the intersection prior to the car's light getting their green light. We also proposing rapid flashing beacons at the crossing at Chestnut Street and Broad. So essentially, if you're walking from where I think a lot of people were earlier today at the little outdoor meeting and walking to this site, you would have rapid flashing beacons to help you cross the street between the proposed site and Chestnut Street in the future. That was one of the improvements that were deemed appropriate by the county. And again, there are a number of other intersections that will see traffic signal timing improvements based on the analysis prepared within our report. Next, I'll turn it over to some of the amendments.
Okay, so as mentioned, basically what we've been doing for the last year is trying to make sure that we have as few amendments as possible to the redevelopment plan with whatever we bring forward. I think the steering committee, I'll just say, has done an excellent job trying to figure out concessions, and if something has to be conceded, how do we offset it somewhere else? How do we create an improvement if we can't get, something else we wanted? So there was a lot of back and forth to minimize these as much as possible and to create an appropriate narrative for these 3 sub-districts as a whole. So while we don't have very detailed plans for you right now in Sub-District 1 and 2, some of the amendments we're doing are being made to ensure that the overall narrative is consistent with what the master plan wanted to see and all the public feedback we've had to date. I know this is very tiny. I apologize, but it's a lot to get on here. The first thing that we're gonna do in the plan is in Sub-District 1, which again is the post office and the parking lot behind it. We're removing the post office from it to minimize the size of any development that could take place there. We heard a lot of concerns at the last couple of public meetings about a larger supermarket and the traffic that create, a very large office building and how that could interact with, when kids are getting out of school or people are getting off the trains. So we wanted to reduce the potential footprint of the commercial use that could go there. Again, residential was not ever allowed in this district, and it continues to not be allowed. Part of Sub-District 2, which is basically the parking lot between the YMCA and the library. Before, we were allowing residential units there. We're now removing that. It can only be commercial. Or institutional. It could be another institutional use, like I don't know if the library expand or something. But so we're moving residential from there as well, and any of the density bonuses related to the residential there. In Sub-District 3, we had a 10,000 square foot retail minimum. When we heard feedback that they wanted additional parking on site, we had to expand kind of that public parking area that has about 40 spaces, and that ate into the retail area. So in order for them to comply, we've reduced that a little bit. We have heard a lot from the downtown that, right size any kind of commercial that's going in here. And while this is not the only commercial that's going to go in the project, this is a good size for like a restaurant or something to create a place in Sub-District 3. With the density and the density bonuses, we are removing them entirely. We're just going to cap the whole district at 133 units. And what that means is that the funeral home and the Otterstedt office properties that are at the corner of Cedar and Morris. No one could come in with a residential proposal without having to go through a very significant negotiation process like we've just been through for the past 4 years. And again, we're removing any future potential for density bonuses in that district as well. In terms of the height, if you read the redevelopment plan itself, it says that to effectuate the bonus incentives, which also included height in stories, that we would need to amend the redevelopment plan. So we're in essence just effectuating that. So this is just exactly what was contemplated in the bonus section. We're just putting, actually codifying it. Additionally, we have one area, we were trying to be very specific about the setbacks because, and right now, for a traditional like urban mixed-use building, I think this building is really far set back. They're usually a little bit closer to the street line, but it was very important from some of the public meetings we had that it has like this green or urban oasis kind of situation. So for example, while Alex said they had that additional 15-foot setback, there's already, 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet in front of that includes sidewalk and additional landscaping. So you're talking about a building being 30 feet from the road. But the reason that we had to change one of the side yard setbacks was so that we could have the art walk on the property and to make sure we had that connection between what we're calling the Morris Landing, which is the area between St. Teresa and the proposed building, and whatever happens in Subdistrict 2. The parking was previously insular to each district, meaning that whatever parking that district generated, all of it had to be parked on that site. That would have been feasible if we were able to take the entirety of Subdistrict 3, but as you've seen through our parking solution, they're going to have to interimly do some on-street parking, and ultimately what they would like to do is see a structured parking garage that has not only the demand for what this project generates, but additional public spaces. So we also put a maximum on that. 250 feet is traditionally considered walkable for parking, so we put a maximum in terms of how far that can be away from it. The facade glazing changed. The 60-80% is probably more consistent with a loft, or if you want to think loft industrial style building. It has a lot more windows and higher ceilings. Because this building because of the feedback we heard that people wanted to see something a little more traditional, and like the other brickwork in town, it requires less glazing and you have more traditional windows that you've seen throughout. So we have to reduce that. And the last thing is the pedestrian walkway itself. I wanted it to be 10 feet clear. I think it's really important for two people with a stroller to be able to walk by each other. But the undulating features, which are outlined in the redevelopment plan and which do create this nice kind of urban oasis there, create some points where the clearance gets to 5 feet. So it's still more than the minimum for most sidewalks and more than what ADA requires, but this is just to allow them to create that movement throughout. I want to talk about density real quick and what the effects of this are. The density for me, and I'll show you, I'll give an example of it, it needs context. Like, it's not a good measure in itself. It doesn't really tell you anything. And I'll give you an example on the next slide. But in general, we are reducing the overall area that's in the redevelopment plan. We are reducing the permitted residential units from 168 without the bonus to 222 if you used all the bonuses, to 133 now. And the effective density of that area, which I'll give you Subdistrict 3 as well, is 40 to 55 whether or not you took the bonuses, but now it's basically 26 units an acre if you look at it as one whole project. So what I wanted to show you just real quick is a couple of things. There's been questions about whether or not they're 5-story buildings are somewhat appropriate. Is there any precedent for them? And then the density itself. And then also, is the density too much? And I just wanted to give a couple of examples about how different density can look, because you can have a small footprint and put more studios in there. You can have a large footprint and put a ton of 3-bedrooms. So density is more about, what parking rate do you have? Do you have setbacks? Do you have caps on the number of units or anything like that. So for example, right now, Subdistrict 3 density as proposed is 80 units per acre. The one that I'll give you the best example of at 67 to 75 New England Avenue, if you wanted to say, like, what is the density? Is it appropriate? It's 1,439 units per acre. But in all reality, it's just 31 units. So you can have a smaller footprint and have a very high density. And that's one of the reasons that for this project, we moved from a lower density to a higher one because we went to a smaller footprint. But there are other projects in town that have higher densities. These are some of them that we pulled up. Obviously, the New England one is not, I'm not saying use that as a measuring stick. But the other thing we looked at is how many buildings were 5 stories or more throughout the downtown or within Summit. There are 5 buildings in the what your traditional downtown is that are 5 stories currently. And then we wanted to look at multifamily buildings that are over 5 stories, and they're predominantly located along Summit Ave, a little bit north of the downtown area, where you have 7, 6, 5-story buildings. So when we were considering and going through these changes with the steering committee, we made sure that there was precedent for them. The potential next steps are on June 21st. There would be an ordinance to introduce those very specific redevelopment plan amendments that I just went through. There, on June 27th, the planning board holds a meeting where it's kind of misleading, but they decide if the plan is not inconsistent with the master plan, which is really annoying terminology, but basically, are these changes consistent with the intent of the master plan? Not the redevelopment plan itself, but the intent of the master plan. And then on the 19th, if the planning board meeting and they provide their consistency review, there would be a second reading where the redevelopment plan amendments would be adopted, and potentially, and I'm trying to give you all the fastest possible schedule, like, again, everything has taken much longer than expected, but possibly a redevelopment agreement could be adopted that date. A financial agreement, which Bob will go through in a little bit, the details of, would be adopted thereafter because it has to go to the state for review. And so we're seeing earliest possible planning board site plan application in the fall of this year. And then, construction is 18 to 24 months. And now I'm going to switch it to Bob.
Do I use the clicker? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to be with you again here. You may recall I was here with you several months ago on the same subject. Yeah, is that better? Okay, sorry. My name is Bob Powell. Just briefly by way of background, my company is Nassau Capital Advisors, based in Princeton, which has been in business for about 15 years. And we provide real estate financial advisory services, just real estate, for public and private clients throughout the Northeast. I have several advanced degrees in economics and public finance. My first real job in this business was to head up the New Jersey Economic Development Authority in Trenton, which is the state's real estate investment bank, as many of you may know. And then I had a career for a number of years in commercial real estate. And then 15 years ago, set up Nassau Capital Advisors. So we have been advising probably 100 municipalities, state agencies, and federal agencies on a variety of matters having to do with real estate: affordable housing, financing, densities, and incentives. We're going to change and pivot a bit from a very long discussion about planning and parking and architecture and talk about finances. And the reason that this is a key part of what we're doing here is two things that my colleague and friend Joe Mariziti said a few minutes ago. We're doing a redevelopment project here, which has at least two important overriding characteristics that we have to pay attention to. The first is that it's a partnership. Unlike a zoning application or a planning board application, which is not a partnership between the town and the developer, a redevelopment project is put together precisely because both parties, especially the public agency, want to play a much more specific, direct, hands-on role in shaping the details of the project to serve a public purpose. The second key factor that Joe highlighted that we're going to talk about tonight is that redevelopment projects only work if they're financially successful. And that's what I want to briefly talk with you about tonight, because in the year or so that I've been working with the rest of the team, as they work on design and parking, what we've been looking at very carefully are the numbers. What's the project going to cost? What kind of commitment does the developer have to make to build the project? And just to give you some top-line numbers, this is a fairly substantial project. It's going to cost somewhere around $67 million. Sort of hold that thought. And it's going to require the development team to put up probably $20 to $23 million of real equity capital, the old-fashioned kind, that could be put somewhere else to make a return. That's the nature of the capital markets. Whether it's real estate or stocks or anything else that people invest in, you have options for where you put your investments. And having been in commercial real estate for most of my career, I can assure you that there are multiple options. Not all proposed redevelopment projects work. In fact, a high percentage of the ones that we work on never get built because the numbers don't add up. So, with that perspective about why we want to talk about the numbers, let me just walk through for a minute what we've done. You see here, again, a summary of the redevelopment plan, which we don't need to go through again, 133 apartments and so forth. The next slide I want to briefly stop with you a minute on and highlight, because this is an important element of the public purpose that this project is going to serve. Several other people that came before me have talked about the need for more housing opportunities in Summit, not just for the wealthy, but for others who aren't as wealthy. This project will include 20 affordable units, and the numbers here, just so you understand what that means, illustrate what the family incomes of eligible tenants can be. Starting with the very low income units, or the 35% of median income, a 3-bedroom family will have to have an income of less than $35,000 a year to get one of those units. Now, the way this works is that, assuming that that 3-person family has $35,000 or $36,000, they would only pay 30% of their income in rent, which is way below market rent for these units. As you go up the income scale to the moderate units, the 60% of median, these units will be eligible for families, depending on the size, of like a family of 3 can make up to $62,000 a year. These are not poor people. These are not homeless people. These are people who have jobs, they pay taxes, and in any other city in New Jersey, I wouldn't say most cities, but there are a lot of cities in New Jersey where you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment, market rate, and make $62,000 a year and be comfortable. That's increasingly difficult in cities like Summit, as you know. So these units are set aside for that group of tenants. Let me flip to the next slide. Just make one other comment about the workforce housing. This is an innovation that I don't see in most other redevelopment plans in New Jersey. It's very forward-thinking on the part of the governing body, because they're adding another 7 units to the mix that are not going to be allowed to be market rate. If you do the numbers on the income requirements, these are all going to be one-bedroom units. They're not going to be big, but just cutting to the chase, given the income limits, these one-bedroom apartments will probably be restricted to people who make between $65,000 and $75,000, single people. That's not, again, poor, but you all know better than I do what you pay school teachers and policemen and what people in offices pay the folks that run the place. They're not all making $500,000 a year. So the workforce housing is another public purpose that is not a profit center for the development. One of the key instruments that's going to be part of the package that's going to be acted on and discussed, in addition to the redevelopment agreement, is something called the financial agreement. And as Joe explained earlier, the financial agreement in this case that we are negotiating includes the use of something called the payment in lieu of taxes. That's a program that the state legislature a long time ago enabled towns to provide. It's an election, you don't have to provide it, but in cases where the governing body believes that it serves a public interest to do that. The essential reason that pilots are used, and that we will often recommend that a town adopt a pilot, is because the plan that's being developed includes things that the municipality has asked to be included in the plan that are not profitable. And we have a number of those elements in this particular plan. We've talked about the affordable housing. The site is going to require demolition. We already know that there is some environmental remediation that has to be done in order to build the project. There's a substantial underground utility line that PSE&G's got there historically that has to be relocated, and it's expensive. Annie just went through, and her colleagues in the planning area, in considerable detail, a host of open space and landscaping improvements in and about the neighborhood, and traffic improvements that are not directly on site, all of which, in my professional experience, are typically not part of a developer's budget. They're in this budget. And as part of the report that will be of record here, I'm going to indicate exactly what those numbers are, line by line. And they form, those budget items form the basis for us to recommend a pilot in this case. Before we get to the case for the pilot, let me just explain a little more about what they do. Under the terms of a pilot financial agreement, technically the property is removed from the tax rolls, the technical thing. And in lieu of paying taxes as if it were privately assessed, the developer pays payments in lieu of taxes, which are calculated on a very simple basis, a percentage of annual gross revenues. That's the top line. So this is an apartment building. It'll have gross revenues from rents and other income, parking, vending machines, and that sort of thing. The annual gross revenues don't include any deductions for operating costs, insurance, repairs and maintenance. It's the top line. Every year it has to be audited independently, and the audit report goes to the town's financial officer to make sure that the payments that have been made that prior year are consistent with X% of annual gross revenues. The way the statute is written by the legislature, I'm not quite sure how these ratios got put in there, but that's what the legislature did. 95% of the revenue goes to the municipality's finance department, and 5% goes to the county. The payments are made quarterly, just like your taxes. And the other thing you should understand is that just like a tax obligation that you have on your home, if the developer doesn't make pilot payments in a timely way, the town can put a lien on the property to secure the payment, just as you can put a tax lien on somebody's property who's not paying his property taxes. So there's a very high degree of security in the payment stream. The other feature that we've included in this draft financial agreement, which is a little unusual, but it's becoming increasingly utilized in a lot of suburban downtowns is to have not only a pilot agreement, but a provision for something called redevelopment area bonds. Redevelopment area bonds are revenue bonds that are issued by a city, but are not backed in any way by the full faith and credit of the city or the taxpayers. They are secured only by one source of revenue. They could be secured by another one, which is the developer's guarantee, and that often is the case. But the main thing they're secured by is a percentage of the pilot revenues that the developer has to pay. And those periodic revenues can be used to pay the debt service on a bond issue, and the proceeds of the bond issue under the statute can be used to help pay for some of the development costs that I just reviewed a minute ago that are non-revenue producing for the developer. And that's part of this agreement that we're talking about now. Let me go to perhaps one of the most important threshold issues that I was asked to look at. It's a very simple issue. Does this project need a pilot? Why doesn't it pay full taxes? Turns out that Summit's tax rate is roughly, effectively 2% of real value. It's not a high tax rate compared to many towns in New Jersey. So the first thing that I was asked to do, and I always want to do in a pilot situation, is put together a financial analysis that looks at the very simple question: if the project delivers all the improvements that are in the redevelopment plan, those that are revenue producing and those that may not be, and the developer has to put up 20-some million dollars of equity and pay taxes along with the other expenses of running the project, is the project financially feasible in a strict capital market sense of feasibility? Is it satisfactorily profitable? So we did that analysis, and the way we do that analysis is we put together a very detailed budget, costs, revenues, look at rents, operating costs, the sources and uses of funds that the developer is proposing, mortgage loan, its own equity, and we run all of those out into a typical profit and loss statement every year, and we assume a 10-year operation of the project by the developer, and then we hypothetically assume that he sells the project at the end of 10 years and cashes in profits, pays off the loan, and we look at that point what kind of a return on investment the developer got over that 10-year period for its $20-some million investment. Let me flip to the next slide here. So in this case, I said the developer's equity we estimate to be about $24 million at full taxes. And you'll see from the worksheets that will be posted in mind-numbing detail, but the bottom line is that we project the return on investment is about 7.6%. That's not even close in my professional experience to being adequate for the risk that's involved in this project that's going to require almost $24 million of equity. There are opportunities that are far less risky to deploy that capital somewhere else. And therefore, I have said in my report, and I will say to you tonight, that in my opinion, if this project is subject to full taxes, given the terms and conditions of the redevelopment agreement, it will not be financially feasible and it won't be built.
Excuse me, we're not applauding, we're in the middle of a presentation.
That's the most support I've had since I was at my grandchildren's birthday party recently. Thank you very much. Over there in the corner.
Okay, well, let's move on. Go ahead, Dr. Pell.
We have a financial agreement that provides for a pilot that's 10% of annual gross revenues I'm sorry, 10% of annual gross revenues, and a RAB bond financing. Let me flip to the next slide, of approximately $1.75 million that's going to be paid for from a portion of the pilot revenues. What is likely, therefore, to be the return to the city of Summit from that financial agreement? Forgetting for a moment what it does to the developer's return, the city's share, the top line of the revenues, is going to be about $18 million. Under the pilot statute, without going into all the details, the developer is going to have to pay during the financial agreement annually land taxes, not on the improvements, but on what the land would be assessed at. And that land tax is a credit against the $18 million pilot payment. But the town gets that too. That's $4.3 million. The town's also allowed to assess a 2% fee to cover the cost of administering the pilot. Over 30 years, that's $473,000. The RAB bond that will be part of this proposed agreement, we have structured in our discussions with the developer as a 20-year bond. So it's not going to run the full term of the pilot agreement, only 20 years, a 5% interest rate, and we project that annually of the total pilot revenues that are being paid by the developer, $139,000 will be dedicated to the RAB bond. So that will leave almost $17 million cumulatively net coming to the city over 30 years, or roughly $564,000 a year net, on a site that right now is paying about $29,000 in real estate taxes. We also have negotiated the purchase price of the land based on a couple of things. One is the IRR, but also we want to keep a marker in our metric for land value based on what similar land sales have generated per market rate unit to developers. And this $8 million number that we have negotiated for the purchase price of the land is at the high end of what we've experienced in our business as what developers pay for fully approved residential sites for the market rate units. It's a little over $75,000 for each of the 106 market rate units. So if you're going to get, the project would generate the $16 million over 30 years of pilot revenue plus $8 million immediately. If the project were subject to full taxes, the city's share of full taxes, current rate, would be about $7.8 million over 30 years. But that's a hypothetical statement, because I just told you 5 minutes ago that at full taxes the project is not feasible, and I don't think will be built. So that's a comparison just for hypothetical purposes only. So let me also then step back after talking about the revenue that's coming in, talk about two other issues that have been discussed in the public and with the governing body, which is, does this project generate any governmental costs to Summit as part of its operation? And there are two pieces to that question, two answers to that question. One is, what will the impact of the project be on the Summit Public Schools? We did a very comprehensive analysis of that, which will be available to look at. It's a rather long report using what I'm confident is the best available census data that will tell us the likelihood of public school age kids coming from this particular town's new project. The data we're using is not statewide data. It's zeroing in on census tracts that are very similar to Summit and only looking at recently moved in apartments, public school age kids. Our analysis indicated, let me go back, our analysis indicated that it would produce 32 public school age kids spread out between grades K through 12. And if you look, as you do here on the slide, at what the materiality of that is for enrollment in your public schools, it's less than 1% increase in total enrollment. The enrollment in the public schools in Summit, like that in many, many other towns like Summit over the last 5 or 10 years, has been flat to slightly declining. If you look at enrollment changes, and I've shown them here to you, year over year, they go up, they go down by 100, 110, but your enrollment recently peaked in 2016 at 4,124 kids, and it's down as of actually June of 2021, that should be June of 2021, to 3,980. In my opinion, the addition of 32 new public school age kids spread among 12 grades will not have a material effect on the cost of operating the schools. So let me flip to the next issue, one more issue. In addition to the impact of the project on public schools, what about the municipal government? I'm sorry, what's the impact separately of the project on the municipal government budget? I brought in a colleague, an expert in fiscal analysis of municipal costs, which we don't do, Richard Redding, who's a court-recognized expert in doing just this kind of analysis. And we have a report from Richard, which again will be available for you to look at, a fairly lengthy, detailed report. The history of doing fiscal analysis of development projects is not a very long or impressive history. Until about 5 years ago, if you wanted to do a fiscal analysis of a project like this, the only thing you could probably do is take the municipal budget, divide it by the number of people in town, figure out how many new people are coming out of the project, and multiply the new people's number by that product, which is not only inaccurate, but it's even counterintuitive, especially in a town like Summit, which has a highly developed and sophisticated municipal infrastructure, highly productive. This project's going to add roughly 300 new people to your population. So the conclusion that has been reached by Richard's report, which uses the most recent analysis of fiscal impact from the Center for Social Studies, it's an independent agency that has some very sophisticated mathematic models based on the value of the new housing and the incomes of the people in the new housing, indicates that the population is going to go up about 1.3%, and the municipal service costs may go up in a range between $113,000 a year to $189,000 a year. And even that, in my opinion, and I've talked to a lot of business administrators who've had projects like this open up, and the addition of 300 people, especially since the main function, municipal functions of these buildings is being handled by the developer, which is they're all sprinklered, they do their own garbage collection and pickup, they do their own snow removal. The other costs of running the government are hardly affected at all. But those are the numbers from an independent report, and we're putting them up there. So let me flip to the next slide and wrap up by just saying the financial agreement that I've just explained and the attending studies and reports that I've referred to will be available to look at shortly, and I will welcome questions and comments as we get to that part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe that's it for presentations, right? We don't have anyone else? Okay, so we'll now open it up for questions. So I'm going to ask everyone to, when you want to speak, come up to the microphone, state your name and address. Oh, council first, right, okay. I forgot, we're going to first open it up to council members. I think Councilmember Vartan looks like he's ready to go.
I would love to, and I want to kind of go backwards. So can I start with you, Dr. Powell? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So can you just explain in more detail the methodology behind the cost analysis here that comes up with the 113 to 189 number for municipal costs? Can you just talk about where in our budget, some ratio is being applied? Can you just explain that?
The analysis has to do with some equations that this independent nonprofit agency has done. It doesn't specifically say which department's going to have these budget numbers are going to come out of.
Well, I mean, so sorry to interrupt you. So it seems like the kind of thing that's basically up to us, right, as a municipality. So
yeah.
I'll switch over to Administrator Rogers for a moment. Yes or no, do you think we're going to have to hire new DPW people?
For this project, no. For
Okay.
Subdistrict 3.
So do you think we will have to hire more people in the administrative offices?
No.
Are we going to have to hire new police officers?
No.
New firefighters?
No.
Okay. Are we going to have to buy a new fire truck?
No.
New police cars?
No.
New snowplow?
No.
So what would be your anticipation of what the material costs are from this development to the city of Summit?
So
I think it's incredibly important.
What
for
I
this
can't
group.
state is any sort of small incidental costs that could occur. I think what the financial agreement permits and the state statute permits is a part of the pilot is a administrative fee, that 2% of the 10% annual gross revenue. That's what it's intended for, to cover any of these sort of ancillary costs that you may occur over this 30-year period. And on an annual basis, you receive that 2% of the 10% in our case. And that's roughly about $15,000 a year. I think that's, in my estimate right now, looking at this, and I've been thinking about this project a lot, and in my 17 years as an administrator and involved in other redevelopment projects, I have not seen a project like this, a mixed use, one building in a particular area where all the costs associated with that project are borne by the property owner. That 2% should cover what we're dealing with in any given year. So as far as looking at any future budgetary costs that are directly related to this project, I cannot think of any at this point that would generate any additional costs. So the methodology is used here, and I think the point of, I think Dr. Parrell wanted to show you, and we did feel important that it was important. I think every redevelopment project does go through. They do this fiscal impact. Mr. Redding, who Dr. Powell has hired just to do this type of analysis, who's done this over the state for many years. Modeling is modeling, and you'll see the report, and you can look at it and evaluate it for your own selves of what you think of it. And I'm answering your question to all of them is no at this point.
Okay. All right. So my next question is for Mr. Powell. So can you remind us of what the average increase is that you're assuming to the net revenue that comes up, that is how you come up with that 500?
Yeah, it's assuming a 2% annual increase in the annual gross revenues.
Okay, thank you. That's my financial questions for now. I'll let other people jump in.
Okay, do any other members of council have any questions? Councilmember Allen?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go through these really quickly. And I know the answer to some of these, so for the edification of the community, I just want to make sure that you know that I know some of these answers. So, understanding it's late. First, if we were to build tomorrow, how many units could you put on? I know you covered the numbers, but if we were to build tomorrow, how many units could you put on Subdistrict 2, and how many units could you put on Subdistrict 3 tomorrow without amending the redevelopment plan?
So you mean with the bonuses, without?
if we built tomorrow and
Yeah.
based on our redevelopment plan, you could do the bonuses if you like.
Yeah.
What could you build on sub-district 2 and sub-district 3?
Yeah, so well, I just want to make sure I bring up the numbers real quick, but sub-district 2 could have between 30 and 40. Here you go, there it is. If you see the existing, what you can have between 1, 2, and 3. So if you say that sub-district 2 could have between 30 and 40, then you subtract that from that 168 or 222, or what could be in sub-district 3. So around 180 in sub-district 3.
Sub-district 3 tomorrow, without amending the plan, could
Yeah.
have 180 apartment units based on what acreage? I just want to make sure that this is clear.
Okay, I see. Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't following the question. Do you mind if I grab my computer?
Yeah,
I just want
of
to give
course.
you the right number. I just have it right here. Okay, so in the entirety of sub-district 3, I'm sorry, I don't have Wi-Fi. This is going well. Here it is. Okay. So in the entirety of sub-district 3, you could have 126 units, 127 if you round up, to 155 units just in sub-district 3.
Okay, and how many acres is that built based on knowing that I think it was 45 to 55 acres was in the redevelopment plan?
There's 2.81 acres in sub-district 3.
2.818, okay.
2.81, yeah.
81, okay.
Yeah.
So that includes, just to clarify, that includes the funeral home and memorial hall. Okay. Wait, no, it's just, okay, so,
That's all of sub-district 3.
yep.
Yes.
Hold on, 1 second. People have to stop asking questions. Everyone will have their chance. Let the expert answer the council's questions, and then you can hear it.
Okay, so knowing that the funeral home and memorial hall are in the redevelopment zone, and we're including that acreage, first and foremost, is that a common practice across the state in under redevelopment development?
So we're not including the funeral home and memorial hall.
As the 2.8,
Oh, as part of 2.81? Yeah, that is common. So you typically, it's called transfer of density rights, yeah.
so, okay, so that's where my next question is going. So it's a transfer of density rights. Does that mean it's almost, in essence, eminent domain in that if those buildings get sold, the only developer that has control over those particular sites is Toll Brothers because they're our designated developer? Yes or no?
I don't know how it would connect to eminent domain. You do choose whoever is the designated developer, so no one within this entire redevelopment area can do anything without going through the city council and getting their approval.
Why don't we let Mr. Mariziti take that one, if that's okay? I think this is kind of getting into a legal issue.
So the question was assuming that there was a transfer of rights. I'm there, sorry about that. The question is assume that there was a transfer of development rights. As I was explaining before, in redevelopment, there are not rights conferred when the redevelopment plan is adopted. The property owner is not imbued with the right to redevelop in accordance with the redevelopment plan. The choice of the developer is with the governing body. My example was, you need to have someone who has the financial capability and the experience. And so the courts have established that the selection of an entity to go before the planning board with a development project starts with the choice by the governing body. So unless the governing body designates someone, they don't have any entitlement to develop the property.
It's important to clarify that. So
Yes.
if the funeral home decides to sell, it's still within the redevelopment zone, correct?
Yes, the redevelopment zone, the designation isn't going away. The applicability of the density from the redevelopment plan is going away, if the amendment is adopted.
Okay. So the development of the density goes away,
For that site,
For
for
that
those other
site.
sites, yes.
and the funeral home wants to sell it, what happens?
Then the funeral home property owner is treated like any other property within the city and is governed by the pre-existing zoning, whatever it is for that site, not the enhanced zoning that comes from the redevelopment plan,
The current zoning
current zoning.
of our zoning laws today, not the
Yes.
redevelopment, right?
The plan is superseding, but we're taking that area out of the plan, so we're having the pre-existing zoning.
We're not
We're
taking it out of the
we're taking
plan. We're just
We're
capping
taking the
the
density away.
the
So in
residential.
that regard, it is going back to the prior zoning.
So you could not build another 4 or 5-story building,
No.
even if it's commercial?
You could if it was commercial.
Not 4 or 5 stories, though.
No, not 5 stories, but you could if it was commercial, you could go to 4 stories.
4 stories. And I just want to, I just want to understand this. So what would the square footage be for do you know? Oh, you don't know. Okay, no, it's okay. I'm just curious. It's important because if we're including this, if we are including all of that triangle in this density, it's really important to understand if those, because those are private businesses,
Yeah.
and we are taking away their density rights. So I want to ensure that they can still, because I don't want to take a private business away. I just want to finish my thought.
Yeah.
As the funeral home, it may get sold one day. And if I owned that building, I want to make sure that as a private owner,
Yeah.
they're still going to be able to sell that land. It's valuable land.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
no,
the point I'm
and
trying to make.
I want to clarify, there are two things happening. There is some property being removed from the redevelopment plan, so that does revert back to the underlying zoning, and that is in Subdistrict 1, and that's the post office. In Subdistrict 3, we're just removing residential as an allowable use, and the density bonus and the height bonus, but it still has an economically feasible option to construct many other things there.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying
And that we also
question?
been in touch, just so you know, where this isn't like not known to the property owner either.
Can I ask a clarifying
It
question?
is now, yeah.
That you made me think of? So was residential zoned there before the redevelopment plan was adopted?
Yes.
It was not, right? Or
No, you could
what's-
have it as long as it was over commercial.
It was a business zone.
It's a business zone, right?
Part of the redevelopment area,
Yeah.
there's 2 zones, and one of them, and it's bifurcated, one of them allowed you to have residential as long as commercial was on the first floor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is there a formula in figuring out acreage, how many units you put on an acre? Is there a standard that you guys work off of or in the state?
So I would say planners use different professional organizations' recommendations. I typically look at what is happening around the state. For example, like a comparable community in terms of population or density itself or area. But for example, city, like Jersey City, you're thinking it's like 100 units or a little bit more an acre is expected, whereas something that's, you are a TOD community, you're not, I don't know, well, Boundbrook is on the train, sorry. I don't know why I can't think of a place not on the train line right now, but it is between like 50 to 60 is pretty normal, and then it goes down, like it's a transect, and we use like CNU, which is the Congress for New Urbanism, we use APA to kind of see as those things get updated, and the state has a TOD guideline for densities.
Could you explain TOD?
Sorry, transit-oriented development.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. And what's the state's guideline?
It's between 40 to 60 is what but that report was in 2016, but yeah, that's between 40 and 60.
Okay, I have just a couple more questions. Do we have a full breakdown now that we have 133 apartments? Is there a breakdown of how the units look? Like
Do
what
you
the
mean the
breakdown
floor
is,
plan layout or
studio-
just?
Well, how many studios, how many for one?
Yeah,
bedroom?
we have a proposed unit mix right now. Obviously, as that gets further detailed, it can change. I don't know if you want to address that. Yeah.
Yeah, why don't,
Oh, you have? Okay. I'll try. Okay.
I have a
Yep.
record, so I'm trying not to like do them all at the same time.
So we have, oh, okay. There's 8 studios. Well, there's also code. Yeah. All right, there's 8 market rate studio units. There's 7 one-bedroom market rate units. There's 21 one-bedroom and a den market rate units. All these are market rate. 37 two-bedrooms, 16 two-bedrooms and a den, and 17 three-bedrooms. As far as workforce housing goes, there's 7 units that are all one-bedroom. And as far as COA goes, which we have no flexibility here, so this will not change. There are 2 studios, 2 one-bedrooms, 12 two-bedrooms, 4 three-bedrooms, and 20, well, I mean, there's 20 total.
Okay, no 4 bedrooms, correct?
No.
There's a rumor out there that I just wanted to clarify. Okay, so I'm going to talk about parking. I'll jump forward. I have several questions, but I want to be mindful of everybody's time because there's a lot of people. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Oh, there you go. Can you hear me? All right, so for parking, we're going to push out parking onto on-street. So Part A, 250 feet around the building. When you draw a circle around the building, where does 250 feet land? Is that on?
It's about a quarter mile.
So is it in by the connection? So like Prospect Street?
That would
there's-
include that area, yeah.
So down Prospect Street?
If you took the way that you, like, right at the center of the building, or I guess in this instance, the site, I'll let the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from you take each corner of the building, and it's 250 feet from there. So yeah, it could go into south of Morris, it could go into north of Broad.
Okay, so as for the neighborhoods, as it pushes into the neighborhoods, I don't know if this is still the case. There is an apartment building on Locust, and they used to, if not today still, used some of their parking in Chestnut. So I just want to make sure, when we park on residential streets, is it permanent? How is that going to affect the neighborhood? Because there is parking that already happens over there for the connection and so forth. And do we know if those apartments on Locust are still parking at Chestnut? And will that be problematic?
I guess I'll give first response on that. So yeah, the Chestnut parking lot is one of the parking lots that has overnight parking permits available. Just to clarify, there were 2 aspects with the, I guess, off-site parking. One was that the existing users of Chestnut, they're being, or the allocation of those spaces are being provided along Morris, Broad, not on any residential streets. So those spaces are going to be reallocated with the same permit regulations for those streets. My guess is if you were living in one of the Locust buildings, the parking spaces actually along Morris for overnight would actually be easier or closer to you than going into the Chestnut lot. The other aspect was regarding the zoning regulations modifications that I think Annie was talking about in terms of the availability that to serve a proposed building, you may find parking up to 250 feet away. So, and you might want to take that away, but that's different than the Chestnut lot. The Chestnut lot reallocation is along Morris and Broad themselves.
And I just want to add that these 3 images you see here are actually attached to a draft redevelopment agreement. So this is where the on-street spaces would have to be. They can't go anywhere else. And we've already talked to the county about them approving that.
So just to clarify, that will be overnight parking?
Yes, and it'll also have, I believe, commuter permit parking during the day, correct? Residential, yeah.
So I just want to clarify, sorry. Do we know on those, in those parking spots, is it only for residential? The reason why I'm asking this is because those residents are going to want to know where's their spot if it's not on site. And if I'm a visitor to the retail, what if I park in that spot? And do they have permits? So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, it'll be the same regulations as the Chestnut Lot is now, which is residential commuter and employee parking. Then in the overnight hours, it becomes, I believe after 6 PM, it becomes by residential overnight permit are the only people that could park in the Chestnut Lot. Those people would then have that same permit and be able to park on the street spaces, either on Morris or Broad, that are being created.
Council President, I just want to clarify.
Yes, go ahead.
I know commuters being used. I just want to clarify, the current Chestnut Lot is used for resident employees of Summit. And what we intend on the street is the same permit structure, what they're proposing in these plans, is for resident employees.
Thank you.
And another clarifying thing, through you, Council President. Michael, didn't we talk about the idea of making the post office lot now, changing that over from just employee parking to also resident and employee parking?
We could do that.
Okay, but that's not reflected here, but it could be done.
No, it could be done, but
Okay.
it's not reflected.
So just to clarify that if I'm currently parking in Chestnut, whether it's overnight or whether it's during the day, you could also potentially be going to the post office.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we study I apologize, I know that you did the study for traffic. Did you include the intersection of Morris Avenue and Broad Street?
Yes.
Did.
We did Morris and Broad, Morris all the way to Summit, and Broad all the way to Summit, and all the intersecting roads in between.
Okay, so based on the entrance of the building on, from Morris, like in and out of Morris, there's going to be new added on-street parking to that. So what does that mean for pedestrians and people coming in and out of that entrance? Because it's only about 3 car lengths from the light.
So the on-street spaces, and we go to the on-street spaces along Morris are on the south side, and our entrance is on the north side, so there'll be no effect in terms of those parking spaces blocking the entrance on Morris.
So just for my edification, at the tip of the triangle is a light.
Yes.
Where, can you point on there where the entrance is?
It's over the S in Morris. I know you're at a distance there, but over the S in Morris is the access to the garage. The light is obviously located all the way on the left side of the page.
Do you mind if I, Council President, can I just point to the screen?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so the light is right here?
The traffic light is on the left edge of the page. Yes, and the entrance, or the exit entrance to the garage is over the I and the S in Morris. Yes.
So in this distance is...
Lisa, no one can hear you when you're speaking.
Sorry, that distance is about 5 car lengths?
Approximately, yeah, 5 or 6 car lengths,
Okay.
yes.
Important, just only because we have a lot of students that walk along Morris Avenue to the middle school. It's right across the street, and now we're going to have on-street parking. So I just want to put that out there. We're not going to sell that tonight. One last question, and I'll let my council colleagues take it. You said that the building is going to handle garbage? I thought that would be a city.
I'm going to say yes, but I'm not the representative to say that, but yes, it's private haul or garbage.
Are you looking, yes, as I stated, yes, that's the plan. They'll have multiple pickups.
Yeah.
I mean, the city could certainly accommodate the one day that we do in that particular area, but the plan is that the developers will have multiple pickup needs throughout the week, so that will be a part of their costs.
Okay, at this point, I think we're going to allow the residents to make comments. So if you'd like to make a comment, step up, state your name, and I'm going to ask if to please not repeat if someone else has already asked the question. I guess, come on up.
David Naidu, 100 West End Avenue. It's nice to see Summit, New Jersey.
Good to see you.
It's nice to see all my friends on council. It's nice to be back. I think there was an over-under of whether I would be back in 6 months or not. So whoever took the over probably won. So let me ask a few questions about this project. As most of you know, if you don't know, I served on city council for 6 years. Before that, on the planning board. The idea of redevelopment was talked about when I was on the planning board back in 2014, when Mayor Dixon and I sat right next to where Mayor Radist and Beth Little's chair is. And we started off with the area behind the post office. And the reason for that was with respect to actually something that was said by Bob Powell in passing, but was not really focused upon. And that was, in fact, how much or lack of revenue this area generates, and the fact how much taxes people pay in this town. But I have some specific questions actually following what Councilwoman Allen focused upon, and that is with regard to this 133-unit cap, because I think it's very critical for people to understand what it means. Many years I served on council and on the planning board. There were many projects that were proposed that I objected to. The reason that I objected to them, as well as some members of council who are currently here, was because of the fact that they were not in keeping with the character of Summit. They were too big. And so it was necessary to figure out what the impact of those projects were, especially those projects that were near residential neighborhoods. This project, and this is the reason back, again, history, for those of you who are not familiar with the history. I see former council president, my friend Mike McTiernan is also here. The reason we picked this area for development was because of its specific location, that it was not next to residential neighborhood, except for, of course, the senior housing building. But aside from that, it was not like 25 DeForest. It was not like Franklin Place. It was not like Primrose School. Those were right next to residential neighborhoods, and that made a difference in how we considered the project. So, with that said, 133 units. Let's really understand what this means, okay? Because I think people are very confused, as Councilwoman Allen's questions, I think, tried to highlight. This is a cap on the total area being developed, correct? There will be no other residential units proposed in this area, yes or no?
In sub-districts 1, 2, and 3, yes, this is a cap.
Okay, Subdistrict 4, which, for those of you who don't remember or know about, is an area where the 7-Eleven is, where we're sitting here in this parking lot out here, and the bridal shop and everything. Basically what happened in the meetings was nobody was interested. And let's just be honest with folks. I think part of the problem we're having right now is we're not telling people everything that we should be telling them, exactly how things transpired. So let's just get honest about stuff, okay? So nobody was interested in that area. And that's why it's basically off the table. But I suggest to you that for the sake of clarification, you simply remove it. So there's no ambiguity that there's going to be residential units in that area. We're not considering it should be removed. Now, Councilwoman Allen's questions correctly asked the following. Well, suppose tomorrow the funeral home, Otterstad, says, you know what? I was allowed to build here. I was allowed to go ahead and put residential units. And suddenly these guys decide they're going to flip this on me and they're going to take it away. Well, I don't like that. That was my right. I had a choice. I didn't have to go with these developers. I could have just gone ahead and built it. What is their legal recourse if they decide to do that? Absolutely. Oh, you want to go ahead, Joe? He doesn't want to be near me. That's the thing.
As I've been trying to explain, they don't have any legal recourse because they don't have any right to that density because it's in the redevelopment plan.
Okay. All right. So here's how I hear the situation, because I want the public to be clear. We need to speak just clearly to the public about where we stand on things. This is an educated public. They can make choices. They have to understand that everything has a price to it. If we decide to lower the number of units, there's less revenue coming in. And that's a fair choice. People can say, heck no, I don't mind paying more in taxes if I have smaller buildings. That's a perfectly reasonable choice. But then they have to understand what the consequences of that are. And we have to lay it out to people straight. And I think that's my frustration right now, as you can probably hear, because I think there's lots of people in this room that are confused. And I know, because people have been reaching out to me, even though I'm off council, David, what's going on with this thing? And I want people to understand. We had, for many, many years, a bipartisan, nonpartisan, complete unanimity on this project, and there were very good reasons for it. And there's still good reasons for it, but we need to get to a place where people understand the costs and the benefits of it. So at the end, what we are saying to the public today, what the big change that you are trying to make, is to say, those of you who are concerned that future developers are going to come into other areas of this town and point out, look at how big that building is on Broad Street that you allowed. Now you allow me to go ahead and build another similar sized building. You're saying that's not possible anymore, correct? Because you're saying we're taking this, all these entire 6, 7, 8, 9, however many acres of land we have now in sub-districts 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're saying we're capping that residential development at 133 units. Is that correct?
That is correct for the redevelopment area.
Okay. One last point. I think this is important, okay? Today, the Fed did forward guidance, and there's a reason for it. It is to give expectations to the marketplace. My hope is that if you do go ahead with this plan, that the market is hearing that Summit is not trying to change its character, that Summit is not trying to be a different town. Many people have reached out to me and said, David, I don't want this town to be different than what I invested in and what I live in and what I want to be here. And I think what we're trying to say here, if I hear you guys correctly, is that is what you are trying to respond to with this 133 unit cap, okay? Last thing, I will say this. As I said, I have been involved in many instances when I have opposed projects. And since I'm the first public speaker, I will say this to all of you. We have always, always been respectful of those who want to invest in our town. It is unacceptable, in my opinion, and I know some people think I'm condescending. I really don't care, okay? I will tell you right now, I don't, okay? But because anybody that comes in this town and says, you know what, I want to spend time here, I want to spend money here, deserves our respect. Doesn't mean they get a free ride, doesn't mean that they get everything that they want, but we treat them with respect because that's what this community is.
We're ready for the next speaker. Come on up. Yep. You don't have to hesitate. You guys can just sort of start lining up, just because we've got a lot of people to get through.
Hello, John Miano, 103 Park Avenue. Several questions. First one, financial nature. We're a financial.
If you ask the question, he'll
Okay.
he'll figure out it's for him, and he'll get up there.
The first is a financial question. What would be the value of this 1.5 acre property in Summit if it were just sold outright with no redevelopment plan, just under the zoning as it is? And what would the appraised value be?
At the risk of answering a question by asking a question, I'm going to have to ask my colleague to explain what the underlying zoning is. The redevelopment plan has changed the entitlement to build on this property that has created the value that we have calculated for it in this financial analysis. If the redevelopment plan's entitlement goes away, the borough continues to be the owner, and if it put it out for sale, I would ask Annie to just estimate 28 to 34 units total, 32 on 1.5.
That's not answering the question, though. I'm not the zone. This area is zone commercial. Okay, we take away the zoning, the redevelopment plan, just go scrap. We're going back. Just treat this like a regular piece of property, how to maximize our value. You know, for reference, the city spent $1.55 million on a 0.16 acre parcel here, okay? If you project that out into the full acreage here, that gives a value more than $15 million, okay, for this property as a market thing. So I'm not, The question I'm asking is, how much money are we losing by calling this a redevelopment plan versus just putting this out in the market and getting the maximum value for the taxpayers?
Well, just doing some rough math, based on Annie's underlying zoning, without the redevelopment plan, if you could build 30 units per acre on an acre and a half, that's 45. 80% of those are market rate units. Let's say that's 35 market rate units. At $70-some thousand a unit, it would be worth a little over $2 million.
But I'm not saying for building units. I'm saying if it were put on the market, zoned as commercial, as it is,
Well, then,
what is the value?
I don't know what the commercial zoning is.
Okay, so, because it sounds like we haven't done an appraisal here. We're talking about getting rid of a property when no appraisal's been done on it, okay? That's the first one. Commercial. Assuming that this building now is built, okay, let's say it's now instantly built, what would the value of this building be, on the market today?
I think you need to clarify. I don't know
Okay,
when you say this building.
Let's suppose the building that we have under consideration here is built. That's right now, it magically pops up. What would its market value be?
That's in this analysis. Let me just, hold on. Well, again, I'm gonna have to
Okay.
ask a question to answer your question.
Okay.
If it were built under the financial, if you were built under the financial agreement that's been recommended, or built subject to full taxes.
Let's say subject to full taxes. The building exists right now.
That's a simple answer.
Okay.
It would be worth, your assessor would assess it at about $51 million.
Wow, so the investor is putting in $23 million, you say?
This building that would be assessed at $51 million would cost $67 million to build. And that's why I said 30 minutes ago that at full taxes, the project would not be built.
Why, and what's the $23 million that you had said they were investing?
That's the equity part of the $67
Okay.
million. The rest of it is borrowed.
Yeah.
Right.
So we don't have a financial analysis of various options that would give maximum value to the taxpayers, how we could dispose of this property that we give. So all the financial analyses assume that we're going to be doing this under this redevelopment plan.
No, I did a financial analysis assuming full taxes, and I just summarized it for you.
Well, I'm also, there's an option of selling the property outright. You said you didn't know the value of the property.
Yes, I did.
What, if we just sold the property outright, without the redevelopment plan,
And without a financial
agreement,
right.
as a commercial property, and I'm saying for comparison purposes,
Okay.
we bought.
I got it.
Yeah.
I don't have the zoning in front of me for the commercial zoning. So how many square feet of commercial zoning could you build on the 1.5 acres?
You do three stories, and I should square footage.
I think that because of the service parking, you probably go 50,000.
Okay.
I know the answer to this if you want me to.
Well.
Sir.
No, we didn't ask you to help. Let us finish
Okay.
this. You can wait your turn.
Okay, well, it seems like we're not getting there. I'll ask one other thing, though.
Okay.
You mentioned that the city gets a big benefit from the pilot above what it would get over taxes. What's the net loss, though, for the schools? Because all of us here, we have to pay for the schools as well. So if it's all the money's going to the city, they're not paying the school tax, what's our net loss here? I mean, it's going to be...
There are two responses to that, very simply. The first is I've summarized the analysis of the impact of the project on the schools, which is minimal. Number one. Number two, whether this project is built or not built, the public schools in Summit will always get their money. They will develop their budget. They will develop their budget, and they send it to the governing body. It's subject to a 2% cap on operating expenses. And whether the ratables in Summit in the coming year go way up or go way down, The school will always get its budget funded.
Right, but it's not getting it from this project, it's getting it from the rest of us. That's the issue. Okay. Those are my financial one. Next one I would just low is like for the architect. We have architecture?
Yes.
Architecture. I'm looking in the plans. This has been fascinating me for a long time, and everyone knows what everyone here knows what I'm gonna ask. Where does the trash go for the commercial part of the building?
For the retail tenants?
Yeah.
That will either go into trash storage in the basement or out to the street for private hauler pickup. It will depend on the relationship that's negotiated with that
Where?
private hauler.
What? Where? I mean, because I see that there's a trash disposal at the west end of the building. It's quite tiny. That only has access to the residential areas on the plans.
There's a garage level at the upper level of the building that's directly behind the retail spaces. That's accessible from the retail space, so it can go out that way.
Yeah.
It can go down to the basement level where there's trash storage, as well as the residential trash room with the trash compactor, or it can go out to the street,
Great.
depending on where the private hauler picks it up from.
Okay, I wanted to see that. And then what are we supposed to do? You have this talk about this great public green. The public green, according to my measurements, is 15 feet wide at the eastern end and 17 feet wide at the western end from the pavement, at least the last plans that you guys published. What kind of great activities could be done there?
I don't believe those measurements are accurate, but
Okay.
the square footage that's allotted here is programmable for things like yoga, for movies in the park, for other things of that nature. I think we haven't fully defined what it would be used for, but it's an accessible amenity for the public, not only the residents of the building, but for the general.
So look behind you. I mean, that sliver. And we've seen the pictures of the movies at the park. You're not going to be able to show movies in a little sliver like that.
You're talking about this space, the Morris lawn behind the building,
Right.
correct? This space. Yeah.
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 Not going to have little parking question. Yeah. So now we're going to have the 200 people or so parking out on the streets now. How does that, has the analysis been done, and how this is going to affect traffic? As I'm going to be driving down Broad Street, we're going to have people pulling into their parking spot, trying to back in to do the parallel parking and blocking the road. How is that going to affect the traffic?
So there's 140 parking spaces within the garage itself. That's
Right.
the primary parking for this building. The majority of the on-street spaces we're referring to are reallocated spaces from the existing parking lot that exists on this site today. So the residents of this building are primarily parking in this building, not on the street.
But some of them will be out on the street.
There may be retail customers out on the street, there may be some visitors out in the street, or the reallocated spaces that are being removed as part of this project from this lot.
Because you only have, like, was it 140 spots inside?
140 spaces,
140
yes.
spaces, and that's about the same as the number of units
Yes.
there, which, I mean, most people have more than one car.
Mr. Miano, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your
Okay.
questions, because there's a huge line behind you.
Oh, yeah, we expect to be here all night. We expect to be here all night. But
Well,
out there, yeah, out here. Okay. Well, oh yeah, one last question. So how much is the developer going to be paying the city for these parking spots that are being driven out into the street?
That sounds like a financial question.
Financial question.
I think there's maybe slight misunderstanding. Those parking spaces are for resident employee permit holders.
Right.
That's what they're for. Anybody, that's the current, how they're transferring off of that Chestnut lot onto the street.
Right.
It's not the residents of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have a developer. They're pushing these things off into the street. Who's paying for that? Are they paying any fee for that, or is this just another freebie?
Sir, again, the resident employee permit holder will be able are paying for their permits. That's how those spaces will function. They don't exist right now on Morris and Broad Street, so we're creating new spaces.
And I just make one final comment, that these changes to the redevelopment plan that have been proposed don't even come close to getting all the defects with the redevelopment plan between this building. People need to read it much more carefully. Thank you.
Kevin McGoey, I'm sorry I was going to wait, let everybody, because I'm going to be more than 3 minutes. Bob, I'm going to need you up there. Let's go through your
Excuse me,
presentation.
you know what, this is a council meeting. We're a little bit of decorum, please, Mr. McGoey.
Please, Bob, thank you. Just for the record, Annie, the area that this currently is, I think is the B zone, and I think it's the way, it's not, the building regulation, the zoning is not per unit, it is, it's a floor area coverage ratio that kind of dictates it. It's 75%, so it's 44,000 square feet in an acre, so that gives you, what, 33,000 square feet of floor space that you can make in the building. The first floor is commercial retail, and the second 2 floors are residential, so it leaves you with 22,000 square feet of residential, which I don't know, maybe that's 22 units or something like that. But I think what people, when they ask you what the market value of this, they're saying if you rezone this, which we're doing, at 45 units an acre, and this 1.6 acre lot was sold at either 72 or 88 units to developer, what would be the price? I think that's the question people are asking. And we don't know. I could tell you, I don't know if you've spoken to other developers or what, but can we go through I guess, go through your presentation on the revenue slide?
Yeah, maybe Annie could help me find it.
I guess, and like while she's doing that, is it typical for municipalities such as ourselves to give RABs out to private, that'll basically be a privately owned project?
It's, I don't know what you mean by typical. There are dozens and dozens of RAB transactions that I have been involved in redevelopment projects in the last 10 years that are part of the overall public purpose that the town wants to achieve with the project.
Yeah, it's a lot of words.
No, let me back up. It's not a lot of words. If we didn't have in this project, let me go back to my presentation a minute ago. If we stripped out of this project a whole bunch of elements that are either not profitable or cost generative, affordable housing, and all of the things that we went through before, which you may or may not agree with, serve a public purpose, but they're in the agreement because the governing body thinks that they will, you could strip those out, and then the land value will probably go up.
Those are by law. So every sale of land has the 15% affordable housing component. That's just reality. So every comparable sale you see has that. That's not something special. That's not something the town is asking for the developer. But just simply, okay, going here on your revenue, when you get down to the city average net revenue over 30 years, so what is year 1 net revenue from this project?
I can go through that with you. Is probably, let's see, year 1 fully.
Dr. Pellick, you need to speak into the microphone, please.
Yeah. It's approximately $315,000.
Okay, so then how do you get to 563?
Because the annual net revenues are projected to escalate over 30 years by 2%.
And then do you discount those cash flows back for today's value?
No, I'm just dividing it by 30.
Right, but that's not reality. The reality is if you $300,000 at $300,000 increasing 2% over 30 years is much higher than $300,000 today. But if you discount it back at a rate at anything more than 2%, it's actually worth less than $300,000 today. So this is a very misleading thing that you're writing. I saw that in the first presentation. I thought I told people, so I thought maybe you would change it. So the net revenues to us is $323,000 in today's money, something like that, you're saying?
Yes, and it goes up to, at the end of the year, at the end of the 30 years, $1,322,000.
Right, but you're not discounting that back today. In today's money, it's $300,000 and whatever a year, okay? Now you go to the municipal costs, right? The municipal costs are, what did we estimate, between 140 and 180? That's what.
133 to 180.
Right. And the reason you do that is because this building is going to be there for a very long time. It uses services. It puts wear and tear on our infrastructure. You know, we all pay it. I mean, I pay, my municipal taxes are, I don't know, $6,500 a year. I certainly, you know, if I wasn't there, it's not like the cost would go down $6,500 a year. There's a reason why you plan like this. This is just municipal planning 101. So now going to the school-age students, why did that change? You had 24 the last time you came. Why is it now 32?
Because the unit mix changed.
Okay. Now, the school district, I believe, had their own demographer under the old mix, right?
Sorry, I would think it probably was, because
Yeah,
this
and-
new
and-
mix is just recent.
And their number was 35 under the
Yes.
old, right?
Well, yeah, possibly, right.
Right. So 32, your 24 went to 32. It's a pretty big increase. I assume that their demographer may go up over 40. But in any respect, we're only now left, if we take out the municipal attribution, the allocation of what these people will cost us over the years and wear and tear on everything. And that's a pretty low number when you think about it. There's 133 households, you know, $1,000 a year, something, $133,000. It's what, 80 something a month. That's not a lot for the services, and it does put a strain on our police, on our fire, on sewage, on everything. And this building isn't built alone in isolation, so there's going to be other development. So what costs analysis have you done on 32 school-age students? And do you know what the demographics are going to be for our school enrollment, so you can guarantee that we have capacity to absorb these students over the next 20 years?
The report that I have summarized looked at the enrollment history of the public school system, which is slightly declining, and the addition of these 32 students spread out among 13 grades is immaterial in terms of classroom sizes. What you'll see with school budgets, not just in Summit, but everywhere else, is that year-over-year enrollment changes are usually not the reason that there's an increase in the school budget. The increase in the school budget is based upon fixed inflationary costs that they incur. If 1 September they get 50 more kids, that typically does not affect the school budget. So if there's a surge in enrollment, and there's some suburban districts in New Jersey that have had really surges in enrollment that require adding people and building new buildings, that's not the condition that the historical trends are showing in Summit.
Okay, why has there been an enrollment decrease?
That's a complicated demographic question, but it has
So
to do with a whole bunch of factors. The age of parents, the income levels, the attraction of private schools. It could be a lot of things.
So you've
Homeschooling.
studied it. So you've studied the reason that we've had our enrollment decline.
I have not.
Okay. So you don't know that enrollment decline will persist and it won't increase. Do you know whether the enrollment in kindergarten through 5 is up or down during this time?
The kindergarten enrollment, I believe, recently was up a bit.
The kindergarten applications this year are up 21 over the previous years. Enrollment overall in the past couple of years between K to 5 is up. So there's something demographically may be happening. We don't know. You're predicting the future, which is why we plan, which is why we allocate costs to these things, which is why you have to assume something. It's proper municipal planning. In your first report where you talked about your 24 school-age students, you put a picture of the book where you got the methodology from. It was the Fiscal Impact Handbook, and it's analyzing the costs and revenues of new land use. You've come up with this number, but nobody's analyzed the cost, and that's where all the costs are. So we only have, what net was 3 something, and then you take 100 away. I'll really make it low and say 100 away. Now you only got 2 something, right, in net revenues after those expenses. And then you have, I mean, like, I could tell you the commonly used methodology for estimating school costs, the same ones that you had your expert use to do, same people who do what your expert did to get the municipal costs, they take the total school tax levies and they divide it by the number of students enrolled. And if you did that in Summit, every student cost $18,400 a year. This is the way other municipalities, this is when you read that handbook and you Google this online and you research online and you read, and I've spoken to other municipalities, they 100% do that when they're looking at new development. Multi-family units is never going to be an income generator for a town, a municipality. It's just not going to. It's because of kids. They cost a lot. But now let's back up and go back to you're saying now that we're getting $75,000 a unit, right?
Market rate units.
Right, okay. So typically, I think developers exclude affordable housing because they say, oh, we're breaking even on that or whatever. These workforce housing units, first of all, do they have to be people who work in Summit?
None of the units have to be people who work in Summit.
Right, so it's not solving, if we had a workforce housing issue, it's not solving our workforce housing issue. Right?
I don't know legally, by the way, whether you could restrict them to Summit
Right, no,
residents. That's a different question.
Yeah, my point is
You
just
could not,
simply-
under the Mount Laurel doctrine, do that for the low and moderate units.
Right, no,
They have to be
I'm just
available
saying
to the
that
region.
if we had this workforce housing issue that suddenly appeared, this wouldn't solve it, because the workforce housing issue is literally like people, you say that there's teachers and policemen and firemen that want to live here but can't afford to live here, right? Like that's why we're doing this. Our teachers, our firemen, our policemen, these aren't restricted to those. So this, if we actually had that issue, which we don't, this wouldn't address it anyway, because they'd have to compete with anybody else at the same income level working anywhere. But those also are market rate apartments. The rents on those are very similar to similarly sized, if not larger, rental apartments in this area. Have you studied that?
They may be similar to older apartments that have a cost basis that's way below what these apartments cost.
I'm just saying what the rent is. The rent of these is very similar to market rate
I'm sure you
apartments.
have some apartments that are renting at basically those rents per square foot, right?
Right,
They
because
were
these
built 20, 30 years ago.
or renovated. A lot of them were renovated.
Right.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if it's built 20, 30 years ago. So these are basically market rate apartments. I haven't talked to anybody who thinks these things should be excluded from the calculation. But when you do the calculation, the comparative sales analysis, and you're saying 75,000, you're excluding the market rate workforce housing, which you shouldn't. But when you look at the transaction, you're using an $8 million sales price. But that $8 million includes a $1.75 million RAB that the city is responsible for, right?
No,
The city,
that's
it
not-
comes out of our payments, our share of the revenues from, it's completely repaid over 20 years now.
The city gets the $8 million. It doesn't
Right.
get 6.75.
Right, but
And it
we,
also gets the pilot revenues.
but the pilot revenues then are reduced by the
That's right.
$1.75 million repayment of loan, which
Right.
5%, which is double what our municipal rate would be, so it's not even a good loan for us. So if, and in your original one, you said, if not for the $1.75 million RAB, the purchase price wouldn't be this high. Because we are giving that $1.75 million to the developers for them to use for construction costs. So we're basically giving them equity without getting anything back. What we're getting back is the 1.75 up front in the $8 million sale
No,
price.
what you're getting back is the project with all of the features of the project.
Okay, we're talking financials, okay?
I am too.
Right.
I am too.
So
I
when you
said
looked at the-
Let me just interrupt you a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you because I think we're going into a circle here. If you wanted to assume that the project components could be stripped out of a whole bunch of things that are in the budget that we went over before, and this was a simple market rate project that didn't have any extraneous costs that we've identified, then the sale price of the site would be higher.
What are the extraneous costs? If you're talking about this is an infill piece of property. So you're always going to have remediation, like there's, in all of these things, you're going to have to demolish something, you're going to have to redo things. Every developer that I spoke with looks at this and says, this is infill, the city shouldn't be subsidizing this, The remediation cost, the main line, that's all something that just happens, which makes sense, right? But going back to it, when you looked at comparative sales analysis, I assume you used infill. Did you compare it to, infill properties, infill sales?
They were all kinds of properties downtown, in downtowns.
Okay, so they infill. Did they include RABs?
I don't know what the financing arrangements were.
Okay, did they include pilot programs?
I don't know what the financing arrangements were.
Right, so then, don't you think that's important if you're doing a comparable analysis to understand whether or not these sales also were, involved a $1.75 million RAB, which is a very big part of the $8 million. It's a very large percentage. And their tax savings, I think, were, about almost $700,000 a year they're saving in taxes?
The key standard for this sale price is what would happen if we took the RAB out to the return on investment and left or moved up and down the sale price. So at the end of the day, you could take the RAB out, and at some point, you could take other things out. The sale price can go up or down, but the primary standard for whether this project is financially feasible is going to be the return on the investor's equity. And if the RAB comes out, another $1,750,000 goes into equity, and if you take out the pilot, the same thing happens. The NOI goes down, so the land is worth less in this particular case.
I'm saying on a comparable sale analysis, you can't compare, it's not fair to compare a sale that includes these incentives with a sale of a piece of property that does not include these incentives.
I disagree with you respectfully.
Okay.
The reason it's reasonable is because the RAB is serving a very clearly articulated public purpose. This is not a gift to anybody. This is a way of making the project financially successful and work for the town and the developer. So if you want to keep calling it a gift.
I didn't call it a gift.
Well, that's the suggestion here. This is part of the negotiation that will lead to a project that at least I can say to the governing body will be financially feasible. If the negotiations proceed and the governing body decides that it wants $10 million for the site and there should be no RAB, it can do that. And what I would say to the governing body is that I don't think the project will be built. So that's a choice that can be made.
But there's been no research, there's been no price discovery for anything like that. So this is just merely your opinion.
No, it's not at all an opinion. It is based on financial analysis with this particular set of numbers in this project.
Okay, so
this particular project.
So backing up, what did you say the assessed value of this property after it's built was assumed to be?
Well, I said at full taxes?
What was the assessed, well, the assessed value is, yeah.
At full taxes.
Yeah.
It was about $52 million.
Okay, now what is the ratio between assessed value and market value that Union County uses? Because that's not the market value, that's the taxable assessed value.
The equalization.
No, this is assuming
ratio,
the equalization.
Yeah, the equalization ratio this year is about 42%, a
Right.
little over 42%.
So you're saying that the market value of this would be $54 million?
51.6. And I would add that I reviewed this assessment with the tax collector, the tax assessor, and he agrees with this methodology.
What is the annual revenue that we'll be getting from this, not including the administrative fee? The first year?
A little over $300,000.
No, that's net. What's the gross?
The gross?
Yeah. The gross amount of revenue share that we'll get.
Mr. McGoey, are you nearly done with your questioning? Because there are a lot of people waiting.
I'm willing to let him go.
Well, not everyone is, sir.
I can go, I mean, I can leave and come back. I just think it's important for you guys to understand how
Finish
bad
this
this
line of
financial,
questioning.
and how bad his analysis is.
The township share of the pilot would be $413,000 the first year of stabilization.
So $413,000, and that equals 9.5%?
That's 95% of the total pilot, right?
Right. So you're saying that they're estimating that their annual revenues on this are going to be The average rent is going to be $4.3 million.
Yes, NOI.
That's their revenues. Or that's their revenues, because this is a revenue share. What is their NOI?
NOI before taxes,
What is their NOI before taxes?
4.397.
4.397?
Right.
And then what's the current cap rate you would use to value a residential property in this kind of
The
area?
assessor and I agreed to use a 6.5% cap rate,
Is that the current market?
and we added to that a cap rate adjustment of your equalized tax rate, which is a little over 2%, which gives us an assessment cap rate of 8.5%.
That, an 8.5% cap rate. What is their, did they put, on their estimates, do they have anything about what their financing, when they refinance, what's the value of the loan that they're taking out? They have to have that on there. What's the amount of the loan that they're taking out, permanent financing?
It's about 75% of project cost, actually 70%.
70% of the project costs?
Yes.
That's their permanent financing. They refinance, not their construction loan, but when they refinance. This shouldn't be this hard. I'm sorry.
The $4.3 million NOI is before taxes and before debt service.
What is their debt when they refinance the construction loan? What's the total amount of the loan that they're taking out?
Okay. We're projecting the permanent loan to be about $51 million,
And what's the loan to value of that?
65%.
Okay, so the bank is appraising this at $78 million, $78.4 million, right?
Right.
And what were the construction costs? Or what were the
Total development costs?
Yeah.
67 million and
Okay,
change.
okay, so 78.4 minus 67 million?
Right.
Okay, so that's an $11.4 million increase in value, right?
With the pilot and the RAB.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Right, we're giving it to them. But, okay, so 11.4, and then what time frame do you think, like 2 years when they refinance that?
Well, probably 3.
2, I think 2-ish, probably. But if you divide that 11.4 by what was their equity, $23 million?
The going in equity was 20.
Mr. McGoey, I'm going to ask you to finish up this line of
22
questioning.
million.
It's been
At
quite
22 million. So 11.4 divided by 22 is 52% rate of return, right?
No.
They're making $11.4 million on a $22 million investment. And if they've turned and sold this, the bank would never give them a loan for more than what the market value is. And you're saying the bank is giving them a $58.4 million loan for something that the market value is 55. That's just not going to happen. Your analysis is completely flawed.
It's not.
I would expect you to say so, but I don't know how you can match this stuff up.
You've made your point, Mr.
Right.
McGoey. Please
Okay,
let
so
someone else.
just so we're clear, the revenues from this that we'll be receiving don't cover the projected or properly planned costs, because this isn't, you're not talking about a year or two, or Mike, are we gonna have to hire somebody for this, or whatever. The building's gonna be here forever. And it's gonna take up, whether it's, you know, a machine coming here, or an extra machine use, extra sewage, extra whatever, that's a toll that goes on. Once something built, you don't build something and then never have to continue improving it. That's just not the case. The other thing too is, I think what David was trying to ask about, I think, with the Ostetter and funeral home, and I see this all the time, we see this all the time. When this is done, they'll be under the same, 22 unit, I guess, per acre, because they're the same as this, the residential, 22,000 square feet per acre. But in reality, they're going to come to the zoning board, and they're going to say, listen, the master plan says that, you have to fit in the surroundings of, with the buildings and surroundings around you, and they will argue for increased density, and they'll get it. I mean, the same thing is going on right now at the end of Morris Avenue and River Road.
This is an opportunity for people to ask questions,
Right.
not for you to make arguments. Could you please let the next person go?
Okay.
You've been talking for
Is it
a very long
impossible?
time.
Is it realistic to believe that these other properties that exist on this site could receive variances? Their owners would come and ask for variances, and that.
Looks like you're asking.
Yes, I am, because I think you're the lawyer.
You can go there, Joe, too.
In order to get a variance, there's an exacting amount of evidence that has to be provided
Right.
in order to support a variance.
Right.
And I wouldn't speculate that
Right.
they would necessarily achieve that level of evidence.
Right, but I mean,
can't
if you
do
have.
that in advance.
If
You
you
can't do that
have,
in a vacuum.
if you have a neighboring building that's 80 units per acre density and you ask for 40,
Sir,
45.
We're
Sir?
talking about a hypothetical,
Right.
and I wouldn't give you an
Right,
opinion about a hypothetical.
there's no guarantee that nothing's going to get
Sir,
built.
you're going to have to move on.
All right.
Wow. I think everybody should take a seventh inning stretch because I think we're going to double overtime. Peter Kane, 3 Iris Road. It's funny, that's in my 57 years in Summit. That's the 6th house I've lived in. We started off when we came from the city at Shady Side, and it's been wonderful. So I am a 57-year resident, product of the Summit School Systems, active member of St. Teresa's Church, former chairperson of the Summit Housing Authority, a former senior director of the state of New Jersey's Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency in Trenton. And a little bit more personal biography history. My parents lobbied in 1970 to get the Summit Community Pool built. So I have some wonderful memories of sitting at our dining room table. I couldn't, drink water because I was licking envelopes for hours on end. But I tell that story because you all know that we stand on the shoulders of those who've come before us. Council members who have come before us.
Mr.
I do have a
you
question, yes.
okay.
I have a question, and then I do. So my first question, by the way, is to the mayor, Madam Mayor. You named a planning board member today in closed session. Would you be able to share that name and when that person will be sworn in?
I did not name a planning board member
It was on the
today.
closed
It's
agenda.
that, we had a discussion that we have an
I see.
opening, but we have not appointed, I have not appointed anybody.
You have not?
No.
And do you expect to appoint somebody before the next planning board meeting?
It depends if I can find someone who's willing to do
Okay.
it.
Oh,
I don't
I'm-
know.
I'm sure we can come up with some wonderful
I don't
name
have
for
any
you.
idea. I had the city clerk just gave me today the applications for people that have applied to be on the planning board, so I'll be looking at them tomorrow.
Yeah, wonderful. And there's some people who have served previously on planning board that I could commend to you as well. I stand in opposition, obviously, to the Broad Street West development. And my questions are based on the essence of sound analytics. I'm more of a nostalgia and a philosopher king as opposed to the previous speaker, who's much smarter than I am. So in sound analytics, you ask basic questions. Who, what, how, and lastly, why. So my questions are, who, or for whom, for you linguistic scholars in the room, whom will be the beneficiaries of this project? Not the over 2,000 residents who signed the petition, not the existing business owners, and not the Summit School System. My next question, what? What is the motivation
Sir,
and the
this-
driving purpose?
this-
I'm asking
These are intended
questions.
to be questions for our experts. These are, what you're asking are rhetorical questions, I think, sir.
Well, you're clearly better at rhetoric than I am. You clearly would be one of the persons who would use whom over who. So then I'll cut to the chase and I'll end with this.
Please.
I'll close with the definition of hubris. Hubris, the ancient Greeks considered hubris a dangerous character flaw capable of provoking the wrath of the gods. In classic Greek tragedy, hubris was often fatal. Typically, overconfidence led the hero to attempt to overstep the boundaries of human limitations and assume a godlike status. And the gods inevitably humbled the offender with a sharp reminder of their mortality. So I will close with council members. Don't fall prey to hubris. The gods and the voters are watching.
It's hard to follow. My name is Bruce Thurkoff. I own 26 Maple Street in Summit, also 11 Thunder Drive in Summit. I'm going to give you a list of questions, not asking you to answer these questions tonight, but maybe you can put your answers down in writing and give them to me, and maybe they can be published in the Patch or the local newspaper or whatever. Common council questions on West Broad Street. Would or will Toll Brothers do the deal if it conformed to current zoning codes with no variances and give that response to you in writing? That's number one. If so, are they willing to make the same substantial contribution to the firehouse? Number three, define substantial. You must know that amount if this is a contributing factor to accepting the deal. Number four, who and how is the profit of this development determined? Does Toll Brothers determine and calculate profit, or does the City of Summit have sole discretion in determining profit according to a predetermined formula? Will the town have the authority to audit Toll Brothers' books with reference to this project and the expense write-offs and bottom line figures? Are all the legitimate expenses defined and a formula for deriving the profit in writing? When does the pilot program expire? Who is responsible to the Summit taxpayers if the revenue is substantially less than it would have been had this deal been taxed as a standard transaction and the town not a participant in a deal? Number six, I believe this property for tax purposes should be assessed as it would be normally assessed prior to initiating a pilot program, just so the city can establish a baseline for future comparisons, and this should be a public knowledge. The assessment has to comply with comparable properties and how they are currently assessed. These comparisons should be transparent to the taxpayers on an annual basis so the development can be judged on its merits. Why does this town, number seven, why does this town want to become a commercial landlord? Who will manage the property? What are the management fees? How are you going to have a consistency in management if council members change on an annual basis? Are you going to have third-party management? Who in the town government is going to be a watchdog over the management? Number eight, why are we competing with our current retailers in town? Haven't they suffered enough during the pandemic without having to compete with additional competition? Number nine, how much parking spaces have or are anticipated to be lost to this project in addition to all the projected changes in town? The project and its call for the town to set aside additional existing outside parking. Other restaurants throughout the town serving on the streets. 15-minute express parking meant only for restaurant pickup. The loss of additional parking on Maple Street.
Mr. Thurkoff, you're going beyond what we're talking about here in the presentation. We're not talking about parking on Maple Street right now. If you'd
Well,
like to
that was just one item in the loss. That was 7 space. I'm just, all right.
We're talking about the presentations and questions for the.
That's right, and I'm going over the parking right now.
Okay.
Parking is an issue.
And also, when you're finished with reading the questions, would you make sure you give them to us? Because
I
I've been.
have copies for everybody.
Great, because I've been trying to keep notes, but I'm not fast enough.
That's right. As well as the loss of how many parking spaces to the firehouse construction. Please give us an exact accounting and add that number to the latest parking survey parking space deficiency and give the public a total number of spaces this town is now deficient of. As I recall, that parking survey, we were deficient of somewhere between 350 to 400 parking spaces. Now we've lost at least 200-300 additional parking spaces, maybe more. We may be close to 800 parking spaces after all these projects are completed. Number 10 and the last, kindly respond in writing in a timely manner before any plan is accepted, with time for the public to respond to your answers at a public meeting to be held similar to the public meeting recently held at the Catholic Church on Morris Avenue, with a full council available to respond and time limits extended to 10 minutes for respondents to answer and ask questions. Participants should be allowed to follow up responses and not be cut off by the commentator. These questions and answers should be completely printed in the patch for public to have time to digest the information and respond in kind prior to going forward and holding that public meeting. Thank you.
One is fine, thank you. Come on up, Mr. Betts.
Just as a point of order, I just have a statement to read. I don't have a question. Is that appropriate? I started to have
Apparently
lost
it's
track.
happening now, so you might as well. You've
Okay.
waited your turn.
All right. I want to start with something that I hope everybody can agree on. I've been to a few council meetings in the past. I don't think they've ever required quite so much police presence. Can we also just give a round of applause for the members of the force who are here tonight? Thank you, everybody. I'm glad we've got some things we can agree on. My name is Jonathan Betts. I live at 3 Stacy Court in Summit. Members of council, assembled experts, thank you so much for all the information you've shared this evening. I want to just start by disclosing that I have some very direct and personal conflicts of interest with the plan. I've lived in this town for 19 years. In that entire time, I've had employers in New York City. I've commuted to New York City by train. I've lost track of how many times I've parked in the Chestnut lot. I use it every day, modulo a pandemic, and I am begging you to please take away my parking space. I will definitely manage. I also am a landlord in this town. I own 2 single-family properties in different parts of town. I supplement my wage income by renting out those properties. I look at 133 brand-new units of housing coming onto the market in a very desirable part of town, and I see that as working against my personal interest in terms of increased rates on those buildings going forward. And again, I'm asking you, please make it harder for me to be a landlord in this town. Just to establish a little bit of my bona fides, as many of you on council know, from July 2018 through December 2020, I was the chair of the Mayor's Council on Economic Development. That gave me a very first-hand perspective on many of the challenges faced by businesses in our community, both retail and commercial. As part of that, when the pandemic hit in March 2020, working with Mayor Radist, with members of Summit Downtown, with the Summit Foundation, and the downtown business owners are looking for. And I see, what's our number? I have it in my notes as 140. It's 133?
133.
So I see 133 new families, new customers, drawing more, high-quality businesses to our downtown. I think that is something that serves not just the people who live in the new proposed development, but everybody in Summit. But the real reason I want to speak tonight is I was inspired to attend. I've followed this project for some time. I've been a supporter of it the whole time. But I didn't think it required much public comment until I read the comments from the last public meeting on this. And it frankly made me embarrassed. Appeals to ineffable questions of character of a community are, the same sort of language that was used not that long ago in the history of this country as the justification for racial redlining. I'd say I listened respectfully and quietly to the people who were against. I'd ask everybody to do the same. Okay? If you can't, you're welcome to leave. I, for one, want to say that when the opportunity was available to Summit to become a more affordable, more inclusive, more diverse community, that I stood up for that. And I would like to think that more residents in this town would share those values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Good evening, Mr. Hazelman.
Good evening. Guy Hazelman, 21 Ruthven Place, lifelong Summit resident. And let me just start by saying that I hope we maintain the beautiful historical character of our beautiful town. Tonight was interesting. That was in rebuttal to what I heard. Tonight was interesting. I thought I was firmly opposed to the Broad Street West development, and the presentations we saw tonight gave us much more of a visual awareness, a lot of detail. I thought it was good, and now I'm convinced more than ever it should not be built. I do have a couple questions. The first is for the Nassau advisor. Who pays your fee for the reports, the whole financial?
I've been retained by Summit. I send them bills and they pay them.
Okay. I wasn't sure, given the analysis, whether Toll Brothers paid you. That's actually why I asked. And the reason is that average net revenue over 30 years, when you get revenue every single year, Mr. McGooey was completely right. You don't take 30 years and divide it by 30. That is not how the time value of money works. In finance, the most base, any financial asset is worth, you take all the cash flows, whatever year you receive them in, and you discount them to today and add up the discounted value of all cash flows. That's just basic 101 finance. So that $563,000 number is completely wrong. It is overstated by who knows, because what that number is it's the revenue number that you'll get in the 15th year. That's what because you're dividing the average by 30. That is not what it's worth over time value money. So that number is going to be significantly less. So the whole entire analysis, I'll just summarize where McGooey was going with it. He was right about how much a bank would give you on the loan to value and assessing the value of it and how much it would be. We don't even need to get into that. All that was wrong as well, but that number means that the numbers are all wrong. So we can start there. And the topology thing, I'm going to wait till the next meeting. Maybe we'll talk about topology. But to me, I'll just make a simple comment. It's good that they start with the master plan, but I think they read it and did not understand really what Summit's all about. Because everything they talked about, when they read the master plan numbers, it looked as if, all right, I won't go there either. Let me just say this. There's still a lot of people upstairs, and because it's gotten so late, I think 100 people may have left. A lot of people who probably would have liked to talk tonight. And so because of that, I don't think that this should continue during the summer, and I think that we should go back to having a town hall meeting. That was something that you, Council President, promised us, that it would not advance during the summer hours. It wouldn't advance. And two, that you said that it would be a town hall, not in the summer. And the reason why I know it is the summer is, let me correct Peter Kane, who talked about the community pool. The great Judith Joseph changed the name to the Aquatic Center to make it more inviting. And the Aquatic Center has gone to summer hours, are open full-time. So it is the summer, and I humbly request that we have a town hall set for September, and we put this whole thing on hold, especially till we can at least know whether the numbers are right. Isn't that why we're doing it? We want it to be financially viable, not a cost to the city. Thank you.
Good evening. evening.
Dave Mullen, 175 Woodland. I support the project. I think it'll be a good addition to the town. I think the town needs more housing. Sorry, am I speaking into the microphone? The town needs more Class A housing. I know when we bought in 2013, people who sold to us moved to Florham Park. They were longtime Summit residents, and they moved to Florham Park because there were really no good Class A housing options available to them. And you see...
Just please speak into the mic so people can hear you. I'm sorry.
No, sorry about that. But you see this all over suburban New Jersey where people want to stay in towns and they will become renters. You also see it over suburban Long Island, basically any place where it's difficult to build multifamily. I do have some questions on the project though, and I'd like to address them to Dr. Powell, if you have a few seconds.
Can you just pull the mic forward?
Sure. And full disclosure, I do work in commercial real estate finance. I've actually, had experience with Toll and L&M, and I can attest they are Class A developers, and we couldn't have chosen a better.
You have to speak into the mic. Just pull it closer to you.
Yeah.
Just,
See, I want to talk to Dr. Powell, so I'm moving around
well, you could
too
turn
much.
that way a
Yep.
little, but please move the mic closer so folks can hear you, okay?
Is this good? How about now? All right. I'll just speak loudly. How about that?
There you go.
All right. So the Fed today raised interest rates 75 basis points. Another 50 to 75 is on the table for July. How does that affect your analysis? Is that analysis accounting for that rise in rates and the availability of financing?
It does not account for it. These numbers were put together based on interest rates and mortgage, projected fixed rate mortgages several months ago.
Okay.
So it is certainly likely that if the rates that are coming at us from the Fed now have the effect that they likely will have in the next 6 months, which is to raise one of the key benchmarks for commercial loans, which is the 10-year Treasury. That's the key benchmark for pricing a real estate loan. It's usually some percentage over the 10-year Treasury. The 10-year Treasury is going up, and that means that the assumptions that we've made about the financing of the project are probably going to have to reflect a higher interest rate and therefore less loan proceeds and more equity going in by the developer.
Right. That's my concern about the financial viability. I mean, typically when I see a construction loan, it's indexed to 1-month term SOFR. So,
well, I'm not so much, I mean, it'll affect the construction loan, no question about it, which is usually, the index there is a much shorter term. It could
right.
be LIBOR or the 30-day Treasury, but that's only a 2 to 2.5 year loan. The takeout loan, when the project's finished, would be a fixed rate 10 to 15 year loan that's, we assumed is going to be priced in the mid 4% range. And if the rate increases that we're seeing from the Fed, along with what's happening to the 10-year Treasury even before that rate increase was announced, continue to happen, it underscores the risk that the developer has with this financial framework of making a decent return.
if I can make a suggestion, as you disclose all the numbers, if you could provide some sort of sensitivity analysis on the interest rates, so we could see what hypotheticals look like. I would want to see personally, like what we're projecting 2-year agency forward takeout rates are because of the affordable component here. I would imagine sophisticated developers like Toll and L&M would choose agency financing as their takeout source, and that kind of segues into my next question. L&M is an experienced LIHTC developer in the area, one of the best, but I would wonder, are low-income housing tax credits part of the financing mix here?
They are not.
And why is that?
Well, I don't believe we could make a case with these numbers to the Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency that the low-income and moderate-income housing component could not be satisfactorily funded in the absence of tax credits. But the point you're making, and we're working on other projects now that are more mixed income than this, there are tax credit available sources. If the project really does go sideways, But I think that's a big lift. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Low-income housing tax credits are a way that the federal government has helped to subsidize low-income housing. They're administered by a state agency, the Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, as I'm sure you know. Mm-hmm. And there has to be a case made that but for those tax credits, the project, the low income, I mean, the moderate income and low income housing couldn't be built. Right now, the model that I've just explained tonight indicates that low and moderate income units can be built and financed without tax credits. But the point you're making is that if rates go completely off the charts, it's going to affect an infinite number of projects that are in a similar situation.
Certainly. I mean, I've seen this around the country where you have, you know, a partial affordable allocation, and
right.
They've gotten those 4% allocations on the light tickets.
I would just add one other thing to the gentleman's question, which is quite perceptive. In addition to interest rates going up precipitously, the construction and development business has incurred unprecedented inflation in construction materials and supplies and labor in the last 3 years. That has abated somewhat in the last 6 months, but those prices still are climbing, and that's another big uncertainty and a risk that developers face right now in agreeing to go ahead with a project when you try to estimate what it's going to cost and what your finance is going to be, but we're living in somewhat unusually uncertain times when it comes to inflation.
Yes, it is scary doing construction lending right now. One other question on the cap rate assumption. That's probably the one thing I agreed with Mr. McGoey on it. A 6.5 cap on a multifamily project in northern New Jersey. I don't think we've seen that for probably 10 years.
Well, all I'll do with that point, because I know time is of the essence here, I spent several hours with Tim O'Connor, the assessor for Summit, going through the methodology that I've just explained to you. Tax assessors as a group don't tend to use the most aggressive cap rates when they're assessing property. This property probably, if it were built today and were sold, would sell at a 4.5% cap rate, right? Mm-hmm. Assessors don't typically do that because they have some concern about pushing the taxpayer up against the wall and triggering a tax appeal that can lead to a lot of litigation and brain damage for the town. But my point is, I've visited with the professional who was going to make that decision, and he's comfortable with that cap rate.
So maybe to
by the way,
ease some confusion.
if we lowered the cap rates, the assessed value would go up, and the real estate taxes would go up significantly. Mm-hmm. They're already at a level that makes the project unfeasible. If we went to a 5% cap rate, the IRR would probably drop close to zero.
So that 6.5 cap is really just a cap for tax purposes, not your estimation of a market cap. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Okay. And I have one question on parking, which is obviously not directed at you.
Thank you. Fortunately.
Thank you. So I know you went through the unit mix really quickly, and what generally I would want to see in a multifamily development would be one space per bedroom roughly, and it seems like we're well short of that. And in a town like Summit, where certainly transit-oriented development, I mostly agreed with your assessment in terms of the daily trips, which I sit on the zoning board too, so that's a huge compliment for me to say that to a traffic engineer. But it seems like we're short of what the tenants of the building will need.
Yeah, so overall, the redevelopment plan's requirement is 1.4 spaces per unit. Obviously, we're providing a little over 1 space per unit within the garage. The 0.4, the extra piece, is what would be utilized either via on-street parking or the other parking that'll be provided in a potential parking garage on Subdistrict 1. So it is 1 space per unit, with the .4 being additional spaces that are being created either via on-street spaces or in an off-site garage, should that garage get constructed.
Yeah, I think probably to satisfy most people's concerns, 1 space per bedroom would probably be a better outcome. I know that's not what Toll would want to hear, but I don't know, that's just my own personal view. But in general, there are some things to correct, but I do support the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Bring that down. Hi, Catherine Ligori, 2 Kenneth Court. I have some questions about traffic and parking for Mr. Secco. The traffic study was done prior to the parking plan, is that correct?
The parking study was originally prepared prior to the parking being determined. However, we revised the traffic study. Also, the units went down. We did the traffic study originally. It was based on 140 units. Obviously, as the plan has been reworked, we have provided an updated traffic study to reflect both the parking plan that's been developed as well as the lower unit count.
And where's that new traffic study? The one I watched was the one you presented last time, and there was no on-street parking. So do you have the new traffic study with the new on-street parking?
I know I don't know where it goes. I know we provided it. I don't know if it's been posted or anything.
Will it be
at that
shown
point.
to us? Because I would imagine, my question is, my concerns are about parallel parking on Morris Ave specifically. So I would love to see the updated traffic study with the new on-street parking.
So do you
Or
mean
perhaps
the,
you could just ask ask the traffic
Sure.
engineer about parallel parking.
Well,
but those,
I'd like
the
to
maps
see-
with the locations of the parking things, parking spaces will all be on the website tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's helpful. But how will the parking on Morris Ave affect the flow of traffic?
So in terms of roadway width, Morris Avenue is a 40-foot wide roadway. So in terms of its physical ability to have on-street parking, there's sufficient room for an 8-foot parking area plus a 12-foot lane in the eastbound direction. So there'll be no impact in terms of the lane being narrowed to a point where it would impact traffic. Obviously, similar to most, kind of downtown areas, when there is someone who wants to pull into a parking space, they do have to back up. These spaces would have the area, basically, I would say the extra wide area for the spaces that are not the first or last space to provide for easier pulling in and pulling out, but it would require backing maneuvers. Our analysis does include maneuvers per hour. So basically what we do is we do an estimate of, based on the existing on-street spaces that generally are within the downtown, we counted the number of times they turned over when we did our counts, and basically add that into the model itself. Just want to reiterate that the spaces that are replacing the spaces that are currently in the Chestnut parking lot, those are resident, again, not our resident, Summit residents and employee spaces. So they don't turn over as often as a lot of the other spaces, let's say, that are downtown, closer to retail, where they may turn over every 30 minutes, every 40 minutes, every hour. So these spaces are spaces that typically turn over less frequently, so it has less of an impact than, I would say, the downtown spaces.
Okay, and has it been studied as these parking spaces relate to morning drop-off and afternoon pickup, driving from the middle school, Morris and Summit Ave, to Washington Elementary School, Morris and Lafayette Ave? It's currently bumper to bumper during those times, and I can't imagine having to deal with cars parallel parking.
Yeah, and again, I think that's where the fact that these aren't retail parking spaces where they turn over frequently. We also, again, in terms of roadway safety, the spaces that we've indicated are within the permitted or outside the restricted distance between any type of crosswalk, stop signs, traffic signals, to make sure that all sight lines are available for any pedestrians walking in the area. But again, these are not spaces that I anticipate having high levels of turnover, because they are spaces that are for residents, Summit residents and employees, as opposed to retail.
Okay, adding to this concern is the March to November closing of Maple Street, making it impossible to take alternate routes between these schools from my neighborhood. has the Maple Street closure, temporary or permanent, been studied in relation to the new on-street parking and new traffic study?
I'd say the traffic study did not, but I don't anticipate that changing the analysis of the intersections in any significant way. Again, our added traffic to those intersections are minimal, typically 1 to 2 vehicles an hour at the most going through some of these intersections, especially as you get further from the Morris and Broad intersection. So as you go up towards Maple, where the streets are closed for the outdoor eating, there would be minimal increase in traffic from our development, and we are not increasing any parking on Maple. So Maple, in terms of its through traffic, would be unaffected by this development.
There's no through traffic, though.
No,
all
I-
right.
but
So there's
say-
extra traffic on Morris Ave, because from my neighborhood, you can't cut through town.
Correct. I was referring to the fact that, yes, the Maple Street intersections would be unaffected. You're right. Morris Avenue would have additional on-street spaces, but again, these are not retail turnover spaces. These are low turnover spaces that have limited impact.
Okay, and then will any of these Morris Avenue parking spots be labeled as handicapped for access to St. Teresa's Memorial Hall? Because we're losing the handicap spots in the Chestnut Street.
I would imagine that since we're replacing the spaces on the lot, however many ADA spaces there are in Chestnut, they'd be provided on street.
Do you know where on street, which streets? Because I'm specifically concerned about Memorial Hall.
I believe we'd work with your city engineer to make sure that it's located appropriately and has an ADA path to that building.
Okay, and then I apologize, I know you said, I think you said the parking will be on the south side. Is that the Memorial Hall side or the other side? The other side, okay.
Yes.
So if we're parking for Memorial Hall, we will have to cross Morris Avenue to access Memorial Hall.
Correct.
Okay. And then one final thing to the council. Please pause and push back the vote until the fall. Please give us the opportunity that you assured us we'd get and give us a town hall meeting. Thank you.
$11:20. Oh, nice. Here we are. Leo Patus, 164 Beechwood Road. Couple of statements and then a question on the parking. So you can stay right there. It's just, whatever. Breaking it down real simply, the area definitely needs redevelopment. I agree. It's just too long, too high, too many units, and not enough parking. It's really what it breaks down to. I think the point, Councilwoman, that you were referring to, the massing of 80 units per acre on 1.65 acres it's not in keeping with the consistency of the Summit downtown area. It's just a massiveness was what it is. And it was spread out over the entire redevelopment zone 3. It would make more sense, but having that massing right there, it's going to look like you're walking down a side street in Jersey City or New York. In regard to the parking, I think you mentioned that the requirement calls for 229 if you included the 59 spaces on the Chestnut Street. My numbers are correct?
Yes.
All right. So 1.4 times 133 plus 59 is 245?
Yes.
You said 220?
So there's also the New Jersey passed a statute that allows for or requires all municipalities to provide a 10% credit for EV parking spaces if 15% of them are required. So that brings down the requirement. In addition, the
So it's not 1.4? So it's 1.4 minus 10% if you could include the EV parking?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then how is retail included in that number?
Yeah, so the retail requirement was, I believe it was one parking space for every 4 seats. Hold on, let me get the numbers for you. It was one parking space for every,
I think it's 3 per
3
thousand.
spaces for every 1,000 square feet and 1 parking space for every 4 outdoor seats. So that you
Right.
basically.
3 per 1,000.
3 per 1,000 for retail and 1 space for every 4 outdoor seats. So the redevelopment
So
plan.
that's another 18 spaces.
So the redevelopment plan also allows for shared parking calculations. So in other words, when the residential is at its peak, when the most people are parked for residential is overnight. Overnight, the retail is not active. So you don't need to
Unless you're in
have.
a restaurant.
Overnight, I'm saying, 10 PM, 11 PM, 12 AM. That's when people who aren't at this council meeting are at home and they're parked, and the restaurant and retail is not open. That is when you have the most demand for this development. That occurs again when the retail's at zero. So you don't, shared parking, the idea is that you don't create additional parking beyond what is basically the maximum at any one period in time during the day.
Understood. Thank you. Again, what folks have already said before, let's wait on this, take a moment to pause. There's a lot of information that's being exchanged back and forth. Respectfully, everybody's been, I think, pretty well behaved. But I do think that it's something that council and the population and the public need to get on the same page with so that we build what's exactly right for Summit. That's all. Thanks.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Delia Hamlet from 11 Brantwood. Is Mr. Schrager here? I just had a question. I don't know if he's here or not.
He was, I don't know where he
Okay,
is.
that's
You may
okay.
have gone upstairs.
Couple of questions. I'll be brief. The first question is, what services from all of the people who spoke here tonight are covered once the development plan is approved? So
Not sure I understand.
lawyer fees, topology fees, Nassau capital fees, which one of those are, I just don't understand if they are reimbursed once the project is completed or not.
Actually, they're reimbursed at this point. There's an escrow account that the redevelopers are funding. We hire the professionals, we pay them, but then we are reimbursed from that fund, so no taxpayer
Okay,
monies are being spent.
whether or not the project is approved. So if the whole thing goes bust, we still get,
We don't, yes, at that point, they would stop paying, but until that point, we will be reimbursed.
okay. My next question is for the gentleman, no, sorry, I don't know your first name, traffic. I apologize. My question is, was the traffic study done during the pandemic? What were the dates of the traffic study?
Yeah, so the counts that were done, they were conducted in 2021. However, we calibrated them to counts that were done in 2019. Basically, Department of Transportation had counted a number of areas in the city back in 2019. We counted those same intersections in 2021. We were able to basically account for the fact that there was a difference in traffic and boosted all our 2021 numbers to the pre-pandemic volumes.
So that I understand, the traffic study was not done, it was done during the pandemic, and you took the data from 2019.
To calibrate the 2021
Did you
numbers.
account for increase in population?
So included within the study is what's called background growth, which is basically a compounded number to account for vacancies, new developments in nearby areas, other new developments that are coming nearby.
Okay.
So that was included within the analysis.
And then have you done traffic studies for the city of Summit before?
In the city of Summit or
Yes.
for the city of Summit?
For the city of Summit?
I don't work for the city of Summit.
Right, I mean, just in general, so you've never done any traffic studies?
I've done other projects in Summit and Union County, but I've always worked for a developer in Union County. I've done work, I'm the reviewing engineer in Bedminster, Teaneck, and other towns where I take the township review aspect.
Okay, understood. And then, so when we do traffic studies within town, who do we use for that? We just use that was sort of my question for Mr. Schrager, or?
I'll
Okay,
answer.
yeah.
So there was a nice 3.5-hour meeting in which there was an individual from a company called WSP. They were the city's hired traffic engineer that basically reviewed my study. I don't see the
Okay.
individual here sharing the table, but he was here involved in the
Because
meeting.
just as a background, when we did our traffic as Captain Zagorski, as you remember on Fernwood Road, our traffic study was very flawed initially, I think you would probably agree, because one of the roads was shut down, so we had to redo the traffic study. So I was just trying to get a better understanding for what the process was. And then the last question is, are we making any progress in hybrid meetings? Red Bank recently is doing hybrid meetings successfully. It's clear that since we have a packed city hall, we probably need them. So I just wanted to see, have we made any progress? And then I wanted to ask Mr. Giacobbe, it seems as though it was a legal restraint before, but I just would ask, why can Red Bank and other cities accomplish it now, and I was just wondering if anything has changed.
Nothing has changed, and I think you saw this evening when we had the technical difficulties. If you have a technical difficulty where you can't stream out hybrid, you close down the meeting.
So why can Red Bank do it?
I have no idea how Red Bank's doing it and what their technology is. I have no idea. So I can't speak
Well,
to
so
Red
they
Bank.
use Zoom and they use Facebook
Well, I
and
know
they use
that-
Tetherview.
I know one town that we represent that is still fully remote because their building is being rebuilt, and so doing fully remote meetings. My experience is when you try to do hybrids to have interaction, it doesn't work well.
Why
with
is
the
that? Why
different-
do you think it doesn't work?
Because the technology that you need for each of the people up here, so you don't get feedback, plus people speaking live and people speaking remotely, it's very difficult to do.
I mean, Zoom is used by companies all over the world, including
And they're
governments
fully
now.
remote. Everyone's fully remote.
They're not. They're not.
Excuse
Red
me.
Bank is
Ms.
using it
Hamlet,
in hybrid.
In the 2022 budget, there's money to make the technological improvements in this room to enable that kind of activity.
So that's 20, I'm sorry.
We just passed
next
the budget,
budget.
and so,
Got it.
yes, this
But we
budget.
still do have legal issues that we have to have dealt with. And if you want to write to your assembly members and ask
Maybe.
them
Yeah,
to.
because I'm just curious why, like, Red Bank can do it and
Because
Well,
they
they
own.
might
may be willing
technology
to,
might
they
be
may,
better there.
no, I think it's more likely they're willing to take a risk about the
And they-
legality of the meetings. We are not. At the advice of our council, we are not going to have a meeting be invalidated because of technological problems. So if the state legislature would like to pass legislation that would give us some protection, so if we have a meeting and we have a technology failure, which we often do, with the technology that we have, that we will be protected and that actions that we take will not be invalidated or subject to challenge. So that's basically the deal. So if you'd like to write to your assembly member and the state senator, be my guest, and, you know, that, we would welcome that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Hello, Megan Rendy at 15 Warwick Road. I would just like to thank the residents for Summit for all their hard work, and also council and mayor and everyone here. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I did have a question when I heard about the parking. And in particular, I have a fourth grader who is part of the big town project that the mayor and the police department had extensive interviews with several fourth graders throughout Summit regarding the importance of traffic safety and in particular school pickup. You talked about the relocation, my question, regarding Chestnut parking. You mentioned Morris. If I know someone said, you know, was asking about this, and you mentioned the time frame that it was more full-day parking. I'd just like to know where exactly, keeping in mind that you have St. Teresa's School, CPC, middle school, in addition to obviously the connection, the Y, the library. So you have a lot of young students or young individuals in addition to a regular population. And as we discussed, and it was awesome that you collaborated with these kids, that's a really important issue in Summit. So if you could just go into more detail as to, you said it's the employee and residential parking, and it'll be full day, overnight. Where exactly on Morris is this going to be? You mentioned the eastbound side. Does it go into the middle school?
So easiest one for me to show is on the screen here. This is the post-development no garage situation. So what we're showing in yellow is on the southbound side, the additional spaces on Morris. And then in yellow, you can see the spaces along Broad that'll be added. And then on Broad between Maple and Summit, we're adding one space, and the rest of the spaces are just going to be redesignated from their current parking regulation to the resident employee spaces. What I was reiterating was that resident employee spaces tend to have less turnover than the spaces that are metered, you know, whether it's a 2-hour space, 30-minute space, hour-and-a-half space, the downtown spaces, because they are basically restricted to individuals that have permits, so they're not visitors coming in feeding the meter. In terms of the overnight spaces, the Chestnut parking lot is one of the lots that allows for overnight permits. The on-street spaces that are being created to replace that would have those same regulations, would allow those individuals that have that permit I think it's maybe $100 a quarter or something like that you pay, and then you get, the ability to park in one of those spaces
Okay,
overnight.
I just, thank you. I have concerns, obviously, adding more parking spaces along Elm Street years ago. It became commuter parking. I know it's just maybe a small population. Those of us who would go to the playground, who would pick up at school, who would park and utilize the town, suddenly those spots were filled, obviously, in particular pre-COVID, but they're kind of back now for all the commuters. So someone mentioned this earlier in the rally, good leaders know when to pause and reevaluate. We ask that you please do that and you put off the vote to the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Blake Scalette, 105 New England Avenue, pastor at St. John's Lutheran Church here in Summit. I have a question that I think I know the answer, but I just would like to confirm. Even your predecessor, Mayor, we and the clergy often advocated for affordable housing. This is something, we had some hot meetings ourselves to make sure that we got the settlement happen. All along, I believe we were told that this is one of the main ways that Summit meets that settlement, is if this project happens, that's how we fulfill that very small settlement of 50 units we had to add in 10 years. What happens if we do not build this project? No one has mentioned, they've mentioned, wouldn't it be great if it stops, but what happens if we don't fulfill the court-obligated obligation for affordable housing?
Well, so I'll start. Thank you, through you, Council President. So just to back it up a minute, our settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing from 2015 outlines 50 new units be constructed by 2025. In the first 3 years, it outlines that we have to identify potential locations. The next 3 years, it says we have to support applications and for potential developers. And then the last 4 years of the agreement, we're supposed to be actually helping facilitate the construction of those units. So of the 50, we are currently, Summit at 17 that have either been constructed or are about to be constructed. So this project as proposed gets us 20 units closer to that 50 unit obligation. Obviously, as much affordable housing in Summit as possible, I think, is a good thing. But this 20 units gets us certainly closer. Regardless of whether we pass 50 or not, in 2026, we are going to have to go back to court with Fair Share Housing, and there will be a consistency determination by the court to understand whether we met that obligation or not. And if we have not, there is a number of things that can happen, one of which is we're assigned more units, another of which is a builder's remedy, which I'll let somebody else with a law degree explain, but it's essentially, we can be essentially assigned a builder who would then build more affordable housing. So,
and we would lose a lot of the control
Correct.
that we have over this project
Yes.
if, in fact, the court were to force us as a community to add the units. Correct? So part of this is allowing us to help meet our obligation and have more control about the kind of community we want. Correct?
Yes, I would say so. Does anybody professionals want to add anything to that for me? No, I'm just asking. Did I miss anything? Okay.
So part of this is rhetorical, and I'll try to wrap this up. I know there's a lot of people. The clergy, we advocate for the welfare of the city. We want the city to be well, but we advocate for the poor and the weakest among us. And there were some comments that we don't have any, and in fact we do. I regularly meet with folks who can't stay in their homes and have to be moved out of our community into other communities in New Jersey, or even out of the state, because they can't stay in the community they've been in their entire lives. It was the workforce housing, that's great. I wish we had so much more of that. I actually wish, if anything, these 133 units could be all affordable or all workforce housing. I understand the limitations. We also have to be pragmatic. There was a comment that sort of seemed to question that we didn't have any need for this. I've spoken to police officers who don't live in this community because they couldn't afford to when they came in the force. Teachers don't. Of the clergy in this town, there are only 2 of us who can afford to live here in small rentals if we don't have parsonages. All of the rest of our colleagues live in other communities because They don't pay enough for us to live here. We have a housing crisis, and for the welfare of all of us, we need to be a diverse city. A city that has, yes, we're not here to steal all your money, wealthy people, but also keep our poor people, keep people of all incomes, all diversity together. That makes us richer and stronger when we're in the same community. And I do applaud you all for trying hard to keep all these things together. And I would just keep saying, if anything, if you could revise, if we could ever just add more, that's what we keep advocating for. We need to add more, not take away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scarlett.
Council President, can I just ask a quick question? Yes. To clarifying question. So how many, to the professionals, how many affordable housing units do we get with 140 units? How many do we get with 133? So we're what?
The answers were 21 for 140 units, 20 for 133.
So it's one less. I just want to make sure people know that.
Sean Feeney, 112 Portland Road. I have a couple of questions for Annie. Annie, I'm going to refer to the document that was put up on the website where you summarize the amendments that are being made. And I want to focus on footnote 3, which is explaining the density.
Annie, could you please go to a microphone? Yeah, sure.
At least I'm picking up on what you were kind of focusing on earlier. So, Annie, if I read footnote 3 and explaining the change in the density portion, it says, Subdistrict 3 is made up of 2.81 acres, which would mean without the bonus, 127 units could be built, and with the bonus, 155 could be built. A portion of the subdistrict did not want to participate in the redevelopment of Subdistrict 3. Am I to assume that would be St. Teresa's, the funeral home, and the Oderstadt office building?
Particularly, it was the funeral home. They're not positive that they could find another location that is as central and is viable for them.
Were all 3 of those properties approached about selling to Summit?
We do not approach them, but the developers did approach them about selling.
So my question is, if we were in this set of amendments excluding the post office for the first time, did we consider excluding from the redevelopment area those 3 properties?
The funeral home, Otterstadt, and
St.
the
Teresa's.
Memorial Hall?
Yeah.
That was not, we have not considered that, removing them, no.
Because that represents, I think, 1.3 of the 2.8 acres that we're talking about in Subdistrict 3, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of what's creating the confusion when you apply the density statistic to the 2.81, right? When you say, if you had 2.81 acres to work with, and I'll give you the bonus, 55 units per acre, you could do 155. But we know 1.3 has opted out. 3 property owners do not want to sell the Summit.
Yeah.
And
that's
that
why
leaves you 1.6 acres, correct?
1.67, yeah.
All right. 55 units per means you could build 88
Yes,
under the current redevelopment plan.
yes.
So the fact that we're asking for 133 tonight instead of 88, those incremental 45, it really, I guess, gets to the next sentence in your footnote, which states, the city had a smaller footprint to work with, but still wanted to achieve certain sales proceeds, tax revenue levels, and create affordable and workforce units. So is it fair for us to assume tonight those incremental 45 units over the 88 permitted in the current redevelopment plan is what's necessary to support either the $8 million sales price or the $563,000 pilot payment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I will join with all the other speakers tonight and ask that you consider postponing a decision until people are back from vacation and have a properly scheduled meeting in September. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe Oliver, 121 Oak Ridge Avenue. The first question I have is a clarification on the parking. So just trying to further understand the overnight spots or residential spots that you said would transition less often. Wouldn't those people be arriving home from work during normal rush hour hours, which would also be congruent with when the restaurants are going to be peaking?
You're referring to if there's a restaurant in this building? Is that what you're referring to by restaurant?
Well, I mean, we're talking about a 250-foot radius to park, so it could be any restaurant within the town. So people just driving around in traffic and parallel parking because you said there would be less transition on those spots, right? Because they would only be arriving in the after hours because they're overnight spots or residential only spots, but wouldn't those people be coming home from work at normal return from work hours?
Yes, they would be, but these spaces in this area would not be a convenient space to most of the restaurants in the downtown being
No, I'm just
located
saying,
on
so
Mars
there's
Street.
additional traffic around town because people are going to
Oh,
downtown
yeah.
to arrive to their destinations.
Correct.
Then there's going to be people parallel parking on those streets as we've moved the parking away. So again,
Correct.
just trying to assess the traffic situation, and
So-
that those transitional spots are going to be transitioning at the same time. People are going to be congested at rush hour.
So our traffic study studied Summit during the morning peak, school dismissal peak, and evening peak as well as Saturday. So we accounted for our development's traffic, the existing traffic on the roadway. Again, it was during the pandemic, we adjusted the volumes about 25% to account for the pandemic. So the people that currently use this Chestnut Street parking lot that leave and come and go, likely potentially at the same time as you're saying in the evening peak hour, perhaps leaving, they were counted within our analysis. So the fact that they would still be coming to the same area, potentially parking, they're just parking in the street instead of in the lot. And our analysis also accounts for the turnover of spaces on street spaces. So it accounts for that extra friction that you have when someone may be pulling into a parking space. It takes you a couple, the 15 seconds for them to pull into the space. That may cause some, well, depending on your rear view camera and the beeping that you got. But yes, that's accounted for in our traffic study.
Okay, thank you. And then the last point of clarification, so I want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. So the fees that we're paying to the folks that are helping us do all this analysis are paid by the city of Summit, but yet that's reimbursed by Toll Brothers. Aren't they effectively being paid by Toll Brothers then?
They actually, we hire them, they work for us.
But then they're paid by Toll Brothers
No,
ultimately
they're
because it's reimbursed.
We are reimbursed.
This
So
works
there is-
exactly like a planning board or zoning board application where the applicant has to put up an escrow to pay for the professional fees. So it's no different than that. It's kind of standard practice. So yeah, we send our bills and we interact directly with the city, but they then send them to the developer for review and they can counter or whatever, and then they reimburse the city. But it's the exact same escrow
But the
payment.
trail
that's-
of money still comes ultimately from Toll Brothers.
Yeah,
to that.
just like a zoning board or planning board, yeah.
Through
Yeah.
you, Council President, can you, is it publicly available how much has been spent so far from the escrow? Can we share that?
Yeah, I mean, there's monies that come through. We are paying those developers, so those are publicly, if you're operating those invoices as far as what's paid, you can do that certainly, because we actually cut the check. The money is taken out of that escrow and reimbursing the city into that line. I would just pose, would you, as a taxpayer, rather be paying all the professionals? Is that, because that's
Oh,
the other.
I wasn't
No, no, I'm just
suggesting
saying.
any impropriety. I just was trying to understand that there was the trail. We said, it was almost like we made a definitive point to say that, oh, no, there's not coming from Toll Brothers, when in effect, ultimately, it really does.
That is absolutely part of the conditional designation process.
I just wanted to
in
make
any
sure I was
redevelopment
understanding that
area,
correctly,
yeah.
that's all.
And I understand what you're saying, and yes, the
semantics,
developers
essentially.
put money into the escrow, and we are
Yes.
thankful that it doesn't have to be paid borne by the
100%.
taxpayers.
Thank you. And echoing the other statements, I would, based on all the information that's still coming out and dialogue that's going on, which I think is great, I think we should postpone this till the fall season when we can have a more increased dialogue to really fully understand the implications that are at stake here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, James
Good
Freeman, 46 Shadyside. As I understand it, the main premise of this project is that you believe the city government needs more revenue. I'm wondering, given the big flaw in the revenue calculations that Mr. McGoey exposed tonight, does this mean to get the same revenue that the council is prepared to add, go beyond the 133? And do you feel that you want to build the building as tall as it needs to be, or would you put a limit somewhere, 6, 7, 8 stories? What is the limit you would set to get that revenue that you say you need?
Well, when we were working on the redevelopment plan, we had those discussions, and there were people at the table who said, that they wanted, that they thought it would be okay to do 6 stories. And what ended up winning out was 4 with a bonus of 5 was what we said we'd be comfortable with. And I think, Annie, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my recollection, was this is a balancing. We are not going to go higher. We would not go higher than 5, because I don't think that we on council thought that, we thought that there was a balance of making sure we were able to accomplish everything we needed to accomplish, while at the same time getting, choosing a height that was consistent with the neighborhood. And that's where we settled as a steering committee on that.
So you don't need the original revenue? Now that we know the revenue is not going to be what was originally claimed, you're saying you don't need the revenue in the original plan?
I'm not conceding that Mr. McGoey's calculations were right. I rely on Dr. Powell. And
So you think the net present value calculations you did are correct? Or you didn't do those calculations?
The calculations that were provided were based on the annual revenues inflated at 2% a year over the 30-year period.
So you think he's wrong when he talks about how net present value is calculated?
I'm not arguing.
Customarily in
I
finance.
think that the way to look at the revenue stream is the way we presented it, not to do a net present value.
Okay. Could I get a show of hands, how many council
no,
members?
we don't poll, that there's a rule, no polling of elected officials. Mr. Jacoby, would you like to? It's against the council rules.
Is there someone who would know how many council members supported the DeForest Avenue development? Would you know that?
I have no idea, sir.
Are you aware of any who did?
I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
No one has that information?
Mr. Jacoby wasn't our attorney at the time, so he wouldn't know that. And I don't know if there's anyone sitting here who was, no one sitting in the dais was on council at the time.
Does anyone know, did that project require, as this one does, $1.75 million from Summit taxpayers to fund construction costs? Does anyone know that?
I have no idea.
Does anyone know if it was going to involve the tax break involved in the pilot program with this, as it is in this project?
I can answer that question. That area was not an area, designated an area in need of redevelopment, so it would have not been, a pilot arrangement would have not been the case. So,
and yet someone was willing to build. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Mike McTiernan, 11 Blackburn Road. I won't be as impassioned as David because I'm really tired. But
So are the rest of us.
I do want to say, having been on your side of the dais, I do want to acknowledge and appreciate these people work really hard, and they are volunteers. And all of them, I didn't agree with everybody about everything, but one thing we all agreed on is we all thought what we were doing was best for Summit. So I think when we have these discussions, we have to realize that. And I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys are doing. And and I know.
Thank you.
And I know you're doing it because you care about this town as much as anybody else in this room does, which is great. That being said, I do have a couple of questions, and I'd like to just make one little statement. One thing, I think it was something that Mr. Freeman alluded to. It sounds like, when we went through the financial presentation, there were all these onerous things that the developer had to handle, like affordable housing. Every developer in New Jersey has to handle affordable housing. So to claim that there's some special carve-out that we need to make for that is just not right. It's just not. And the way I kind of look at this thing is to say, And so that's one point. The other point is parking, okay? So we've got, what did you say, 245 spaces that need to be made up. Everybody on this board knows that we have been dealing with parking in this city since horse and buggies were going around in this town. It never stops. However, we've dealt with so many different issues over the last 10, 15 years. Not once has the parking, to solve the parking problem, oh, I got a great idea. Let's put it all on street and create all these spaces on these different roads where people can park. That was never an option. They were always, and if they were rejected out of hand. When we were talking about the forest lots, no one has said, well, let's just put more parking up around on Summit Avenue and go down there, or go down to Forest, or whatever. It was never brought up and discussed because it creates traffic issues with people pulling out despite how wide the roads are. It just goes to the point that no one's ever brought it up because it's not the right option for a town like ours. Maybe it's a Band-Aid, but if to your point that the parking deck never gets made, that's a Band-Aid that lasts forever. And it points to that perhaps this building is too big. And there was a reason that the original redevelopment plan talked about they had to deal with parking on site. It's reasonable. Why would we make a bigger problem for Summit? It's a problem we've had for decades, but yet this is doing that. And the commitment was we would have a comprehensive parking solution before we moved forward. I'm sorry, this is not comprehensive. It's just not. Okay, so that would be a point. I get that you guys are very passionate about this, and you guys, I think, have done your homework and really, truly believe this is the right thing for Summit. And you've done the numbers. You think they're correct, and we're going to get the money that we get. However, I would ask that we do a little more work to convince people that these are right. Like, I get there might be ways to present cash flow. Everyone knows you do a net present value. You can't look at money 30 years from now in today's as the same dollar. It's just not way anybody does it. And I'm not saying anything other than we have an incredibly intelligent community here. Be honest with them. Show them the numbers. And I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying sell it clearly. Show how the figures work. Do the cost analysis. You know, there's a standard book. I didn't know this. Now, Jim Bennett has it. There he is. They all use it. It's a standard book for figuring out costs. Why is that not part of it?
We did that.
No, but if we did it, there's a standard way you figure out school costs, and a standard way you do the municipal revenue costs. It's never been part of the analysis. The analysis was, Michael Rogers, who I deeply respect, just said, we're not going to spend any more money on this. That's not an analysis. That's not a standard analysis that every municipality does as part of the cost, to figure out what the revenue is. And I would say you guys might be right that this is the best designed building and has the best outcomes for Summit for the revenue that we need. But show everything. And I would ask to also show what the same analysis looks like for a conforming building, meaning conforming under the original redevelopment plan. Show the numbers. And then let these people decide, you know what, you guys are right. Let's go with 133. It makes more sense because now we know all the trade-offs. But maybe it'll show, for the extra taxes we might pay after you net everything out, let's just stick with the 72 units. Do the work. I know you've done so much work for years on this thing. I get it. I was part of it. But they deserve it. They deserve all the numbers laid out in an honest fashion. Parking studies, for instance. Every time I see a parking study, the retail component's an afterthought. Doesn't even get put on the slideshow. Put it on. It matters. Don't try and obfuscate or make it look better and dress it up. People deserve the real stuff. And you're not trying to sell it, you're just trying to be honest with the community. And that's what I would ask for. And that's why there's no way that this should be voted on this summer. There's just way too much work still to do and to do it. That's all I have. So thank you.
Good evening.
Council members. Thank you, and I agree with everyone else
Could you
who's...
please state your name and
Paul
address?
Dean, 61
Thanks.
Wallace Road, Summit, New Jersey, and I agree with all the other speakers who've thanked you for your hard work. I sat on planning board for 14 years, I think 9 of it as the chairman of the planning board. So I was chairman when we wrote 2 master plans, 2 fair share housing elements, and I've been through more committee meetings than I can care to ever recall. I served, Mayor Long appointed me for 2 terms. Mayor Jordan Glatt appointed me for 2 terms. And I sat for many, many years on the mayor's subcommittee for affordable housing, along with Reverend Harrield. And I tell you, it's a tough task. We spent many, many meetings looking for sites and trying to find affordable housing opportunities in this town, and it's just hard to develop sites in almost a fully developed town. With that said, I look at the project. I listened to Mr. McTiernan. He was on the original subcommittee, and I don't understand how we get from 72 units to 133. I don't know how we get to 70 feet. I don't know how you get to the density and the parking. It's such a dramatic change that it really can't be called an amendment. It's a total, complete rewrite. With that said, I do support development on the site. I just think height, way too much. 25 feet taller than the Vito Gallo building, it's crazy. It towers over everything on that street. Again, density, we can go lower, and parking, we can provide more. We do all those, I think we go a long way to getting everyone who's here tonight to buy into it. So with that, I don't think this is ready. I'm concerned that the planners, we've hired, not we, but the group that hired a planner, it seems like his comments have been totally disregarded and dismissed. In fact, I've never seen a case such as that where they've not even responded to questions. So I would ask if the city will pay for the planner, Carlos Rodriguez, so you get an other opinion about the size and development and scope of the project. Would the city be willing to do that? Because routinely, when I was on planning, we would have the applicant also pay for a planner for the city or a parking person for the city, and they would agree to do that routinely. And I would ask that in this case, so that you are getting a different opinion from a professional land use planner, and then we can compare the answers and be more comfortable with the decisions that are made. With that said, I do agree that this site needs to be redeveloped. If this project can't go forward, I think the city will do fine on a sale of the land, however it is developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rob Cukes, 75 Tanglewood Drive. Thank you to the council for sticking around so late and also for making time to hear everybody out. I know it's a long evening. I stand here in opposition of the project. A lot of the questions I wanted to ask have been asked, so I've come up with a few new ones. And I do want to sort of pile on the whole traffic parking question with one question I don't think I've heard asked this evening. I'm not sure that I buy the argument regarding possible congestion in the area with regard to street parking. And I'll use my own neighborhood as an example, and my question is regarding delivery vehicles. You've got 133 units potentially going up. Presumably, these people all shop online. And, you know, I live in a pretty quiet neighborhood. And on any given day, you have countless, you know, Amazon.com, groceries.com, FedEx, UPS, United Parcel, all day long, back and forth every day. So now you have 133 units on a condensed lot, buying and selling online, taking deliveries all day long, not to mention Uber, Lyft, and all the other consumer, you know, services that are going to be parking somewhere. Where do you propose that these vehicles park when they're making deliveries or picking up passengers, picking up garbage, you know, and so on, all at the same time? And I'll add to that the question about what happens about all this during snow removal.
So I'll start with the delivery question. There is 2 delivery areas. One is on-street loading that is required by the redevelopment plan that's located along Broad as you get close to the Cedar Street intersection. That would be for your typical Amazon, UPS, FedEx, DoorDash, Wonder Truck type of spot. That's about 4 to 5 vehicles long in length. Then there's also loading in the building itself. That's move in, move out, you know, garbage pickup, that type of operation. So the site has been designed with both of those items in mind for the quick and the long.
I respectfully, don't mean to be glib, but you think the average Amazon delivery guy is going to respect that one little parking zone for delivering to 133 units?
Well, when there's a county road and you give them an area to park that is not going to have them be double parking, I think they'll get used to that being the location best for their drop-off and pickup.
Okay, well, I'll let other folks make their own conclusions on that. Next question is regarding pets. So I'm wondering about what this, I'm not sure whom this question
I'm definitely not the
directed
person. Unless you're riding a horse, that's transportation.
Right. And so I'm wondering about the what the pet policy is going to be for 133 units on a small area near parkland and near schools. The context of my question is I work in downtown Manhattan. I lived in Brooklyn. High-density areas. I mean, this building is reminiscent of something you would see in downtown Hoboken. You walk your dog outside, they poop on the sidewalk, and then people walk away. And we all know poop and scoop, you know, you can scrape it up off the sidewalk, but it still leaves a stain and a smell. Downtown Manhattan, you get a hot, rainy day, and it smells like an open sewer in front of a luxury building because people are walking their dogs out front of the building. So where are 133 people going to walk their dogs and cats and everything else in a very small area, relatively speaking? Anyone?
I think the answer is we're pretty far away from a pet policy, so we'll think about your commentary and try to address it in the future.
Yeah, I know it sounds humorous, but it's really not.
No,
any of us
having
that
done
work
this
in downtown Manhattan know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
You have to watch where you step, where you walk in the morning, and you've got an area where kids traffic all day long, and not to mention, you know, the rest of us taxpayers don't really want to smell that when you're walking by on a hot day.
Really interesting points. We'll totally take it under advisement.
Thank you. One final question, and then just a very brief comment. Regarding environmental studies for the area, and I'm presuming that the commercial area at the base of the building is mixed commercial. Is that the proposal?
Yeah, in the upfront, I'm not sure if you're here for the presentation that Alex made, but there is a 8,500 square feet of retail that's sort of on Cedar that neighborhood style.
Right, and is that services, or is that going to be restaurants? Is that going to be?
It's To be determined. I think we've said that we would very much like to complement what Summit has to offer and not cannibalize anything, and that may be something we have to sort of develop further as we go.
Thank you. So presumably, these folks are all going to be using commercial cleaning services to clean their businesses? Right.
Commercial, you mean to have?
Like they're going to use janitorial services probably, especially if they're, restaurants and so on.
Sure.
A lot of
I mean,
harsh
it
chemicals.
depends.
Right, a lot of harsh chemicals, cleaning solvents,
I guess
grease from restaurants, all being flushed down the drain. And so for those of us who live in the Summit area, we all know that during a heavy rainstorm, what happens in the streets, right? The streets overflow, you get flooding. And what I'm talking about is not volume of infrastructure or infrastructure that can handle volume of overflow. It's the constituent pollutants in that water flow coming from a 133 unit facility with restaurants and commercial buildings at the base of it. All that stuff is going to be leaching into our environment with infrastructure that's already presumably overloaded. Like I said, you come home from work, as I do, sometimes you step off the train after a heavy rain, the flooding's so bad along Morris Avenue that a passing car will leave you soaking wet if you don't watch where you're going. What happens when you put 133 units with commercial space along the same trunk line, presumably, with the constituent pollutants that go into that water? And it's not just the volume, like I said, it's the constituent pollutants. You got 133 toilets, presumably, in that building, plus the commercial buildings in the bottom of that development. Where's it all going to go?
In a prior discussion, we did establish that there was water and sewer capacity for the, you talked about.
So like I said, I'm not talking about capacity, I'm talking about who's going to control the toxins from those commercial buildings going into the water.
I guess that would be a bigger issue if somebody actually developed this as a commercial site.
Right.
I think this is one of the things that you might think about as you process the discussion today is that substantively this lot is impervious, and therefore there is nowhere for the water to go, and the capacity of the existing stuff on site intolerant to new density.
Right.
So
Thank you.
consider we're improving the, all right, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So just one
Well,
final
can we finish
comment.
that?
You know what,
Can we
please
finish
finish that thought for everyone else.
It's about
Sorry.
stormwater retention on site, right, first of all. and
Right, there's nothing to
secondly,
do,
related
there's
to-
nothing there now to offset the stormwater
Yeah.
pressures. So this is actually redeveloping the site. I think this is actually one of the principles that may have been guiding the redevelopment plan in the first instance. But this is a 100% impervious lot with, the development place is doing nothing for the capacity you're alluding to. So the supposition I think we can all make is that anything, and presumably a project that's designed to meet sustainable design standards that are imposed by the redevelopment plan and the guidelines of the council who have prioritized sustainable design throughout, we are going to improve this area's capacity to take on not only our residents, but that which comes regardless, thanks to God and anybody else.
Sure. Thank you for that reply. And I would submit probably at greater cost. I think the cost numbers are grossly underestimated in the context of someone alluded earlier to current monetary policy and the inflation picture in the U.S. The Federal Reserve raised rates 75 basis points today. We probably have another 150 basis points on the horizon. Those are government rates. That doesn't include the retail borrowing rate, and then the cost of inflation for development, for building materials and everything else. I would respectfully submit that the cost of the development is grossly underestimated based on today's costs of products materials and construction. So, one final comment, and I'll leave you. I moved to Summit with my family probably a dozen years ago because it was a quiet residential neighborhood. We moved here from Brooklyn intentionally to get away from high-density areas. What you're proposing would look very nice in downtown Hoboken. It doesn't suit Summit. This is not a Summit development. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people work very hard on it, and aesthetically pleasing, but it doesn't speak to the character of Summit. and would probably reconsider my residency in Summit if this development went up. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ilirian Phil Vihap. I live at 17 Rotary Drive. Thank you, council members, for all your hard work and your time here, especially staying this late. I do have a few questions. I'd like to read a statement quickly from the Summit website and then direct my questions to the experts here in the room that have been hired on this project. The Historic Preservation Commission. Summit is one of the few New Jersey cities with a unique architectural heritage. Summit's heritage includes buildings, structures, sites, and streetscapes dating from the mid-18th century through 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. These buildings and these sites are diverse in style, well-maintained, and still largely intact. As a result, the city's image is that of an old town with character. This is what distinguishes Summit from newer suburban towns with tract developments. It makes Summit special and helps uphold its high real estate values. Keep the history alive. Summit Common Council believes that its historic buildings, structures, and streetscapes are the intrinsic part of the value of the community and are deserving of respect and preservation. I could not agree more. However, please, someone, one of you professionals, please describe how this fits into this landscape, this whole plan, this idea.
I'm not one of the experts, so I'm not sure I'm supposed to be
Well,
answering this.
I do have some questions for the architect as well.
I mean,
So-
may I just interject quickly? I'm sorry, I'm not an expert, so I'm not one that you targeted this question to.
Okay.
But the gentleman who just spoke, it's still resonating with me, and I actually believe that part of the process that has been described today as a partnership by the folks behind the dais, their hired experts, and us, the development team who is engaged to bring a level of expertise to this. We have been pushed and asked to continue to push for a product that is better than what the market participants, the normal developer, may actually provide on this site. And I'm sort of disappointed in the commentary that has been presented here because I worry that folks are misinterpreting the powers of the redevelopment plan process. We can't really do any development on this site without the positive engagement of the elected officials here who are asking for a development that pushes the standard. There are buildings in this city, and I happen to be a big fan of Summit. I'm here a lot with family and friends, and I believe that there are existing residential developments that have been delivered in this marketplace that do not reflect well on the city of Summit.
Can you name a few?
I don't know you, sir, at all, and I don't know that I want to impugn anybody in the room for their ownership and development work. I'm concerned that
I'm talking
you
about
know some of those
I'm
developments.
talking about the developments themselves. Can
No,
you-
I know, and I don't want to impugn
know
somebody
you
by
either, but I'm
association,
asking
but
you a
like,
question.
I don't know I don't know that you and I have to dig very deep to identify some of the
I
relatively.
think that's the general consensus here, that people think you don't have to dig that deep. But there are 1,300 people here from just the last meeting, there were 1,100 people. There are 1,300 people that don't agree with this plan.
No,
No
I'm sorry.
one's saying don't do it.
Dig
Everyone's
that
saying do it differently.
deep to identify a development that was delivered by the market without having the direction of the council.
Okay,
And I would
fine,
argue
fair
that, for
enough.
example, there are buildings like the Promenade is not a figure of what I think you suspect is emblematic of Summit. So I think one of the things these guys have tried to do along this process is to guide a development that will actually speak well to and honor the tradition of Summit. And so I expect that in the face of construction cost growth, that a private market developer, other than one who is compelled by a redevelopment plan, would choose materials other than masonry, which is the predominant cladding material in the traditional housing products in the city of Summit, like those on Summit Avenue. Glazing appropriate to the context, respectful of the neighbors, including, for example, St. Teresa's. So I'm concerned that in some of the characterizations there's some stuff that's lost, including the guideposts that are established through a redevelopment plan. And while you may be concerned about some of the subjectivity, that there are some aesthetic judgments that you may be making implicitly I think there is a intent here by council members to maintain and pursue a higher standard.
This is not going against the council members. This is going against people like yourself and Toll Brothers and the architectural team and all that stuff. This has nothing to do with the council. And I would
are you just making a
appreciate,
subjective
I would
judgment about the
appreciate that you
development?
don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say any of those things. This was a direct quote from the Summit website.
No, oh, I wasn't.
I happen to agree with it, and I think many people here agree with it. So if I could, I'd like to go on to my questions, please. Thank you for your answer. Can someone here, again, one of the experts, please define clearly what a blighted area in need of development is? What is the criteria for that?
I do not have the entire length of legalese. There are 7 criteria plus some other criteria that come into from the rest of the legal language. It ranges from properties that were destroyed by fire, properties that are no longer considered commercially viable. For example, malls are starting to be considered that, as well as business parks. A case in Princeton created the precedence that parking lots in a otherwise vibrant downtown and next to a train station are considered a blight. So there are 7 different criterias. They're spelled out in the preliminary investigation that's on the website, like in detail. And we had to go through an exhaustive study to compare those.
As a follow-up on that, do you consider the YMCA and the public library blighted that are neighboring this facility?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your answer on that. My next question is...
But I'd like to clarify one thing.
Sure.
There is a provision in the redevelopment language that says if a property is needed to effectuate the redevelopment plan, or if they can benefit from inclusion, that they can be included. So, for example, the YMCA, itself might not be blighted, or we can take St. Teresa's, for example. Like, it would be really hard to do a project without them, and by including them, we're allowing them to be at the table as part of negotiations. So it's not strictly everything has to be blighted. There are exceptions.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification. I would have no idea of knowing that other than your answer, so thank you. This is a question for the architect. Is it typical for townships to allow buildings to be built without regard to current usage, specifically like the Y and the public library, without complementing them in some way? And if it is complementing, how is it complementing it?
I think that's generally subjective as far as what complementary architecture, but I can tell you that in the design studies that we undertook, we spent a great deal of time looking at Summit precedents in the historic downtown. We looked at all the buildings that were part of the Summit Historic Walk. We evaluated the historic criteria that one would evaluate those historic buildings and their historic merit, including the use of materials, historic detailing, window typology, and we used all of those in the buildings that are old, not to recreate them, but to use them as inspiration and context, and to use them as a way to create a stylized building that employs the same types of materials and detailing in a more modern 2022 way. So the use of red brick masonry is a common material that you'll see throughout the historic downtown, as well as cast stone. The decorative stylized cornice that's on the building is similar to the historic cornices. So I think all of what you've referenced and your reference to the historic preservation, we did take that into account, and I think that emanates into the design elements on the building.
Okay, thank you. With all due respect, I don't think you've done a good job at sort of emulating the surroundings, and I'm a designer by trade. I understand that the world moves forward and we have to move with it, but this doesn't fit at all. The last comment I'd like to make is, and it's again for you, please. The current trends in cities is to dedicate spaces like this to green spaces. How do you justify, whether it's 15 by 17, 20 by 30, whatever it is, feet in relation to a building that it's in excess of 400 feet in width and over 60 feet in height? How is that proportional to that space?
I think we evaluated the priorities with the steering committee and in the redevelopment plan as far as those public realm improvements. What's included on the property is over 20,000 square feet of public open space, in addition to 40,000 square feet of public improvements outside of the property. I think in evaluating the massing of the building, the location of the building on the site, and the public open spaces that were created, we felt and had evaluated through the process with the steering committee that they were consistent with the goals of the redevelopment plan and included the proper public open space in order to effectuate the goals that were included in there.
Okay. Well, thank you. I won't take up any more time. I'd like to thank, I know several council members here. I've had dealings with them personally. They're great people. I thank you for your time and your work. But I would ask you to please reconsider this particular development. I don't think anyone here has said we don't want anything to happen here at all. I think we're saying maybe it looks a little differently. Maybe it's 3 separate buildings. Keep it at your 60-foot height if you like, but maybe there's some division in between it so that there's light and pathways and things like that, and not this gigantic wall that looks like a cruise ship. That's all I'm asking. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
I think it's almost good morning because we're at midnight. So Eileen Kelly, 47 Woodland Avenue. Thank you for taking the time this evening to bring a number of experts and for all of you for answering a lot of these questions. I think my questions are for Annie. Is that right? Okay. So Annie, we spent some time talking about our guiding post. And so I know up here is a kind of an adjustment to that. If we could just make sure I understand where we started from. So is it accurate to say that the current redevelopment plan allows for 45 units built per acre with an additional 10-unit bonus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then, so let's talk about Subdistrict 3. And I just want to confirm the acreage because I'm a dork and I went to the Union County Tax Assessment website, spoke to someone and got some acreage. And I want to make sure it matches.
I'm a dork too, then.
Okay, great. So can we start with block 2706? What acreage do you have for parking lot number 1?
All right, block 2706, what was the question?
Lot 1, what's the acreage?
0.74.
Okay, the Union County Tax Assessment has, Tax Assessment has 0.4240. Lot 3, the firehouse, what acreage do you have?
0.64.
They have 0.6820. Lot 4, medical office.
0.16.
Okay, they have 0.1528. If we can move to block 2706, lot yet not owned, but what do you have for the finger lot?
The finger lot, sorry. 0.13.
Okay, they've got 0.0574. Lot 7, St. Teresa.
0.29.
Okay, they've got 0.31, so they outscored you on that one. And then lot 5 and 6, the Borough Funeral and the insurance company?
For the funeral home, 0.6, and Otterstedt Insurance is 0.25.
Okay, they've got 0.295. And the reason I ask is because you're making a calculation, right, on what would be in the current plan based on this acreage, which, again, I'm happy to send you the background from this email that came directly, that doesn't match. And so when we take into account what Subdistrict 3, where we're actually going to build, what's the total acreage that you have?
For subdistrict, I just would like to take one step back. My data comes from Mod 4 data, and it does not regularly get updated. The county does have, they can update it more often. So if you went recently, I've been using, the one that I had since maybe the redevelopment plan was written. So I'm not disagreeing that it could be different. It changes regularly. Okay. Mod 4 is not reliable, but we try to get the best we can.
Can somebody explain that?
Yeah.
How does the area of the land change?
So, a lot of people want to know why and how that happens, and I totally agree, and it's also frustration for planners when we try to map things and match them to tax maps, especially if a town isn't using GIS yet. But the only thing we have is Mod 4 data, right? That's the only thing we can use for mapping and calculations, so that's what I do use. And I would say, I completely agree with you, I was just working in another town where they had lost a lot that was on the site. There's discrepancies, there's issues. I can't answer for why that is, but I understand the point you're making.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not here to give you a gotcha moment. I think I want to be mindful that a lot of residents have invested time and want to just understand this. And so, we'll put forward something that we think is accurate, and, we're hearing from topology and memorandums that it's not. But this is where the data does matter, and so while there might be some inconsistencies, which I get, there's always inconsistencies in data, it's hard for us to just, our baseline is 45 units per acre, a 10-unit bonus. How did you come up with your,
I'm sorry, I was trying to listen to you. Please repeat yourself.
can you just tell me how many acres you had to come up with District 3?
2.81.
2.81.
Yeah.
And does that include then the St. Teresa lot and lot 5 and 6?
Oh, I thought you were asking me what the total acreage in lot in Sub-District 3 was.
I'm asking what's your total acreage lot for the density allotted to this plan?
So are you, I'm sorry, I'm trying to
It's okay.
understand,
So
and it's getting a little
sub-district-
late. Are you asking for what is the acreage for this project, like this area that's being developed, or the whole sub-district?
I'm asking, you have a derived number of units, correct?
Yes, yeah.
What acreage did you
Oh.
use to get to that number?
1.9.
1.9. Okay, so we have a differential because going according to, right, again, the data I have, I've got it at 1.32, and that takes in lot 1, 3, 4, and the finger lot. Does that make sense?
That would be the correct lots, yes.
Okay, so it's at you're at 1 point what?
1.9.
Okay, 1.9 versus 1.3. So when we look at 1.3, 1.32 at 45 units, plus an additional 10, which you said, is accurate, we get to 72 units. So that's the number that I think a lot of residents have been hearing and saying, and that's where it would be helpful for everyone to sort of get an explanation of why there's deviation from that. And it could be the data needs to be updated. I think that's, fair enough, but this is where I think some of the frustration comes, that this feels so much bigger than the actual acreage that is in the tax assessment data. The other question, Annie, I'm sorry, I don't mean to kind of only ask
You're okay.
you on
You're
this
totally
stuff.
fine.
But I think Topology issued a memorandum kind of in response to Carlos Rodriguez, some of the comments he made. In there, you talked about the YMCA and that the facade that could be affected by any shadows from Sub-District 3 has no windows. I can't show you my phone, but there are definitely windows on the facade facing this unit. Where is that inconsistency coming from?
I meant that I was talking about where the shade was hitting it, but I understand, yes. There are windows, aren't they up at the top? Oh,
They're at the bottom because there's the pool at the YMCA, so.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah, just to kind of clarify so we're all on the same page. And then
Yep.
can we talk about the public space? I think Cedar Plaza is used in some documentation found on the City of Summit website. I think Carlos described that. You said that's not a plaza. It's designated sometimes for, potential events. It looks like a plaza in the photos.
Yeah.
Can you what is it?
Yeah. I think what I said in the memo, what I was referring to is they were saying that Cedar Street is being closed, and it can be, it's going to be designed so that it could be, but it's not going to be closed. So for example, you have bollards that you can put up. The ugly version is Jersey barriers, but the Cedar Plaza itself is the actual open space next to the building, and it's what we have called and what we're referencing and what was referenced in the redevelopment plan is kind of a street that's designed for people and encourages pedestrian activity instead of encouraging cars to go really fast through it. So those are the improvements that are being made to the road and to the plaza. But the thing in my letter was that we're not closing the traffic.
Okay, so cars can still pass through, but it's designated as a plaza for when events may be needed
If
or
someone
wanted.
wants to, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That was just really helpful. And I think, many people have looked at this redevelopment plan. As you see, 1 in every 3 people obviously work in finance in Summit. So I think they go too far into the numbers in some instances. But the point I was just trying to raise is I think we all have the same goal for this community. And I think we're all very passionate about that. I actually think that the closer we get to more conversations like this, the more we, I think, could reach a much better, maybe ultimate solution on this project. My fear is I moved to Summit because I think it's an absolute gem. I think it's nothing like some of our nearby towns. I feel relief when I come to Summit. I don't get that same sensation, no offense to anyone that lives in Morristown or Montclair. They're just so congested. There's even a lot of redevelopment in Millburn. So I think a lot of people feel very protective over this community. And when we look years from now, many of us don't want to, hear Summit was once a beautiful small community, right? We want to hear that it remains, I think, a pinnacle example of what a great community looks like in New Jersey. So I bring this perspective from someone that's relatively new to Summit, but who is so excited to raise my family here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Bennett.
Yes, good evening, Council President. Good evening, Mayor Radis, members of Common Council. Jim Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T, 38 Fairview Avenue, wearing my emotions on my sleeve tonight. My questions are going to be directed to Dr. Powell. While he's making his way to the podium, I want to say that I was ready to hold forth on the fiscal impact analysis that I talked about last week.
You got your wish.
But since Dr. Powell now has given us the beginnings of a fiscal impact analysis, I'm going to hold fire on what I was going to say. I have a fiscal impact handbook which talks about 6 methodologies, and I was going to talk about 2 of them. But Dr. Powell, good evening. I was a little unclear. I know that you were critical of the per capita multiplier methodology for calculating fiscal impact on municipalities. You mentioned a Mr. Richard Ray. Did I get his name right?
No, the person who has prepared the analysis is Richard Redding, R-E-A-D-I-N-G.
Thank you.
And he prepared a full report which looked at alternative methodologies, and that report will be available shortly. I didn't bring it with me tonight, but it'll be part of the record that we submit to the town in the next few days.
Right. Yes, thank you. So did he prepare a report on both pieces, the schools and the municipality?
No, just the municipal costs, not the school costs.
Okay. Who prepared the school cost analysis?
I did.
All right. So it would be correct to say then that as to the municipal component, the person who would be, I'm sure you reviewed the municipal component, did you not?
I did.
Okay. But it would be correct to say that the person who actually prepared the municipal component of costs is not here tonight.
Correct.
Okay. I have with me a book called The Fiscal Impact Handbook, Eliminating Local Costs and Revenues of Land Development by Robert W. Burchell and David Listocken. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is this a book that's widely consulted in calculating fiscal impact for municipalities?
It has been in the past. Just remind me the date.
1978. It's probably an oldie but goodie.
Yeah, it is reflective, as Mr. Redding has indicated in his separate report, it's reflective of some early, rather, I'd call them crude methodologies for trying to figure out fiscal impacts based solely just on population increases of a project. Subsequent methodologies have been developed since that one was done, including the most recent one that seems to be of the greatest significance in this case is developed by the Center for Urban Policy Research just a few years ago, and it utilizes far more sophisticated mathematical calculations to differentiate between impacts in different kinds of communities and different sizes and demographics of projects. So that's the methodology. He actually looked at 6 methodologies in his report and gave his professional opinion about the credibility of each in this particular case, Summit, New Jersey. And there were 2 of the 6 that were based on far more recent and frankly credible methodologies than the one you're referring to here that he recommended that we use, which is the basis of the 2 numbers that I've used in my report.
Are those 6 methodologies that you just referred to the same 6 methodologies that appear in the Fiscal Impact Handbook?
You know, I would have to go back and do some studying on that. I can't answer that as I stand here tonight.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Although I'd have to say that I'm glad to see that we're getting the beginnings of a fiscal impact analysis. I am disappointed, and I do wish that this analysis had been undertaken a couple of years ago when we were first starting to talk about pilots and other sources of revenue. So we're finally starting to get a complete analysis, but, and I concur with the other speakers to say that, who say that we need to have a delay in coming in and have more meetings and coming to a conclusion about whether to go forward with this project and enter into a legally binding agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie, would you like to amend what you had said? We just, 1 minute.
Yeah, I
We
just
have
wanted to
one
follow up real quick.
clarification.
Because there are all these discrepancies in terms of acreage and all that, when we're trying to work with the data that we have available, before someone purchases a property and does their due diligence, they do a survey, and that gives you the exact acreage in an area. So the survey was done by the developer already, and it's 1.6 acres is the actual size of the project area. So I just want to, I know that we still have discrepancies and all that, but I wanted to give you all a good answer since we didn't do that before, so.
Can someone speak to the reason why the county might have a lower land acreage than the survey of the land?
I would love to have an answer to that question. Administrative error is what I'm hearing. I mean, it's something that I deal with in every town. I don't know how to explain why they're not consistent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Kramer.
Rachel Kramer, 88 Elm Street. No questions about the finances, parking, or traffic. It's almost 12:30, and I think that there are people that are still waiting to speak. It's why the community asked for a town hall specific for this. There's discrepancies that need to be corrected. There's memos on misinformation, containing misinformation that need to be corrected, and the community needs another opportunity to address them. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you reduce the number of affordable housing units from 21 to 20. Why is that?
Because the overall number.
Total unit count went down from 140 to 133.
Right, so what's the percentage?
The percentage is 15%.
So we're not going to do any more than the bare minimum that we have to do by law, right?
That's what the ordinance calls for, yeah.
That's what the ordinance calls for. But we could if we wanted to. We could do more, right?
You could do more, but that workforce component was what was.
But the workforce component is not the affordable housing component. And Summit is doing the absolute bare minimum and not a single unit more with this redevelopment for affordable housing than what they have to do by law. That's the first thing. The second thing is you talked about tax revenue from the sub-districts. There's 109 parking spaces between the Y and the library. These are paid parking spaces. How much revenue are they generating per month?
I don't have those numbers at the moment.
Do you have an estimate?
I don't.
Can you get it?
Send me an email about that specific question. I will get an answer for you.
Okay. The third question is, dwellings are no longer going to be in the parking lot between the Y and the library, but it's still open for commercial or institutional. What are the plans for that sub-district?
There are no current plans. We are focusing on this sub-district. There have been some concepts that the redevelopers have presented to us. We have not.
Can you guys share those concepts?
Not at this point, because it may or may not happen. We are not.
But the problem is, by the time it does happen, we're going to have something that we can't change, and that's where we're at right now. There's a 500-foot long building that's 70 feet tall that people are waiting for hours to talk about now. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to get to this place in 3 years with Sub-District 2 if we don't have to. So why can't we talk about the concepts?
Because we don't have concepts yet. They've presented some things. We haven't actually engaged yet because we're focusing on this.
Okay, so are any of the 109 spaces going to be removed? Is removal of 109 spaces or any of the 109 spaces part of the concepts?
We don't know.
You're talking about the Y lot?
Yep.
That's 101 spaces.
It's 109 on the website.
It's 101 spaces.
Okay, 101.
And one of the things that we will consider in doing this is that we recognize that the Y and the library spaces are a valuable commodity.
And revenue generating.
You know, quite possibly, yes. I'm not sure it's that much revenue, but it's really more our concern about making sure that the users of the library and Y have access to those spaces. But at this point, there isn't anything to discuss. We're focusing on Subdistrict 3. We don't have anything yet to come out with. But in fairness, we did, in 2021, we presented this building that we're talking about now, Subdistrict 3, as well as the other two subdistricts. People objected to Subdistrict 1 and 2 proposals, and so we switched to Subdistrict 3.
Okay,
and
but
we did not hear any complaints.
okay.
So let's just be honest about the
Yes,
process.
and let's also just be honest that the reason there's not going to be a grocery store in Subdistrict 1 is because the post office is not selling. It's not because you willingly took that parcel away. The U.S. Postal Service is unwilling to sell that building. So that's not true. You're shaking your head. They want to sell the building?
No, not at this time, they don't.
Oh, so they don't want to sell the building. So that's why it was taken out of the plan.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So through you, Council President, the
Yeah.
decision was made in May or June of 2021, right? To focus solely on Subdistrict 3, right? And I think that's been relatively clearly communicated in lots of different meetings that we've had, that this proposal that we're talking about is for Subdistrict 3. And I think
But the
that
redevelopment plan will include
Yeah.
all 3 subdistricts.
it always has.
4 subdistricts.
It always has,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's not
It's already written.
right.
Yeah,
So it's
it always
that's.
has.
I know that you're just focusing on Subdistrict 3, but like the Subdistrict 2 and Subdistrict 1s are part of the redevelopment plan. So
Yeah, I
that's
think,
where the,
you know,
that's
to
where the
your-
questions come from, and these are fair
I'm
questions.
not sure I
think.
think they
understand
are-
the question that you're asking here.
I wanted to know about the concepts. I wanted to know if any of those parking spaces were disappearing.
I think if the question is, and if I'm just supposing, right? If the question is there going to be an apartment building
I know
on
there's not going to
Subdistrict
be an
2?
apartment
The
building.
answer is no.
I know
right?
that.
Yeah.
I know that, but there could be another gym. There could be another library expansion, commercial, institutional. Like those are all allowable under the new redevelopment plan. So that's a fair concern.
That's true. And we also know that it's extremely important to keep parking there for the use of the library and the Y. That's a paramount issue to us.
Okay.
We heard those concerns.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Hardy.
Good evening. Kerry Hardy, Oak Knoll Road. I've been a resident of Summit for over 55 years. Hard to believe, but in any event, I'm not going to repeat anything that has been said this evening. I am encouraged by this meeting, even though it's 1:45.
And we haven't started our agenda yet.
I know you haven't. But, you know, there's at least a feeling of, come now, let us reason together, which has always been a Summit attribute. And that's good to see. And I really do. And both sides. This is very, very important. We have always discussed things in this town. I've been here many times, and that's the feeling I've had. The other thing is, I think a lot of issues have been raised this evening, and I really believe that this should be put off in a final decision so that, as promised, we can have a town hall meeting, and there will be a decision this summer. Many, many people are already away. The traffic is a lot less in town during the week. That's all I have to say, and thanks again. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any more comment? Good evening, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening. Don Nelson, 20 Plain Street. Just to follow up on Ms. Kramer's question, if we're not going to talk about sub-districts 1 and 2, how can we justify parking 250 feet away? Is that going to involve other parking garages being built? Is that the assumption to handle the additional parking that might be needed for this site? Is that the plan? If it is, then we need to talk about sub-districts 1 and 2. Am I wrong? I don't know. Am I not talking right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, on the current plan for the redevelopment building, they talk about parking will be available within 250 feet. for whatever the parking issue is. Does that mean that there's a contemplation of building parking garages in the other districts? Or am I just going way too far out?
Do you want to?
Well, are you talking about, okay, so if you said other sub-districts? Yes, I think sub-district 1 is always, there's been the concept plan of that's where a structure would be. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
We've always
So-
talked about a parking structure being built
Okay.
on that site.
Thank you. So is this project, and bear with me for a second, is this project, when it's completed, going to put pressure on that project to get done?
No, that's not, nothing can happen there, and we built out a plan just to at least replace the 59 spaces that we would lose in Chestnut.
Very good. Thank you very much. Back to the parking, for the study on for the parking on Mars Avenue. Some of those spots, and I'm still confused about the residential and overnight. The overnight would possibly be for people in other apartment complexes, such as Locust Street. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah.
So what happens when there's a snow emergency and the county wants to plow that street? Where do all those cars go, assuming there's some?
Similar to how we handle any other storm, we would certainly not want cars on the street, and we would encourage people to park in our structures that are nearby.
And then my other question about the parking study is we never seem to, and maybe somebody touched on this earlier, we never seem to talk about the commercial aspect of this building. It's always residential, always residential, always residential. Why do we not include commercial? I asked this back, I think, in March.
You're talking about commercial in the context of parking.
Deliveries, parking, whatever the case may be. There's never a commercial aspect to this building, even though there's a commercial area.
So there is as I mentioned, a loading zone that's located both on Broad Street that's being created, as well as loading inside the garage for the, I'd say, longer-term loading. That can be used for commercial or residential. In terms of parking demand, the peak parking demand for this building, because it's so highly residential, is in the overnight hours. During the middle of the day time periods, or 6 o'clock at night, the residential is not purely at its peak yet. So when the residential's there, when the retail is using spaces, it still doesn't reach that full peak. But the analysis within our reports include the required retail parking and the required residential. But the peak time period is overnight when retail is closed. But during the day, these on-street, some of these on-street spaces would be available for retail depending on how they get allocated.
I think I caught the last part of your discussion outside, but the audio is pretty bad, so
Yeah,
I
sorry.
apologize for
Yeah.
asking that same question again. Just a couple comments, and then I'm done. Some people who spoke before me brought up some problems in the financial numbers. Just to satisfy everyone, maybe a new financial study should be done based on the fact that rates are going up and costs are going to change. I would urge you to have that done so that the numbers are kind of accurate. Just so there's no discrepancy at all. Even something as simple as the size of the lots, that needs to be clarified so that everybody's on the same page. I know I come here and sometimes I don't actually ask the right question, but I appreciate your time and your effort in this. I know it's hard. In my entire life in Summit, this is the latest we've ever been in a council meeting that I can recall, so I give you kudos. When I first spoke about this project, I was on the fence about it. I thought it was good. The more I hear about it, and the less we can get accurate answers from the experts and our council members, it causes me pause to think about it. So please, like everyone else said, please wait till after the summer. Let's get a town hall meeting together. Tell us what you know about the project. Tell us what you know about the project. Okay? I think that's important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Karen Hadley, 91 Maple Street. Kind of like all over the map on some questions. After years and years of no parking allowed overnight on the streets of Summit and parking tickets and everything else, and signs so old you can barely read them that says no overnight parking, why is this okay, like wish a magic wand, that, oh, we can have parking on streets that are basically so overcrowded as they are? There are 2 lanes on each direction. So you're going to take out a lane of one of the directions on Morris Avenue. Come drive Morris Avenue and see if you think that's a good idea. Second question, you know, you promoted all the great outdoor space that's going to provide for things to happen. All of that happens on Village Green that we have. We have movies on the green. We have events on the green. We have kids hanging out, people hanging out on the green. I don't know, you know, Annie, you said you spoke with kids. I work downtown. I hear the kids after school. I don't know that you really want some of the language that goes on Beechwood Road in an apartment building. You know, I don't know how long that's going to live. I don't know if kids are really going to even come hang over there. I don't know that that's really what their answer is, that we want to go hang out by an apartment building. The other questions that I have were, if there's vacancy in the buildings, that means zero revenue to the city, correct? If the apartment's empty. Under the pilot program, it's based on revenue. So if you have empty retail, which, you know, visit downtown, you see empty retail. Thank God these days we're pretty good. There's still some. But if there's an empty apartment based on either vacancy or at some point you're going to have to renovate all of these apartments. You know, 30 years down the road, nobody's going to want to be living in a 30-year-old unit when something bigger and brighter and shinier someplace else. So, you know, you may not be getting the rent in 30 years that you're projecting the 2% every year. So my question is, when the unit is empty, when the retail space is empty, how much revenue is coming into the city?
The short answer is that under the proposed financial agreement, if units in a particular period of time are not generating any revenue, there won't be any pilot payment made on those units.
Right. Okay.
But that's the short answer. Let me just compare that to a similar challenge that any municipality has that's levying full taxes on a rental property. If a rental property in any town goes through a period of higher than expected vacancy and income is down, it is typical for the owner to exercise his or her rights and file a tax appeal, because that owner is not going to keep paying taxes on the building as if it were 95% occupied if he's only got 80% occupancy. So the whole system of generating revenue from real estate, whether it's through a financial agreement or property taxes, is sensitive to the success of the property. If the success goes up, the tax revenues go up. If the success of the property goes down, the tax revenues may accordingly go down. It doesn't work any differently with the pilot agreement.
Well, except for the fact that somebody moves out from that day, there's no payment if the apartment's empty. In an apartment or a housing rental situation, I don't know, you know, it takes a while.
There's a delay. There's a delay in that process.
There's a large delay.
I agree.
You're getting your money.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, this is like from day one. So there's going to be times where there's going to be an apartment empty, especially this many, you know, a month, 2 months renovations. Did they build that into the amount that you think you're going to be, the revenue, the yearly revenue?
The assumption that is made in the financial model is that the building will have a structural vacancy of 5%. And that accounts for not only real vacancies where you can't rent the apartment, but you also have some percentage of vacancies because of turnovers. Somebody will leave the apartment on the last day of the month, and you have to do something with the apartment and can't rent it 24 hours later. You may have it vacant for 2 weeks. So, yeah, so there's a 5% structural vacancy built in.
And so that's already taken out of 300 and
That's
whatever
taken out.
thousand.
That's exactly taken out, right. I guess the other point I would make, and it's a valid point, that the pilot and taxes are subject to higher than expected vacancies. The financial agreement, assuming that our projections for rent increases are very modest over time, 2% year over year, means that if For example, in the last 2 years in New Jersey, apartment rents are up 14%. Now, is that sustainable? For the sake of tenants in New Jersey, hopefully not. But if we were wrong on the upside, and rents do go up 3% a year or 4% a year, that will get immediately reflected in additional pilot revenues. It would not get immediately reflected in taxes. If the building were subject to full taxes, the assessed value of the building, even if rents really rose rapidly over a period of a couple of years, is only going to go up, as you probably know, if there's a reval. And that doesn't happen very often, especially in Summit, because your equalized ratio right now is 40-some%. So I guess you haven't done a reevaluation in a long time. So the point is, you're correct to look at the downside of a financial agreement in terms of higher vacancies. But the legislature, I guess in its wisdom, if there was wisdom in this, also provided for the towns to pick up the upside in a project that's well located, well managed, which I think describes this particular project, in a city that has a chronic shortage of nice apartments. So I don't think we've overdone the rent projections. And I think that gives the town some reason to think that these revenue projections are conservative.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was already in your plan. And Annie, you said you've been through town, you see 5, 6, 7-story buildings. Besides Overlook, where else, where's a 7-story building in town?
No, there's
Right.
Off Summit
Or
Ave.
5,
there's one
or
off of
6 and
Summit Ave.
7
Euclid.
There's one off of Summit.
Euclid.
Summit Avenue and Euclid.
That's 7 stories?
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I mean, I was curious because I remember somebody couldn't build a building because it was too tall.
Council President, I just wanted to say, do you know how tall it is? Sorry.
No, I don't.
7, okay.
Good to know. The other question was about the schools, and this is for council. I know you're talking about the number of kids in this, but you know, you need to overlook all of Summit and the projects that are going on all over Summit. You've got the Habitat, you're going to increase kids in the schools through that project. Several single-family homes went to multifamily homes on Ashwood Avenue. On Broad Street, maybe 2-family homes went to, the units are 4 families. The farm, the lot on the corner of, I believe it's Park Avenue and Orchard Street, which seemed to me like it was an empty lot, is now townhouses. How many kids will be coming in there? By the church on New England Avenue, that was nothing. How many kids are coming in there? My block alone, in the last 2 years, it's all, well, I think there's like 7 houses. 2 of them have sold where there were no kids. One has 3 kids, one has 2 kids. I think that the numbers for the schools are grossly underrated on what's coming. And, you know, I know we're talking about this project. You've got the Smythe-Volvo project will bring some kids. Not Volvo, but that property at the end of Morris Avenue. It's, you know, you as a council have to look at the whole of Summit, not when you're talking about this, not just this project. So I think that needs to be reevaluated. I think that's all my Macy's bill could handle.
Ms. Hadley, I had a long conversation with the members of the Board of Education and the superintendent. They did their demographic study for their purposes, and they looked at the entire city. They didn't just look at our building, this project. And they do not feel, I don't have the numbers, but they do not feel, they told me, that they have looking to the future, that they have any need to expand their buildings. This happens all the time, that people move out when it's empty nesters with no kids, kids move in. People, they move when they go to college. I'm watching it on my street. There's several kids, several little ones, but they're also now, like, I think you have 3 or 4 have graduated from the high school and they're off to college. So it's cyclical. I'll just finish real quick. It is very cyclical, but they do not feel that they will need to have any building adjustments in the foreseeable future. So I just
Well,
want to share that with you.
I hope it doesn't lead to classroom overcrowding, and, I mean, I just have a whole slew of friends who recently sold their houses again. Their kids are out of college,
Right.
and they've sold.
Right.
And it's more kids coming in, that's not even in, that's just, my kids have an age range of 10 years, from
Right.
oldest to youngest, so it's all different levels of people moving out. I don't think that any of these people are looking to move into an apartment downtown with no balcony, I don't know, you call Chatham Little Summit over there, because everybody moved there because there was outdoor space. So I don't think you're really doing this for the people of Summit. They're not, this isn't where they're going to move.
Well, I don't, I mean, we can discuss this anecdotally.
Right, but
I know
well,
three
all of
couples
this
that
is
are in those
anecdotally.
apartments in Springfield, that if they could live in Summit, they would have lived here. So, I just,
Yeah.
but anyway,
But they have
the bottom
balconies.
line is that the Board of Ed does feel that they're in
Okay.
good shape.
Good, I just hope that we don't have an overcrowding issue.
Sure. No
eventually,
one wants
but,
that.
If my husband has his way, we'll be done.
Good morning. I have a few questions for the experts, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. We are taking, let me think about how to say this, the transfer of density. So we're basically taking the current redevelopment plan, which would allow 72 units thereabout, and we're now taking it away from out of 2.8 acres and jamming it into 1.6 acres approximately, right? That's what the transfer of density does.
I mean, we're not using the mechanism of transfer of density. We didn't want to have to try to do something convoluted. They're just capping the units, but basically, yes, the units that are in Subdistrict 2 and the units that could be on the rest of Subdistrict 3 are being concentrated on one site, the 1.6 acres.
Okay, so my question is, someone, I can't remember now, who spoke to the fact that redevelopment plans are revised all the time. I'm curious to know where this fits in the magnitude of those redevelopment amendments. Because what we're basically doing here is we're doubling the size of this. And while I understand plans get amended and things get amended along the way, I find it hard to believe that there's a lot of amendments out there that are doubling the density of one particular area.
I mean, I don't know what you would consider a lot. If you're saying more than 50%, I do think that that's very common. I've done a lot more in height, I've done a lot more in density, whatever you want to look at it. It really has to do with the specific project, and one of the reasons redevelopment exists is so that you can do this kind of spot zoning that is appropriate, well, in our opinion, appropriate for that specific site. And you can't get there before the redevelopment plan is written, just by law. So oftentimes you put out your best hope and then you try to then you get to what you think is the best ultimate solution. So it is very common.
To double the size of a project.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question.
I think Mr. Marizidi has something to add as well in answer to that.
The amendments to redevelopment plans run the gambit. It's not just density, it's maybe other things. But I personally have been involved in a major change in density in a particular project that I'm thinking about. So much more than this.
Can I ask what kind of town that was in, or city?
That was in Hoboken, and it was in exchange for some open space, but the building became much, much bigger.
Right, but I think that's the point that the community keeps saying is, we're not Hoboken.
No, I'm not suggesting that Summit's Hoboken. The point is that it was a redevelopment plan that had a certain level of density, and it was very significantly changed after the negotiation of a redevelopment agreement. There is another project that I'm thinking of that is exactly along the same line. So it's not unusual. It isn't every place that it's a density change, but I have experienced density changes of very significant size.
In a town like, in a Summit community?
Every community is different. I've been involved in redevelopment projects at every end of the state, whole different types of redevelopment projects. I've been involved in projects that significantly change density in a variety of communities. I don't think you can generalize about a city like Summit.
Okay.
They're all different.
Okay, thank you. I would just say that I think, as everyone has spoken to this evening, the redevelopment plan was put in place with a lot of work to follow the master plan, and to double the size of that in this smaller piece of property is just way off base from what we all thought we were going to do in town when we did the redevelopment, and what people before you, and I'm sure even some of you on this, agreed that we would do in town. And I think that's where you're getting a really big disconnect between this plan and the community. The other question I have is, we are amending a redevelopment plan for all 4 sub-districts this month. Is that correct? That's what the current plan is?
Yes.
Okay. Then I don't understand how we can limit the discussion to only one sub-district.
Because what we are doing is, we've heard the concerns of the community about residential density. And so one of the ways that we are addressing this is by saying we will not do residential development on sub-district 2. And we're taking the post office out. So in effect, what we've done is we are creating we're hearing that people are concerned about a large development. This is now becoming a smaller development.
No, it's not becoming a smaller development. It's becoming the same development or slightly smaller on a much smaller piece of property. I mean, we started with 2.8 acres in sub-district 3 that all these calculations were done on, and now we're talking about putting all those units on 1.6 acres. So we're not making this smaller.
We are making it smaller in the sense that the 40 units that people have, that flyer says, the flyer that you guys have all been circulating says 40 units between the library and the Y. That's off the table. That's not happening.
Okay,
So
but now you're
that's-
back to sub-district 2. So we can't pick and choose. If we're just going to talk about sub-district 3.
Would you rather we
then-
left that on the table?
Then let's just.
That was a give back.
Excuse me.
I apologize. Go ahead.
You guys are waffling between talking about and amending a plan for 4 sub-districts, but yet trying to only limit us to talking about one piece of land on one sub-district. And I think that's completely wrong.
There's no
All right,
possible.
the next.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
The next question I have is, I've heard a lot of things being thrown around about what I think it's called Morris Lawn or Morris Landing. Someone said it was 15 by 17 feet. Somebody said that wasn't accurate. Can someone just tell me what the size of that is?
I can tell you that it's roughly 8,000 square feet, and we can give you the exact dimensions, but that's roughly the size of that space that we were referencing.
Okay. So I think trying to sell this as more green space is a real big exaggeration. I mean, I live on a piece of property that's around 10,000 square feet. I can't imagine putting the town of Summit for a movie night on my property and having that be something that everybody's going to enjoy to do. The last question I had, sorry, as we all know, it's late. Okay, so the last question I have is does council have a process for when Steve Bowman was moving out of town, he resigned, or he moved back from his council position to give someone the opportunity to get up to speed. If we have someone leaving town that is on council, how does that affect this vote that's happening in the next 2 weeks?
It doesn't.
So that person votes right up until,
As long as, go ahead.
As long as they're a resident, they have, and on the council, they have the right to vote. They can vote up to the day before they leave. Once they're no longer domiciled here, they can't vote.
okay, thanks.
Are there any other comments, questions? They're still up there, huh? You guys can come down now if you, there's spaces down here if you'd like.
Hi,
Good evening.
good evening. Dory Gagnon, 27 Bedford Road. Thank you so much for allowing us to stay this late. I have been the voice of residents for Summit now, and I did not want this volunteer job, and I've gotten it. And I have to say, it's exhausting. And I've carried around flyers, and now I'm carrying around lawn signs. And so far, 300 lawn signs have been distributed to the residents of Summit. And I've learned a lot. People are tracking me down. They're stopping me at my car. I have had countless hours of conversation about Broad Street West. And people are just learning about this project now. And they're floored. I have people here today who just learned about this yesterday or the day before. And they're floored that they've never heard about this project before. So I'm educating the public. I'm doing my service here, but I feel like it's not my job. But I'm doing what I can so people are informed. And it's exhausting me. It's now almost 1:30, and my kids are home waiting for me. So I'm asking you, this should have been a town hall. I asked last council meeting for this to have been a town hall, so we wouldn't be doing this late, that we can hold this off until September, so when people are back, and we can do this right, because this is not right. There's a lot to learn here. As we know, there's some discrepancies. We feel that as more people want to know about this project, that they should, to please just pause and just give this a break. So that's one thing. A couple of things real quickly, because I know it's super late. The Cedar Street view, I think you mentioned, maybe it was Annie, that you guys are adding some things maybe to Cedar Street. I don't know if you were changing the demographics a little bit, but can I see that view real quickly again? It was hard to see if I was sitting over there. And I also did a lot of research last night. I was up till 1:30 last night trying to read what you guys, the press release that you put out. And there weren't pictures, so I was having a lot of trouble. I wish these pictures were released last night, so I could have reviewed them as well. It would have given us a lot of heads up if we had seen these last night. Yeah, just the drive, the Cedar Street, kind of the plaza, just looking to see how you're driving if you were going to drop off kids to the YMCA, because we use that entrance, the back entrance to the Y, to be able to drop off kids. So I know it said it was 15 miles an hour online. So that's, the Y would be on your left then? Is that like the lady in red right there in the red dress? She's coming out of the Y? Is that how it look? Is that how I'm looking at this correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So the cars are going 15 miles an hour and they just continue straight down the road, and the street doesn't change on the end?
Nothing's changing about the street pattern.
Nothing's changing. Is it getting narrower or anything? Did I read that correctly?
I think, no, okay, no.
No,
Okay.
it's changing. It's staying the same, okay. Looking at I know we were talking about sewage a little bit, and water runoff. It's been brought to my attention that West End has this emergency shut-off. A lot of homes have emergency shut-off. I know Mr. Schrager probably left, but that's a concern for a lot of the residents on West End Avenue, is that when this is put in, that they are going to have the excess 133 units that are now put into the structure, that West End Avenue is going to be having to deal with the water and the sewage runoff down there, because that's towards the New Providence end, that when it rains, they have to instantly go out of their homes and go to this emergency shut-off valve. I call it something else, but it's not appropriate this time. They have to go out to this emergency shut-off valve and shut off it before the backflow comes into their toilets, into their sinks, into their homes. So they're really worried that this is going to overflow into their homes.
So that's not something that needs to be a concern relative to this development. That's a result of an antiquated sewer system, and actually new development like this improves those conditions, because what it does is it takes a parking lot that's 100% impervious, that all the water is going into that sewer system, and it includes what's called a stormwater retention system. So before the building goes in, a large tank system goes in under the building, and rather than all the stormwater during a rain event going right into the sewer, it retains that and releases it slowly over time, so you don't get that inundation from this site. It will actually improve the condition that you're referencing.
And now, does it take all the water from, like, East Summit and then put it in there, just that?
It's just for our site, but it's reducing the contribution of this site into the current stormwater system as it contributes currently.
Okay, and then I have a question for the affordable housing. You're saying that we have to get, I know, Mr. Vartan, you mentioned the 50 units, but that's supposed to be the best effort, correct? There's a best effort, so you didn't mention that in your speech.
So when you're reading the fair share housing settlement that we have, it says City of Summit shall make its best effort by 2026, right? What that means is you have to build the units, right? You have to get as close as you possibly can to the 50.
To show
And
your best effort, correct?
yes, so where we are, 17 out of 50, I don't think holds up that that's our best effort. I think if what best effort, and somebody who was there in the drafting of the document can probably speak to intent better, but when I'm reading it, what I understand from the intent is that it means if it's 2026 and some number of the units are being constructed and not yet online, that is a way for us to have some legal flexibility to say this counts toward our best effort because perhaps they're not occupied yet, but they will be very soon. And I think that's the meaning, the legal intent behind the words best effort in the plan. It doesn't just say build whatever and say you tried, because this now proposal being on the table, including 20, that's fair share housing is aware of this and the courts are aware of this.
Right.
And I think that it's part of the conversation that we're going to have if we do not go down this path.
So let me ask this other question. If there were 72 units, how many affordable housing units would be in there then?
15% of 17.
It is 130. I'm not
10.
Kevin McGoey.
10 units?
It's 15%, but somebody would have to be willing to build the project, right?
I'm sure we would find a builder that would build the property for 72 units, but that wasn't my question. I was just asking, so there's how many units? 10?
There'd be 10
So there'd be
affordable.
10, and we have other affordable housing going in within the city, so that's not, that's not what I was saying. I'm saying we have to make our next best effort. There's been some misunderstanding of what the affordable housing is, because people are saying, well, we don't want affordable housing, and there's, oh, you don't want affordable housing. That's not what we're saying. What is supposed to be here, what you're saying is it's the best effort. We're trying to make that. So if we put in 72 units and 10 units are affordable housing, we're still looking to make towards our goal. It's not like we're saying we don't want it, right? So, I mean, we don't have to build 10 stories to put in 40 units of affordable housing.
We're not talking about 10 stories.
I'm just saying, we're building, no, when I was here, the first meeting, I asked Toll, why does it have to be 5 stories? And they said if it's not 5 stories, they don't make any profit from it. That was what I had asked them. I've been at every council meeting except one. So I'm just trying to understand the affordable housing so everybody else in the community can too, because it's been a little misunderstanding and misleading, because before, you didn't say best effort. You just said we have to make our affordable housing.
Well, we do. That's still true.
Perhaps we can ask Dr. Pell whether 72 units would get built, because it's my understanding that that is one of the issues. So would you please address, could we build this, is it feasible to build 72 units?
I suppose if we completely restructured the whole deal in terms of land value, obligations for open space, traffic improvements, and did an even more aggressive RAB and pilot agreement, that it's possible you could get a smaller project to make sense.
So, excuse me, why does it have to be a pilot agreement? Like, can we just go, like scratch this whole thing and go with another builder that doesn't have to be a pilot agreement?
Well, I
And
don't
we
know
just
what the
start from scratch
I'm not
and
sure
go-
what the 70T unit project consists of. Is it have the same features as the 133 unit project in terms of the costs, the improvements that are being contributed, the affordable housing, the workforce housing, a high price paid for the land? It's just an exercise in math, which we could probably do, but I think the result financially for the town would be a far lower revenue stream coming back in.
I mean, I think we're doing this cost analysis and the financial analysis. I think that's something that the people would like to see. Just what would it really be with the redevelopment plan that was proposed? So that's something that we would like to see. And I'm telling you, I'm the one who people are coming back to me and asking me questions. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people of the residents. I'm spending hours and hours, and people are saying, why isn't this done? What we would like to see this. We would like to see this. And I don't have answers for them, so I'm just asking you what I'm hearing from the community and the feedback. So I'm sorry if you might not understand what I'm being told, but I'm not trying to have opposition with you guys. You know, our kids grew up together. We are community. We are one, and I'm just telling you what I'm hearing from the other side. So if we can all come to a consensus, we know something is going to go here, we would just like it to fit in with the community, that's all. So thank you for your time.
So actually, one more quick thing through you, Council President. Two more. So in the spirit of collaboration, I think it's only fair, right, that this flyer that we've all now seen is now completely obsolete, right? We can agree on
Absolutely,
that?
I will change it for you. Would you like
That
that?
we're now, everyone here is completely in agreement
Yes.
that we are not doing this plan.
Sounds like a
right?
great
So
idea.
this is-
And I would like to talk about sub-district 2, but it's a
Yeah.
little late, so I will not
Right.
keep everybody
But then,
here.
but then the second thing, because I was driving up here and I saw some, is there were flyers that were taped to
Oh, I did not do
utility
that. I would
poles.
not do that. I'm just letting you know.
So
That's
I'm just-
illegal. I would not do that.
If it's, whether
If I
it's-
see it, I'll take it down.
Sure, I think just to avoid having to have DPW crews go around the
Sure,
city.
tell me where it is.
I
I'll do it
think-
for you.
I saw them on Broad Street, I saw Morris Avenue.
Oh, I'm sorry
But
about that.
you know, if whoever put the flyers up,
I will
think it
tell
would be
them to take
great
it down.
if we did
I will
not
blast it on my
litter.
social
Yeah.
media to tell them to take it down.
I appreciate it.
I am trying to control everybody, just to let you know.
Good
I am
luck.
doing
Not
is
easy.
what I can. I am trying
luck.
very much.
Good
So
luck.
I will take them down. I apologize for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other comments? Anyone from upstairs want to comment? Okay, all right. Well, I think we are now moving on to the public comment part of our agenda. And it's 1:30 in the morning. All right, so I guess we can, maybe we'll just do a seventh inning stretch.
I do have
Oh, right, we'll do that. Why don't we let everyone, we don't need to keep all those sessions.
I'm having a snack.
Exactly, see?
So I'm supposed to drive to Syracuse. So I'm getting a Yeah, right? I made this 5-hour energy.
Okay, we're going to finish up the meeting now. We have one public comment.
Yes.
Okay.
From Annette Riccardi at Bedford Road. She writes, "The council as a whole has shown a complete lack of transparency with regard to how this project will benefit Summit residents, as evidenced by the curious sense of urgency to push this through. Who is the puppet master that council is working for? Funny, I thought it was your constituents who pay tax in this town. This project is monstrosity. Your reports, calculations, and estimates hide and underestimate the glaring realities of the burden this project will put on resources, traffic, school tax, and total real estate taxes. Anyone that has ever tried to park and shop in town or go anywhere at 8 a.m. or 3 p.m. during school drop-off, pickups, and crossings knows how much worse this will get. I suppose council is completely out of touch with having to take kids to school, pick up something at CVS, or worse, Walgreens, and some members of council do not even put in the effort of appearing in person at these meetings. If you can't attend in person, aren't living in town or are away repeatedly, then recuse yourself. There is a double standard for residents. We cannot be heard unless we attend. The taxpayers are forced to travel elsewhere to other towns without traffic and convenient parking. We do not need more traffic, cars, impassable closed streets, and a drain on resources. The other major issue is that we have a power grid that goes down if the sky spits. Someone at a previous meeting suggested that the building needs a generator. I can't wait to hear what that thing sounds like. So now you're going to provide renters with a new power grid while taxpayers have to suffer through another storm and losing their freezer contents. The power grid has been pushed under the rug for 20 years. A previous mayor said she couldn't do a thing about it and was leaving for her home in Vermont. In 2022, we are getting a similar response from the mayor and council as you sit mute at every meeting or look away at this major attempt to hide and or disguise your motivations. Even more troubling than the obvious impact of logistics and the nagging sense that those of us in opposition recognize as a hidden agenda, which council is fiercely defending without explanation. I'm sure the mayor and council realize at this point, if they stay the course, they will have no future in local politics. From my standpoint, there's nothing more dangerous than a lame duck politician. This is what happens when politicians, because clearly, in parentheses, because clearly you're not acting as residents, close paren, underestimate the intelligence of their constituents. Let's address the issues we already have before owning new ones. And that's it.
Okay. We have no public comments here, so we'll close the comment period and we'll move on to ordinances for hearing. Madam Clerk, could you please read the first ordinance?
Yes, 22-3260, an ordinance amending Chapter 16, Fire Prevention and Protection of the Code of the City of Summit, County of Union, New Jersey, to add a new section entitled Key Lockbox Emergency Access System.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Little.
Thank you, Council President. As we heard at the introduction of this ordinance at our last meeting, this is to comply with best practices for fire safety and to install lock boxes on the exterior of businesses so that the fire department can access these businesses when there's an issue without waiting for an employee or someone who is authorized to allow them into the business. This does two things. It allows them to assess the situation and respond to any emergencies more quickly. It allows fire crews to respond to incidents and get back to the firehouse more quickly and get back and be able to respond to other emergencies. So we are going to be putting this in practice in Summit. They will be, in the annual fire safeties, they'll be assessing the buildings and making sure that the lock boxes are installed outside the buildings. I ask that we open this ordinance for hearing.
I second.
Okay, so the hearing is open. Do I have any comments from members of council? No members of the public left, so Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing. Okay, so I'm going to close the comment period. And I think we're ready for ordinances for final consideration.
Number 22-3260, an ordinance amending Chapter 16 Fire Prevention and Protection of the Code of the City of Summit, County of Union, New Jersey, to add a new section entitled Key Lock Box Emergency Access System.
Councilmember Little?
We just had a hearing on this matter. I now ask that we approve this ordinance for final consideration.
I second.
Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Allen?
Aye.
Ms. Hairston? I'm sorry. Ms. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Aye.
President Fox?
Aye. Okay, motion carries, and now we're moving on to our ordinance for introduction. Could you please read the title,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
ID 9720, bond ordinance providing for Phase 3 of the local unit's allocable share of the flood mitigation facilities project of the joint meeting of Essex and Union Counties by and in the City of Summit, County of Union, New Jersey, appropriating $3,595,000 therefore, and authorizing issuance of $3,595,000 in bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof.
Thank you, and Councilmember Vartan?
Thank you, Council President. This is a bond ordinance providing for Phase 3 of the Flood Mitigation Facilities Project of the joint meeting of Essex and Union Counties. This appropriates and authorizes issuance of bonds in the amount of $3,595,000. This is Summit's portion of Phase 3 of this absolutely critical project to mitigate the risk of flooding at our wastewater treatment facility. And I move to, the hearing will be at the council meeting on July 5th. I move to introduce this ordinance.
And I second it. Roll call, please.
Ms. Allen?
Aye.
Ms. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Aye.
President Fox?
Aye. Okay, moving on. Are we bundling the consent, all the resolutions with the consent agenda?
Yes.
Can everything?
You can bundle the entire, so somebody should make a motion to move the entire agenda, including the consent agenda, second, and just do a roll call.
Okay,
I'll move to bundle all those.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we,
It's 1:45, but I still caught it.
No.
I just wanted to pull out Boxwood.
okay.
I don't know what resolution that is, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's on capital projects. It's cap,
You want to
Cap
vote on that
6.
separately, or?
Yes, please. Just the one,
Okay.
just the Boxwood.
so
Are
we'll,
you going to vote?
Oh,
Are you-
it's 9675. I just wanted to make a comment and vote no.
Oh,
okay. So we'll vote on everything else, or do that one first? What's the best way to do this?
I would vote on everything else and then do that one last.
Okay.
so
All
who's
right.
making a motion to pull it out?
Me.
Is that what we have to do?
Do
I
we
would
need
like to make a
for
motion.
that?
So, Andy, amend your motion. You're making a motion to bundle the entire agenda except for
Cap number 6.
count number 6.
9675.
Then we need a second,
Greg?
Nobody seconds me?
I'll second that, sorry.
okay? Now we'll do a roll call.
Oh, it's Danny? Okay. All right, so do we have a roll call vote,
Did I have to second?
please?
Okay. Ms. Allen?
Aye.
Ms. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Miniger?
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan?
Aye.
Mr. Vartan?
Aye.
President Fox?
Aye. Okay, so now we're going to loop back to capital projects number 6. Councilmember O'Sullivan, would you like to introduce that, please?
Thank you, Council President. This is ID number 9675 to approve a temporary parklet location at Bank Street and authorize installation of same for Boxwood Coffee. Boxwood Coffee has requested the use of one parking space to use for outdoor dining on Bank Street near the corner of Beechwood Road. The approval of this parklet is subject to insurance and other documentation being submitted to the city clerk's office in a satisfactory manner. As with other parklets, Boxwood will be responsible for the daily maintenance and provide their own tables and chairs. The parklet program is in effect until November 30th and subject to early closure in case of inclement weather or any health and safety reasons that may arise. I move to adopt this resolution.
You need a second?
Okay, so are there any comments from members of council?
Me. So I spoke with Councilman O'Sullivan today, and it's not that I am I feel a little bit hypocritical because I did vote yes for the other parklets, but my concern was it was another parking spot and a half that we were going to be taking away from downtown. And just being downtown, I work downtown, and I just was talking to the councilman, just saying that I'm not entirely happy with all the orange barricades and cones. And I know that this has been under discussion and that we'll rethink this next year, but I just wanted to be on the record that, you know, unfortunately, it's not that I'm against boxwoods, but I just wanted to put a line in the sand for myself and just say no.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Little.
Well, I disagree, and I want to push back on that a little bit. Just, we have approved all the other parklets, and we did discuss this in CAP, and it is another parking space, but it's the exact same position that all the other restaurants are in that have applied for parklets. Boxwood had a parklet last year. It's under the same space and the same request that they had last year that was approved. All the other restaurants that have requested their same parklets have also been approved. I don't see that there's any reason that we can justify or, you know, just justify treating Boxwood differently than all the other restaurants that have approved parklets. If Council Member Allen is against the parklet program as a whole, she certainly has that right, and she can express that and vote against it for next year, but I think it would be really wrong for us to play favorites or to pick winners and losers in the parklet lottery, and we should be looking to treat the businesses in a fair way where they're all considered equally. So I'm very much in favor of approving this for Boxwood. We have, you know, I feel like it would be really unfair to this one business to deny their application when we have approved all the other ones. There's nothing different about this application as opposed to all the other ones we've already approved. And so I strongly advocate for approval of this parklet.
Thank you, Councilmember Little. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
Council President, I just want to respond. I don't disagree. I'm not here targeting Boxwood. I just felt like we don't know if there's more parklets coming. And I think that I'm just saying for next year that I really believe that we need to look at, you know, when I walk downtown, there's a lot of different orange cones, and we originally were going to try and beautify it this year. That was part of our discussion, and we didn't do that this year. And so I'm not condemning it, or I'm just saying that this was for me. I thought it was important to say that I wouldn't want to continue to expand the parklet. So I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree, Councilwoman Little. I just felt like this was an opportunity for me to say that I think next year we absolutely have to think about how we proceed forward. So that's it. Go ahead.
I just want, I mean, I don't, not, oh, sorry, I'm tired.
I know.
I don't have an opinion about Boxwood. I mean, I think it's fine. But I just wanted to let you know, and everyone, that the Summit Public Art and SDI have applied through, and the city clerk's office applied for a grant for $5,000 from Union County Arts to paint, I guess paint, but to apply pictures, artwork, whatever, on the orange barriers throughout town. So hopefully we get the $5,000, or they do, and then they can just, you know, make it a little bit nicer than it is now. I mean, I agree with you. I can't stand them, but you know, it's a matter of money. So anyway.
Okay, are there any other comments? Okay, hearing none. This one we don't have to do as a roll call.
No, we just do voice
vote.
vote. You have to make sure.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So that concludes the agenda. So are there any comments from members of council? Yeah, no three things
No three
tonight.
things.
Nope.
Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Meeting's adjourned. I think we've set.